Hello, towel friends over on the Towel YouTube. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I love Super Towel Doggos. I love you all, and you also know what that means. It's Thursday, July 17, 2025. Roll the intro.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
It's true, ladies and gentlemen. That's the melody to Funky Town, and my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a little towel. Have you ever woke up one day and just said to yourself, I would like to hang out with a bunch of people who think they're towels? Well, you know what? Today is your lucky day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm a towel, and I'm thrilled to be with you today. Now, we do need to get ready for our Brian Kohberger hearing, ladies and gentlemen, so let me bring that up on your screen right now. You have some double towel action going on. Hello, Allie. Hello, Eva. Hello, Super Towelette Jew Drops. Hello, towel friends. It's so good to see you. There's our Kohberger hearing coverage. There you go, little towels. We are ready. As soon as it goes live, you're not going to miss a moment of the action. We have a Kohberger hearing related to some kind of media unsealing order, ladies and gentlemen, and in particular, a profile he may have used online called Papa Rogers. Now, little towels, give me all of 1 second and let me see if I can bring up a little preview from Super Towel Vicky related to this. Yes, we love the Funky Town intro. We love LA Connection for sending that along. LA Connection is a super towel. All right, so here we go. Let me see. All right, hold on. I want to find this Brian Kohberger. All right. Let me see. Alright, hold on. Maybe Vicky sent a second video as well. Alright, hold on. Oh, I see. It was following up on what she sent last week. Alright, so let me go to this one. It's called The Internet's Most Chilling Theory. Was Brian Kohberger Papa Rogers? The Internet's Most Chilling Theory was Brian Kohberger Papa Rogers. All right, so let's see if we can watch a little bit of this, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. And we will try to get right over to the Kohberger hearing as soon as it starts. But for now, let's watch a little bit of what this hearing might be about. Yes, so many Super Towel Doggos hanging out together. We got, of course, the wonderful Brewski, the one and only. And then we also, ladies and gentlemen, have Kiki and Riri. And we have Buck. Hello, Buck. We have literally so many Super Towel Doggos. To name them all would take 7 years. We love Super Towel Doggos. All right, let's watch this for a few minutes before the Kohberger hearing starts.
Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead Serious. When Brian Kohberger shocked the world by up and pleading guilty to the Idaho student murders, a lot of people felt kind of cheated and still feel cheated. Not only because they wanted to see that stone-faced, cold-blooded monster on the business end of a firing squad, but also because they wanted to know why. Why did he slaughter 4 innocent college kids, whom, as far as we know, he had never even met? Why did he use a hunting knife to butcher them? The truth is, even if Kohberger had gone to trial and been convicted and sentenced to death, we might never have learned his motive for such a despicable and senseless killing. But here's another truth. Secrets come out in all sorts of places, not just in courtrooms. Before he confessed to murdering Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, Brian Kohberger was a student of murder. He had a master's degree in criminal justice, and he was working on his PhD. So he did years of coursework in forensics and criminal psychology, analyzing the methods and picking apart the writings of killers who came before him. Among those killers, a psychopath named Elliot Rodger. In 2014, Elliot Rodger killed 6 people and hurt 13 others near the University of California, Santa Barbara, before he killed himself. He stabbed 3 of his victims to death inside his own apartment. Kohberger stabbed his victims, all 4 of them, inside their rented house. Roger shot 2 women dead outside the Alpha Phi sorority house. Kaylee Gonzalez, one of Brian Kohberger's victims, was a member of the Alpha Phi sorority at the University of Idaho. In fact, all of Kohberger's victims were part of Greek life, and 2 of them had been at a frat party the night before they were killed. Elliot Rodger penned a 137-page manifesto, a portion of which complains about a female acquaintance named Maddie who was ignoring him. Maddie Mogan was another victim of Kohberger's. And yes, I hear you. I can see connections anywhere if I look hard enough, and you can too. But when it comes to the Idaho murders, there is also the social media account called Papa Roger. After the kids were killed in their King Road house, but before Kohberger was arrested, a user named Papa Roger popped up in an online discussion. And Papa Roger seemed to know things that only the police would know, or maybe only the killer would know, like the possibility that the killer had left his knife sheath behind at the crime scene, which turned out to be absolutely true, and also the linchpin to tracking Brian Kohberger down. In the days and weeks after the quadruple murder, the user named Papa Roger was dissecting the case like someone with inside knowledge. He asked pointed questions. He offered disturbingly accurate theories, and he often answered his own questions himself. Lucky for you, we have screenshots of the Papa Roger posts from 2.5 years ago. They're actually really hard to find because many of them have disappeared. And the posts really do take on some new meaning in light of Brian Kohberger's guilty confessions. But first, I want to mention something about a news site that I just partnered with. It's called Ground News, and it's awesome, especially since these naming power. 22. Papa Roger writes.
It's a good aggregator, Ground News.
Brian Kohberger was the username who popped up in the Facebook groups /Banfield. And if you can't remember that, just click the link in my description. Okay, back to the Papa Roger posts. Papa Roger was the username who popped up in the Facebook groups and the chat groups, waxing poetic on the King Road murders, almost like he'd been there. The screenshots we grabbed from 2.5 years ago are eerie when you read them today, especially since Brian Kohberger has now confessed and we've had confirmation of certain details in the case. And again, these posts are really hard to find because most of them have been sort of disappeared. So here goes. On December 20th, 2022, Papa Roger writes, Ethan didn't live at the crime scene. Very possible the killer didn't know he was there. Thoughts? On December 11th, 2022, Papa Roger asks, how long do we think the killer was in the house? And Papa Roger answers his own post, 15 minutes. Well, as it turns out, the killer was actually in the house about 15 minutes from 4:05 a.m. until about 4:20 a.m. when his white Elantra was seen speeding out of the neighborhood. So tell me that's not eerie. Papa Roger asks and answers, 15 minutes the killer was in the house. And that's exactly right. Papa Roger describes a picture on December 2nd, 2022. It says, quote, this is on the high side of the house. They found evidence here. It is likely blood dripping from the killer or killers. Either they fled through this area or were parked there. This being the most strategic entrance point to the house, it shows planning. And wouldn't you know it, during the hearing where Kohberger confessed, the prosecutor read some more facts about the case, and it turns out that is exactly where Brian Kohberger parked his car and then scrambled down a slight hill into the backyard of this home so that he could gain access through the sliding glass door in the kitchen at the back of the house. Yes, strategic. And yes, planning. It all makes sense. But that was Papa Roger. This was Brian Kohberger. And on December 15th, 2022, Papa Roger asked this question. The killer has sexual dysfunction. Thoughts? On December 21, 2022, Papa Roger writes this. Regardless of what has been released, I believe that this is a sexually motivated crime. Somebody responds, potential reasons, house full of girls, house full of specific girl or girls, party house, was familiar with layout, location, dark wooded coverage, lack of cameras, distance from his own apartment/car, third floor windows, unobstructed view, lights on at night, perfect for voyeuristic activities. Possible that the house fit a fantasy scenario in the killer's head, reminded him of something from his past. Possible even a vehicle that reminded him of something/someone who had spurned him. And Papa Roger responds to that observation with the following word, quote, excellent. Almost like he's a professor talking to a student of crime. And here's the most damning post that leads most people to believe that Papa Roger is Brian Kohberger when Papa Roger writes about the knife sheath. On November 30th, 2022, Papa Roger posts, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. Again, that was written on November 30th, 2022, just over 2 weeks after the murders. But here's the deal. That was not public knowledge, not at that time. And it wasn't made to be public knowledge that a knife sheath had been left behind by the killer until January 5th, more than a month after Papa Roger suggested that that's exactly what happened. A knife sheath had been left behind. When Kohberger was a criminology student at DeSales University in Pennsylvania, he posted a Reddit survey asking convicted criminals to take an anonymous questionnaire, quote, for a research project. I am not exactly sure if this was a real project since it was posted in June of 2022, a full month after he graduated with his master's in criminology and 3 months after he'd actually purchased a K-bar knife on Amazon. Either way, one of the questions that he asks in the survey is, quote, why did you choose that victim or target over others? And on December 8th, 2022, Papa Roger asks the following question. Why did the killer choose that house over all the others in the area? That same day, December 8th, during the height of the search for the white Elantra, Papa Roger posts, I feel like the white car isn't relevant. Interesting that Papa Roger would say white car and not Elantra. Is that Brian Kohberger starting to freak out that a white Elantra is on everybody's mind? So maybe I'll get in the discussion group and just poo-poo that and just call it a car, not an Elantra. On December 11th, 2022, Papa Roger asks, do we think the killer took anything from the house? And Papa Roger answers his own question, quote, I do. I can't tell you if Brian Kohberger took any trophies. We don't know that. Not now, not yet. But I can say this. When they searched his apartment in Washington, right? They didn't find anything of evidentiary value in that apartment. They found nothing connecting Brian Kohberger's apartment and him in that apartment to the murders on King Road. So if he did take a trophy, did he take it to Pennsylvania with him? Did he put it in a secure place? Did he put it in a safety deposit box? Did he throw it away when the heat started to be turned up, like people were looking for the white Elantra? Did he get rid of it? And then when Kohberger was arrested on December 30th, 2022, Papa Roger posts suddenly stop forever. And by the way, after that arrest, when they searched his parents' home where Brian Kohberger was separating garbage in the middle of the night using gloves, they didn't seem to find anything that they've told us about that tied him to 1122 King Road or to those 4 killings. Did he take something from 1122? Didn't seem to be at the Pennsylvania home. At least that's not something we've learned yet. But when the gag order is lifted, maybe we will. So upon the arrest, right? December 30th, we never hear from Papa Roger again. Is it a coincidence? Maybe. But maybe it's not a coincidence. Because there's also something that the FBI seized from Kohberger's parents' house in Pennsylvania. The agents described it as a, quote, book with underlining on page 118. And we can't be certain which book the FBI is referring to. The affidavit does not get specific about it. But if it was Elliot Rodger's catalog of sexual grievances, page 118 certainly speaks volumes. It reads in part, I lived in a college town full of young, attractive students who partied and had sex all the time, and I didn't get to experience any of it. None of the beautiful blonde girls showed any interest in having sex with me. Not one girl. And I'm still quoting here. Women must be punished for their crimes of rejecting such a magnificent gentleman as myself. 2 of Brian Kohberger's 3 female victims, Kaylee Gonzalez and Maddie Mogan, were blonde. And the house on King Road was known for its parties. We also know that Kohberger went upstairs to Maddie Mogan's room first, where Kaylee and Maddie were both sleeping. He killed both of them right there in Maddie's bed before encountering Xana on the way downstairs to the 2nd floor and either following Xana or chasing her to her room, where he killed her and then killed Ethan too, because lo and behold, Ethan was over that night sleeping in that bed. Page 118 of the Elliot Rodger book also says this, quote, it came to a point where I had to set a date for the day of retribution. I originally considered doing it on Halloween of 2013. That is when the entire town erupts into raucous partying. There would be literally thousands of people crowded together who I could kill with ease. And the goal was to kill everyone in Isla Vista, to utterly destroy that wretched town. But then after seeing footage of previous Halloween events on YouTube, I saw that there were too many cops walking around. It would be too risky. One gunshot from a cop will end everything. The day of retribution would have to be on a normal party weekend. So I set it for some time during November of 2013. Brian Kohberger committed his murders on November 13th, 2022, after a big frat party that night at the Sigma Chi house. As it turns out, Brian Kohberger studied the manifest of Elliot Rodger at length while he was a criminology student at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. And on my News Nation show, Banfield, I talked to a classmate of Brian Kohberger's, a classmate who took the same course as Kohberger, with the same professor, Dr. Catherine Ramsland. They studied the crimes and the manifesto of Elliot Rodger, and they also shared a biology class together. Here's my conversation with Josh Ferraro.
As a student, he was very astute, very diligent, and he was a pleasure to work with.
So when you say he was a pleasure to work with, was he a pleasure to work with because you're a man? Because all of the reports say if you were female, he wanted nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I could say that would be accurate just because during class and roaming around DeSales University, I never saw him really talk to anybody. In the group project, he communicated with me via text and email, and We worked diligently on this project, him and I together with two others who really didn't do much in the project. But when it was time to communicate, he was easy to communicate and text and email and make sure the project and the portions that needed to be done were done. But in terms of his interactions with other students, the most telling thing I can say is he really kept to himself. I remember vividly many times watching him in the Starbucks in one of the buildings. And he would sit there with his computer and his headphones in and keep to himself almost all the time. In class, he would answer questions from the professor, but you never really saw him engage or interact with really anybody. Even myself in our group, we didn't have many conversations because he would shut down any kind of small talk.
So, Josh, you can remember somebody for no particular reason, and you can remember someone because of something like this, and suddenly you look at your memories through a different prism. When you look back at the man you see on your screen right now, when you look back at your time with him, do you see any red flags? Do you see anything that now stands out, now makes perfect sense?
No, I can't say that I do. I mean, he was like a chameleon. I mean, for everything that's came out, some of the most heinous people look the most normal. And I'm not saying Brian Kohberger looks normal whatsoever, but he definitely, in my aspect, doesn't raise any red flags up until this point and the past few years. But I did notice, telling things that, like how you kind of said, this prism that I'm looking through in my past. And he really kept to himself. Something interesting, he always wore long sleeves, no matter if it was hot or not. And I just remember making that distinction because that was something odd that I noticed about someone, although it bears no weight and no meaning, and that he kept to himself almost all the time. And he was a commuter student, so he didn't spend much time on campus. He came to class and he left.
If you look back now, do you recognize anything in the patterns of the killings that he has now confessed to? Even though I understand, Josh, we don't have all the details, we have a fairly good idea of what he did to carry out these heinous acts. But do you recognize anything in the patterns of what he did at 1122 King Road as compared to the things that you all were being taught, the things you were learning about other terrible killers?
Yeah, you kind of mentioned it earlier with Elliot Rogers, and something I'd said in a prior interview with God knows who was that in these classes,
0124 31665, present today by video is the defendant in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Barlow, and Ms. Massoth. State is represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Hurwitz, and Ms. Jennings. On behalf of the media petitioners, we have Ms. Olson and Mr. Pedersen. Today's hearing is to discuss the media's request to terminate the non-dissemination order. The state filed a response indicating it was no longer objecting to that, and the defense did file an objection indicating that they do have a continued objection to lifting the non-dissemination order. I've read the briefs that have been provided by the parties, and I'm going to attempt to shortcut things here a little bit by asking whether the defense, who is the objecting party, has anything additional to add beyond what it had in its briefing before. I don't know that I need to hear from, frankly, the petitioner. I think the briefing was adequate, so let me just start with Ms. Taylor to see if there's anything else she wants to add.
Your Honor, there is not, but if there's further argument, Ms. Barlow will be making that argument on behalf of the defense.
All right. And to be fair, Ms. Olson, was there anything you felt was important to add that was not contained within your briefing?
Your Honor, we would just briefly say in response to the defendant's brief, we certainly understand the expressed concern about the media coverage of their client. We don't think continuing the non-dissemination order helps that at all. It simply continues to limit the ability of the members of the press to reach out to the people who know the most about the case. It doesn't obligate them to say anything. We also understand that they expressed that there was a due process right to the sentencing. I read the case that they submitted. I think that there is obviously a due process right at sentencing, but I don't think that case is really it doesn't provide any guidance to the court here, because that was about information provided to the court. And given the very limited scope, and we understand it's very important, but given the very limited scope of what's to be decided at the sentencing, we don't think the arguments that Mr. Kohberger made should outweigh at this stage the First Amendment rights of our clients. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, in light of that response by the media outlets or interested outlets, Ms. Barlow, do you want to add anything?
I would only say, Your Honor, as this court is well aware, the publicity in this case is so extensive and emotions are already so high that adding fuel to the fire of media interviews or a rush to interview people as they leave the courthouse or enter the courthouse would only increase the concerns that the defense has. And even though the plea has a specific sentence attached to it, as this court is well aware, things happen in plea hearings and, sentencing hearings. And to minimize the possibility of that, we request that this order stay in place.
All right, thank you. All right, as the court has considered the petition, frankly, the court was prepared at the time the plea was entered to lift the non-dissemination order in order to give the parties time to evaluate that and to ensure I wasn't missing anything. When both sides objected, I agreed to continue the non-dissemination order. I also indicated that I would have the potential to look at that again before sentencing, because frankly, I anticipated the motion from somebody, in this case, the Ms. Olson and her clients, was likely to be coming. At this point, I do not believe the purpose of the non-dissemination order, the primary purpose, which is to ensure that we can seat a impartial jury, is any longer at play. The concerns identified by the defendant, while certainly not to minimize those, they are concerns and they are significant concerns. I do not think, however, the non-dissemination order and the right of the public to information is outweighed or outweighs those rights, I should say. And frankly, I don't think that lifting the non-dissemination order will meaningfully impact those concerns. I mean, the media frenzy, as it has been described, will continue regardless. It is a little bit like water will find low ground. In this case, the media is going to write about something regardless about this case. The lifting the non-dissemination order does not require the counsel or others who were previously bound by it to speak, and the state has indicated that they don't intend to until after the sentencing. And certainly I would hope that the media interests would respect those positions and give people the space that they need and request. In terms of, for example, the defendant's family and others coming and going at the sentencing, we intend to have, as we did before, appropriate security measures in place to ensure that they, as well as the victims, are allowed to get in and out unscathed by the media, if that's what they wish to do, or if they wish to speak to the media, they can do that as well. At this point, I just don't think that I can justify the continuation of the non-dissemination order. I think the rights of the public to information in this case is paramount, given the fact that a plea has been entered in this case, and so I'm going to lift the non-dissemination order. But I want to point out what that means and what it doesn't mean. So obviously nobody's required to speak to the media, first of all. Second of all, I want to be clear that the court's prior preservation order to the parties is not lifted and continues to stay in place. And so it's important to understand that those obligations still exist. And then the other thing I want to point out is that by lifting the non-dissemination order, that does not convert sealed documents to unsealed documents. Documents previously sealed by the court are still sealed. Now, I see the media also filed a petition to be heard to unseal everything. I'm denying that outright, the request to intervene, because I think it's premature at this point. So the court will, its intent is to, after sentencing, begin the process of reviewing all the sealed material in this case to determine what should be unsealed and what should not be unsealed. That process will include an opportunity for counsel to register any objections to unsealing documents, specific documents, and request to redact certain sealed documents before they are unsealed, or unseal them in a redacted form. I intend to do that in groupings of documents at a time. As I sit here now, my thought is I'm going to start from newest to oldest because those are the ones that I have the most working knowledge of as to the reason for the sealing of the documents, as well as the content of those documents. And so I think I can get through those more quickly. As we move backward in time, it's going to take further or more extensive review by the court to figure out, to obviously review the content of those documents, listen to those hearings, et cetera, and determine why they were sealed and whether that rationale still is necessary, or that rationale still requires the documents to maintain that sealed status. And so before everybody gets out their pen and paper and sends in public records requests, understand those will be denied for sealed records until they are unsealed. And that process is going to take time. And I'm not talking days, and I'm probably not talking weeks for that to be accomplished. So I hope people understand patience will be required to get through that, as I'm going to have to review those myself to make those decisions. Now, we may be able to speed things up if neither party objects to groupings of documents or specific documents being unsealed. But it's important to review those because those documents may include information that, pursuant to Rule 32, are not to be made public, including birth dates, social securities, information about minors and victims, and information that would be essentially inappropriate to unseal, including protection of individuals from undue harassment, et cetera. And so that's just going to take time. In addition, I'm unlikely to unseal much until after sentencing and after the appeals period has run. Now, I recognize the plea agreement includes a waiver of the right to appeal, but as the parties probably know, the U.S. Supreme Court in Garza versus Idaho has indicated the fact that a defendant waives the right to appeal doesn't mean they don't have the right to appeal. And so it may affect the outcome of that appeal, and it may affect the underlying case and the plea agreement, but nonetheless, the right to appeal does not go away because of the waiver. And so I think it's important for that time period to also play itself out to see that it goes the way that I think people intend and expect it to. And so I will be entering an order in the next week or so outlining the process for the review of the sealed records. And counsel will need to maintain a presence in the case in order to review those materials as they are proposed to be unsealed by the court. Because the timeline that I will likely give you will not be, I suspect, extensive as for each group of records. So I might give you 14 days, for example, to provide a response as to a group of, a dozen or a couple dozen records at a time. So just sort of heads up and fair play with respect to that. Any questions by the parties about the ruling today?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense. Thank you.
So Olson, do you have any questions?
And I don't, Your Honor. I wasn't certain if I was included within the parties. I would just say I think that the court's proposed manner of moving forward on the sealed records will likely largely address our interests. So we appreciate the court setting that out in this hearing today.
Yeah. If certain records after review maintain their sealed status, it would be at that point that I would entertain requests for me to consider that more formally and to have a voice in that. But I think until I've gone through that process, it's premature, which is why I don't intend to take up your motion, your more recent filed motion at this time. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
All right. And with that, then we are adjourned. Thank you. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Return to check. I'm going to my attorney. We'll find.
Hey, everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield, and this is Drop Dead. Attractive thing connecting Brian Kohberger's apartment and him in that apartment to the murders on King Road. So if he did take a trophy, did he take it to Pennsylvania with him? Did he put it in a secure place? Did he put it in a safety deposit box? Did he throw it away when the heat started to be turned up, like people were looking for the white Elantra? Did he get rid of it? And then when Kohberger was arrested on December 30th, 2022, Papa Roger posts suddenly stop forever. And by the way, after that arrest, when they searched his parents' home where Brian Kohberger was separating garbage in the middle of the night using gloves, they didn't seem to find anything that they've told us about that tied him to 1122 King Road or to those 4 killings. Did he take something from 1122? Didn't seem to be at the Pennsylvania home. At least that's not something we've learned yet. But when the gag order is lifted, maybe we will. So upon the arrest, right? December 30th, we never hear from Papa Roger again. Is it a coincidence? Maybe. But maybe it's not a coincidence. Because there's also something that the FBI seized from Kohberger's parents' house in Pennsylvania. The agents described it as a, quote, book with underlining on page 118. And we can't be certain which book the FBI is referring to. The affidavit does not get specific about it. But if it was Elliot Rogers' catalog of sexual grievances, page 118 certainly speaks volumes. It reads in part, I lived in a college town full of young, attractive students who partied and had sex all the time, and I didn't get to experience any of it. None of the beautiful blonde girls showed any interest in having sex with me. Not one girl. And I'm still quoting here, women must be punished for their crimes of rejecting such a magnificent gentleman as myself. 2 of Brian Kohberger's 3 female victims, Kaylee Gonsalves and Maddie Mogan, were blonde. And the house on King Road was known for its parties. We also know that Kohberger went upstairs to Maddie Mogan's room first, where Kaylee and Maddie were both sleeping. He killed both of them right there in Maddie's bed before encountering Xana on the way downstairs to the 2nd floor and either following Xana or chasing her to her room, where he killed her and then killed Ethan too, because lo and behold, Ethan was over that night sleeping in that bed. Page 118 of the Elliot Roger book also says this, quote, it came to a point where I had to set a date for the day of retribution. I originally considered doing it on Halloween of 2013. That is when the entire town erupts into raucous partying. There would be literally thousands of people crowded together who I could kill with ease. And the goal was to kill everyone in Isla Vista, to utterly destroy that wretched town. But then after seeing footage of previous Halloween events on YouTube, I saw that there were too many cops walking around. It would be too risky. One gunshot from a cop will end everything. The day of retribution would have to be on a normal party weekend.
I'm sorry about that.
So I set it
missed
for
the whole
some
hearing.
time during.
I wasn't feeling well. All right, I'm back. I'm so sorry I missed the whole hearing. I missed the entire hearing, folks. I was sitting there. I was thinking I was going to be able to watch it, and then it was just over. So I don't know how that happened. I'm so sorry about that. I was literally expecting it to actually be a little bit of a hearing, and then there was nothing. I don't know how that happened, and I don't know. I still want to watch the interview and the review. I obviously want to keep going with Ashley Banfield. But for whatever reason, Little Towel missed the whole Kohberger hearing. So I'm very sorry about that. I hope you weren't stuck watching an overlap for too long. The hearing only went for literally like 12 minutes. So if you missed it, my apologies. I missed it too. And then we started watching something else that wasn't really related to Kohberger, and I apologize about that. Sometimes I just don't feel well, and that was one of those moments, ladies and gentlemen. So I stepped away to go get some water, and then I kind of sat downstairs, and I wasn't feeling well, and now I'm back here. So sorry about that. I missed the entire Kohberger hearing. If you would like to summarize it in the chat, that would be great. I know it's my job to do that. But no, I missed the whole hearing, so I have no idea what happened. So I apologize about that. I only missed, I think, like 5 minutes of the end where it kind of ended and we had some overlap. So I apologize about that. And I do want to continue with the Ashley Banfield coverage as well. But I honestly have no idea what happened during the Kohberger hearing, so you might have to actually tell me. So no, I'm okay. What did you want to ask me about? I'm here. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing all right. But yes, no, just let me know what I missed in the Kohberger hearing, and then we'll get back to our recap from yesterday. I don't think they're going to, no, I don't force, it's not going to be a RICO case. I don't understand. A lot of people, I think, don't really understand, like, the people that are talking about that are just kind of gesticulating. It's more of an obstruction of justice case than a RICO case. You know, they're not, it's not organized crime. And it was a very small amount of money. It was pennies. But yes, Beach Dance, I understand why people would think that, but like, that's not what RICO really is. It already just got neutered in the Diddy case, and you can't use RICO in creative ways and then have it fail, because then the statute is weakened. So, no, Vicky, I'm here. I don't want to call it a day. I don't know. I think it's the heat. I want to watch our interview with Shawn yesterday. I haven't listened to it yet, so I have no idea what was going on. All right. And then I also, again, but the frustrating thing is I just want to know what happened in the Kohberger hearing, so I guess we're just going to watch it again. That's all right. I'm sorry if you already saw it, but we're just going to watch it again. Because nobody, I guess, really picked up on what happened, which is okay.
All right. We are on the record in State v. Kohberger, CR 0124-31665. Present today by video is the defendant in custody with counsel, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Barlow, and Ms. Massoth. State is represented by Mr. Thompson, Mr. Hurwitz, and Ms. Jennings. On behalf of the media petitioners, we have Ms. Olson and Mr. Pedersen. Today's hearing is to discuss the media's request
Gag order not lifted. I want to listen to it, though. Thank you, Vicky Towell.
Terminate the non-dissemination order.
Sounds beautiful, Beach Dan.
State filed a response indicating it was no longer objecting to that, and the defense did file an objection indicating that they do have a continued objection to lifting the non-dissemination order. I've read the briefs that have been provided by the parties, and I'm going to attempt to shortcut things here a little bit by asking whether the defense, who is the objecting party, has anything additional to add beyond what it had in its briefing before. I don't know that I need to hear from, frankly, the petitioner. I think the briefing was adequate, so let me just start with Ms. Taylor to see if there's anything else she wants to add.
Your Honor, there is not, but if there's further argument, Ms. Barlow will be making that argument on behalf of the defense.
All right. And to be fair, Ms. Olson, was there anything you felt was important to add that was not contained within your briefing?
Your Honor, we would just briefly say in response to the defendant's brief, we certainly understand the expressed concern about the media coverage of their client. We don't think continuing the non-dissemination order helps that at all. It simply continues to limit the ability of the members of the press to reach out to the people who know the most about the case. It doesn't obligate them to say anything. We also understand that they expressed that there was a due process right to the sentencing. I read the case that they submitted. I think that there is obviously a due process right at sentencing, but I don't think that case is really it doesn't provide any guidance to the court here, because that was about information provided to the court. And given the very limited scope, and we understand it's very important, but given the very limited scope of what's to be decided at the sentencing, we don't think the arguments that Mr. Kohberger made should outweigh at this stage the First Amendment rights of our client.
Oh, so we really do have a reason to rewatch it because it's unclear if it was lifted or not. All right, folks, we're rewatching the Kohberger gag order hearing because it's unclear if it was actually lifted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, in light of that response by the media outlets or interested outlets, Ms. Barlow, do you want to add anything?
I would only say, Your Honor, as this court is well aware, the publicity in this case is so extensive and emotions are already so high that adding fuel to the fire of media interviews or a rush to interview people as they leave the courthouse or enter the courthouse would only increase the concerns that the defense has. And even though the plea has a specific sentence attached to it, as this court is well aware, things happen in plea hearings and, sentencing hearings. And to minimize the possibility of that, we request that this order stay in place.
All right, thank you. All right, as the court has considered the petition, frankly, the court was prepared at the time the plea was entered to lift the non-dissemination order in order to give the parties time to evaluate that and to ensure I wasn't missing anything. When both sides objected, I agreed to continue the non-dissemination order. I also indicated that I would have the potential to look at that again before sentencing because, frankly, I anticipated the motion from somebody, in this case, the Ms. Olson and her clients, was likely to be coming. And at this point, I do not believe the purpose of the non-dissemination order, the primary purpose, which is to ensure that we can seat a impartial jury, is any longer at play. The concerns identified by the defendant, while certainly not to minimize those, they are concerns and they are significant concerns. I do not think, however, the non-dissemination order and the right of the public to information is outweighed or outweighs those rights, I should say. And frankly, I don't think that lifting the non-dissemination order will meaningfully impact those concerns. I mean, the media frenzy, as it has been described, will continue regardless. It is a little bit like water will find low ground. In this case, the media is going to write about something regardless about this case. The lifting the non-dissemination order does not require the counsel or others who were previously bound by it to speak, and the state has indicated that they don't intend to until after the sentencing. And certainly I would hope that the media interests would respect those positions and give people the space that they need and request. In terms of, for example, the defendant's family and others coming and going at the sentencing, we intend to have, as we did before, appropriate security measures in place to ensure that they, as well as the victims, are allowed to get in and out unscathed by the media, if that's what they wish to do, or if they wish to speak to the media, they can do that as well. At this point, I just don't think that I can justify the continuation of the non-dissemination order. I think the rights of the public to information in this case is paramount, given the fact that a plea has been entered in this case, and so I'm going to lift the non-dissemination order. But I want to point out what that means.
Okay, so the non-dissemination order is lifted, but let's figure out what that means.
What it doesn't mean. So obviously nobody's required to speak to the media, first of all. Second of all, I want to be clear that the court's prior preservation order to the parties is not lifted and continues to stay in place. And so it's important to understand that those obligations still exist. And then the other thing I want to point out is that by lifting the non-dissemination order, that does not convert sealed documents to unsealed documents. Documents previously sealed by the court are still sealed. Now, I see the media also filed a petition to be heard to unseal everything. I'm denying that outright.
Okay, so that means non-sealed documents can come out. The sealed documents are not going to be unsealed.
To intervene because I think it's premature at this point. So the court will, its intent is to, after sentencing, begin the process of reviewing all the sealed material in this case to determine what should be unsealed and what should not be unsealed. That process will include an opportunity for counsel to register any objections to unsealing documents, specific documents, and request to redact certain sealed documents before they are unsealed, or unseal them in a redacted form. I intend to do that in groupings of documents at a time. As I sit here now, my thought is I'm going to start from newest to oldest because those are the ones that I have the most working knowledge of as to the reason for the sealing of the documents, as well as the content of those documents. And so I think I can get through those more quickly. As we move backward in time, it's going to take further, more extensive review by the court to figure out, to obviously review the content of those documents, listen to those hearings, et cetera, and determine why they were sealed and whether that rationale still is necessary, or that rationale still requires the documents to maintain that sealed status. And so before everybody gets out their pen and paper and sends in public records requests, understand those will be denied for sealed records until they are unsealed. And that process is going to take time. And I'm not talking days, and I'm probably not talking weeks for that to be accomplished. So I hope people understand patience will be required to get through that, as I'm going to have to review those myself to make those decisions. Now, we may be able to speed things up if neither party objects to groupings of documents or specific documents being unsealed. But it's important to review those because those documents may include information that, pursuant to Rule 32, are not to be made public, including birth dates, social securities, information about minors and victims, and information that would be essentially inappropriate to unseal, including protection of individuals from undue harassment, et cetera. And so that's just going to take time. In addition, I'm unlikely to unseal much until after sentencing and after the appeals period has run. Now, I recognize the plea agreement includes a waiver of the right to appeal, but as the parties probably know, the U.S. Supreme Court in Garza versus Idaho has indicated the fact that a defendant waives the right to appeal doesn't mean they don't have the right to appeal. And so it may affect the outcome of that appeal, and it may affect the underlying case and the plea agreement, but nonetheless, the right to appeal does not go away because of the waiver. And so I think it is important for that time period to also play itself out to see that it goes the way that I think people intend and expect it to. And so I will be entering an order in the next week or so outlining the process for the review of the sealed records. And counsel will need to maintain a presence in the case in order to review those materials as they are proposed to be unsealed by the court. Because the timeline that I will likely give you will not be, I suspect, extensive as for each group of records. So I might give you 14 days, for example, to provide a response as to a group of, a dozen or a couple dozen records at a time. So just sort of heads up and fair play with respect to that. Any questions by the parties about the ruling today?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense. Thank you.
So Olson, do you have any questions?
And I don't, Your Honor. I wasn't certain if I was included within the parties. I would just say I think that the court's proposed manner of moving forward on the sealed records will likely largely address our interests. So we appreciate the court setting that out in this hearing today.
Yeah. If certain records after review maintain their sealed status, it would be at that point that I would entertain requests for me to consider that more formally and to have a voice in that. But I think until I've gone through that process, it's premature, which is why I don't intend to take up your motion, your more recent filed motion at this time. So,
thank you, Your Honor. We appreciate that.
All right. And with that, then we are adjourned. Thank you. I'll see you next week.
All right. Thank you very much for letting me replay that. I'm sorry I got a little bit lightheaded earlier. I'm feeling better now. All right. So the order is lifted, the non-dissemination order, but the sealed records are going to go through a review process, and then if any records are sealed that people want out after the process, they can bring a motion to have them unsealed. That's basically what happened. So yes, very interesting indeed. Sentencing is next week, folks. Sentencing is next week. So, you just heard the Kohberger hearing twice. I'm sorry we had to do it twice. Towel wasn't feeling great. Would we like to do a couple rounds of Towel Trivia, friends? Who's here who would like to play a couple rounds? I don't feel wonderful, but let's do it, and then let's listen to the interview with Shawn, which I have not had a chance to listen to. I feel bad. Normally I'm very sort of in the moment, but I feel, anxious. I don't know. Just gotta, I think it comes down to being on the spectrum. Sometimes I just overthink things and it's unnecessary, but I'm working on it. All right, let's do some Towel Trivia. All right, SD, we would love, ESDEE, we would love to have you. Hello, Hot Coffee Chats. How are you, my dear friend? Hello, Peonian Bros. And Steph is here. We are going to have some Towel Trivia, and it's very hot. Maybe that's why I'm not feeling great. And then we're going to watch... I appreciate it, Steph. And then we're going to watch Towel's interview with Shawn from yesterday, because I haven't listened to it, and in those moments, I have to be very, in the moment, and it's different when you actually watch it back. So you'll see my live reaction to my own interview. All right, so let's do a couple rounds of Towel Trivia. and I am excited. Oh, yep, I absolutely will. I haven't had time to go down today, but I'll do it tomorrow. I'm so glad to hear that, Hot Coffee Chats. Hi, Kath. Yeah, it does. But I was in a good mood earlier. I think it's just like, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm okay. I'm just very hard on myself, like very, very hard on myself. Like I didn't like that I missed the end of I didn't like that I wasn't there for the hearing, and then we had to like watch that weird double screen for a little bit, and I shouldn't care that much about that. Like my health, like things that matter to me come first, you know, and I should never like. I need to just do a better job. You know, like I know what my priorities are. I know what I care about. And like a few minutes of the stream running is irrelevant. You know what I mean? I just have to feel okay and make sure like I refocus. But we all learn. I'm in a unique position in that I do like live streaming like during the middle of the day. So, you know, I wouldn't say I live my life during the stream, but like I have the time where I do it, and I don't know. No, I don't read anything on X. It's not that. It was just I'm beating myself up for not being able to multitask better when we were watching the Kohberger hearing earlier, which is a very, like, it's silly, but it's not trivial. Like, like I just have to, it's just something I have to think about more personally. And, like, I know what my priorities are, and the stream is important to me, but, you know, anyway, I think I just have had a lot of caffeine, and it's hot. And it's hard to think when it's hot, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I appreciate you. Yes, oh, you were all happily chatting. That makes me feel better. I'm not going to pass out. We're going to make it through. All right, what category are we going to start with? Let's do our general category today. You know the rules of Towel Trivia. Hot though it may be today, the rules are if I get the question right, I get a point. If you're the first one to get it right in the chat after I get it right, you get a point. If you're any subsequent person to get it right, you get half a point. Our world record holder, if you've never played before, is Steph Towel, 50.5 points in one day, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Yeah, okay. I can take my suit jacket off, I suppose. It's really not the heat, though. It's just, like, I get anxious and have panic attacks over stupid things. They're very important, but I just have panic attacks for no reason. And I think people can probably empathize with that, but, like, I don't know. I just like to be perfect all the time, and I don't like when I am not, like, what I need to be, you know. I let myself down. But there you go. I took my jacket off. You're funny, Colleen. You're funny, bossy Texas chick. All right, where is my towel scores? Round 9. All right, there we go. Congratulations to Tatabug for yesterday's big win. Tatabug has the crown. Is someone going to take the Tatabug crown? We don't know. All right. Yeah, too much caffeine might be a little toxic. I agree, Alicia. I agree. I am a teetotaler, though, so that's good. All right, let's play. Here we go. First round. It's starting right up. Which body parts are compared to hot dogs in a viral beach selfie trend that started on Tumblr? Eyebrows, legs, thumbs, lips. I have no idea. Legs? I got it. I know my social media trends. Oh, thank you, Selma. I appreciate you, my friend. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much, my dear friend. That means so much to me. Heart. Now, who? No. Oh, wow. Alicia. Wait, is Tatabug? No, I thought Tatabug popped up. But Alicia Towel, the only one to know her social media trends, picks up a full point. Anybody else know it? I'm still on form. Damn right, Ruth. I'll start feeling a little bit better. You know, it's like an hour-to-hour thing. I'll have to check that out, Lazy Susan. Hello, Holy Ralph Mill Empire. Hello, Cynthia. Hello, Sunken Grave, and Steph, and Cat Dawn, and Nancy, and Alicia. But let's all wait. Cat Dawn, hold on. Where is it? No, Cat Dawn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I apologize. Hold on. It was not you. Wait a minute. People said I'm still on form. I'm not. The answer was not choice 1. The answer was not choice 1. It was choice 2. Kath Dawn got the full point. Alicia Towell, I'm so sorry. I attribute it to the heat. Kath Dawn got the full point. Cynthia Towell grabs half a point because the correct answer was number 2. I know you all are going to say Grant. The answer is number 2. I'm well aware of that. Nancy gets half a point. Great job, Nancy. Alicia Towell. Wait a minute, Alicia Towell. Didn't you answer 1 and then 2? Alicia Towell, we have to go with your first answer. Hello, Bossy Texas Chick. Hello, Susan. Hello, Noel. Even when he's one step away from fainting, he's got it. Cat Dawn grabs the full point. Cat Dawn, you lobbied hard. Not a problem, Alicia. Thank you, my dear friend. All right, next question. Is Cat Dawn going to take the crown today? You got this, Cat Dawn. Ruth, you're funny. Teams from what Pennsylvania city, also known for Heinz ketchup, won both the MLB and the NFL championship in 1979? Was it Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Allentown, or Harrisburg? Well, I love Allentown, but the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is the Steel City, Pittsburgh. Who knows their Steel City? Steph, ladies and gentlemen, gets the full point. Sunken Grave, you are a wonderful soap dispenser. Sunken Grave gets half a point. Ralph gets half a point. Ruth gets half a point. Cat Dawn gets half a point. You got to keep up those half points, Cat Dawn. Alicia Towell picks up that half point. Nancy picks up another half point. Don't sleep on Nancy Towell. Hello, Lorelei Dixon. Lorelei Dixon picks up a half a point. Great job. Great job, ladies and gentlemen. I've never seen the Jodi Arias trial, but I do hear it's funny. At least some of the moments. It's a sad trial, but some funny moments. Yes, Lazy Susan. That's what I hear about it. All right, next question. Join in on Towel Trivia at any time. What city is home to the only baseball team whose ballpark sausages outsell its hot dogs? Boston, Milwaukee, Chicago, New York. Oh, goodness. Who eats a lot of sausages? The New Yorkers? I guess Fenway Franks are probably more popular. Is Chicago known for its sausages or New York? New York. It's Milwaukee. We got fucked. Steph! Oh, my goodness. Steph Towell picks up a full 2 points. Steph knows her sausages. You're funny, Steph. Bossy Texas Chick picks up a full point. Bossy Texas Chick likes her ballpark sausages. Ruth Lang. Ruth picks up a full point. Ruth knows her ballpark sausages. Julia picks up a full point. She knows her ballpark sausages. That was a tough question. What can I say? Steph knows her ballpark sausages, ladies and gentlemen. You can crown her the ballpark sausage champion. All right, good guesses from everyone else. Hold on, I want to give Cat Dawn a chance to answer. Selma, that's true. That's true. Where's Cat Dawn? You hear, Kath? Kath, if you want to submit an answer, that's all right. If you didn't know that one, that's okay. Have fun, Lazy Susan. It was great to see you. Selena, you are funny. Okay, here you go. Towel has undone a button. Oh, no. What have we done? Hi, Case 10. Apparently we're lobbying Towel to unbutton his shirt. Oh, no. What has happened? Good guess, Cat Dawn. Cat Dawn comes in and picks up half a point. Now, Cat Dawn, you might have to jump your stream forward a little bit. You're falling a little behind, my friend, but I waited. Bossy Texas Chick, good guess. It is not Chicago. That was a good guess. Caffeine is dehydrating. Maybe that's why I feel a little off. But I got to be more in the zone. I'm a towel. I have responsibilities. I got to be a good little towel, and some days I'm just not with it, you know? I'll make up, though. I'll get back in the zone. It's all we do minute to minute, day to day, or hour to hour, day to day. It's constant. It's that steady. Everyone has up and downs, but can we be steady? And that's what I got to do. All right. Who's ready, ladies and gentlemen? Bossy Texas chick. That was a good guess, but it was not Chicago. Apparently, Julia loves Kenosha next to Milwaukee, and she has a lot of German friends. Well, that's Julia, I appreciate you helping us learn about that. We are now more erudite, informed, and cogent towels. God bless you, my friend. Next question. What social app introduced an AR filter in the summer of 2017 that featured a dancing hot dog? Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Well, that sounds like something that would have been adopted early by Snapchat. I mean, they're into dancing hot dogs, all the kids. It was Snapchat. Towel knows his social media. Who knew about the kids and the hot dogs? Just look at Steph, ladies and gentlemen. Steph is the hot dog and sausage champion. Sunken Grave is not only a soap dispenser, Sunken Grave is also a hot dog expert. Who else, ladies and gentlemen? Noelle is a hot dog expert. Good job, Noelle. You know about the Snapchat. Kat Dawn, look at Kath. Kat Dawn is a Snapchat expert. Good job, Kat Dawn. Julia is a Snapchat expert as well. Good job, Julia. Who else? Ruth Lang is a Snapchat expert. All right, very good job, Ruth. All right, so there we go. Any other answers? I know we have to give. That's okay, Bossy Texas Chick. I appreciate your effort. Who else is going to... Sunken Grave knows his legs, or their legs. Good job, Sunken Grave. You are an excellent soap dispenser. You get a medal. All right. Who else? We have to give Nancy and Bossy Texas Chick like 20 seconds. The heat is reducing their internet speeds. Bossy Texas Chick nailed it. Bossy Texas Chick knows her hot dog filters. Oh, Kat Dawn already answered. All right, next question. Good job, Kath. Next question. What color ketchup did Heinz introduce in 2000 to go along with the usual red they'd produced for the previous 124 years? Green, orange, black, blue. Now, this is a tough one. I remember it being purple, the special one, but I'm pretty sure the first one they introduced was green. It was green, ladies and gentlemen. Towel knows his cat's up. Who else knows their cat's up? Steph. Look at it. Steph is just a cat's up champion. Steph is the catch up champion. Steph and Nancy. Nancy Towel also knows her catch up. Good job, Nancy Towel. Julia knows her catch up. Good job, Nancy. Good job, Julia Towel. Good job. Good job, Laura Lee Dixon. Laura Lee Dixon knows her catch up. Bossy Texas Chick and Bella know their catch up. As does Cynthia. Good job, Cynthia. Ruth Lang knows her catch-up. As does Kat Dawn. Kat Dawn picking up another half point. Yeah, it was a little weird. There was a purple one. It was a little weird. I'm not going to lie. It was a little weird. All right. Everyone's answered. Next question. What artist's beloved pet dachshund Lump featured in several of his works of art? Salvador Dali, Pablo Picasso, Andy Warhol, David Hockney. Who would have named their dog Lump? I feel like Dolly would have done that. He was a weird guy. Show me. No, it was Picasso, who was also a weird guy. Good guess, Steph. Good guess, my friend. But that was not it. Who got Pablo Picasso? Noel. Way to go with your gut. Picks up 2 points. Who else? Holy Ralph Mail Empire picks up a full point. Anybody else? Anybody else? Selena. Good job, my dear friend. Selena picks up a full point. A lot of good guesses, but only a few people knew Pablo Picasso. All right. Great job, folks. We are at the end of our first round. We'll do one more round before we watch the Shawn interview from yesterday, which we have to watch because I don't remember it. I was under a lot of stress. I feel like I'm hot and under a lot of stress today, and I'm not doing a good job being a little towel, so I gotta do a better job, all right? I gotta do a good job. I'm supposed to be a place of compassion and solace, and that's what I will do. I shall not be deterred. I am a towel. I am kind of a little dumb sometimes. Not on purpose. This was a very minor minor thing. But I'm still kind of dumb. All right, here we go. I have the rankings. Oh, hold on. Let me see who this is. All right, hello. I'm back. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. All right, so we have Steph in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Steph is in first place. We have with 5 points. Congratulations, Steph. You are Super Towel. In second place, we have Towel with 4 points. Congratulations, Little Towel. In third place, serendipitously enough, Kath Dawn takes the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Kath. Kath Dawn takes the podium with 3 points, ladies and gentlemen. Excellent job, my friend. First time on the podium, Kath. You are making waves. Oh, interesting, Selma. Thank you. We're in the middle of a round, but let me finish reading the score and we'll take a look at that. Hold on 1 second. Oh, Alicia is a male name. I did not know that. Alicia, I did not know that. Please forgive me. I have actually not seen that name before, so thank you for teaching me, and please forgive me. I should not make assumptions. I try to use the word they most of the time, but I make mistakes from time to time. Kath Dawn again, congratulations. Fourth position after our first round, we have a tie. Noelle Towel and Ruth Towel, 2.5 points each. Fifth place, Bossy Texas Chick. Congratulations. Sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, Ralph and Nancy Towel tied with 1.5 each. Seventh place, we have a 4-way tie. Sunken Grave, the best soap dispenser in the history of towels. Cynthia, a Super Towel. Laura Lee Dixon, a Super Towel. And Selena, a Super Towel. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Bossy Texas Chicken, Julia. Julia Towel, please forgive me. Please forgive me, I feel so terrible. Julia Towel, you came in with 2 points, my friend. You are in first, second, third, fourth. You are in a tie for fifth with Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Now, the profit. Oh, that, listen, and I also want to apologize to, if I'm saying this name wrong, phonetic pronunciation is very hard for Little Towel, but you just let me know how to pronounce your name, and I will get it right, I promise. Even if I have to do it like 6 times, I'll get it right. But anyway, I apologize to Julia, who is in 5th place. Now, 6th place was Ralph and Nancy with 1.5. 7th place was a 4-way tie. Sunken Grave, the best soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi. Cynthia Towel, Laura Lee Dixon, and Selena, all with 1 point. And then the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen, I need to work on my phonetic pronunciation. Alicia Towel. It's Elisha, and if I'm pronouncing that wrong, you just let me know. And if you've never played Towel Trivia before, it is a pretty fun game. Much better playing today than with like 400 people yesterday. That was a little overboard. Towel's feeling a lot better, by the way. I just want to make an announcement. I am feeling better. If you were all worried about Little Towel, Towel has no Jack D65. Wait till you are done driving, and then you can play, my dear friend. I care about your safety more than your points in trivia. How about this? Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone object to giving Jack D65 a point if he or they wait until they get home or to their destination before playing? How about we'll reward safe driving? Oh, Jack D65 just jumped to live, my friend. Just jump to live, and if you're back home, and we'll give you a full point if you avoid playing trivia until you finish driving, okay? I would really like you to do that. All right, so we're going to go to our next round. Towel's feeling better. Towel's not overwhelmed anymore. Everybody's feeling good. We're feeling better. We're playing Towel Trivia, and then we're going to watch the very interesting interview with Shawn yesterday. All right, 2 points. All right, Jack D65, if you don't play until you are done driving, you get 2 full points as a safety bonus. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella want to reward safe driving. Did you know Bella has a driver's license? Never put a cat in a car, ladies and gentlemen. But Bella, you are allowed to drive, all right? You tell the Texas Highway Patrolman that the guy who talks to you from the TV said you can drive. I don't know if that's going to save you, but I also don't think they can arrest a cat. You're a cat. Bella's like, oh, that's a good point. They can't arrest a cat. That's true. By the way, I just want to let you all know out there, to any of you who have panic attacks, you don't ever have to feel like you're alone or like you are unique in that. Even Little Towel has panic attacks over very mundane things. And yes, I talk through it, and I'm glad to have you around when they happen. But you shouldn't ever feel bad about having panic attacks, all right? We all do our best, and panic attacks are sometimes what makes us who we are. All right, Jack D65 is going to finish driving, and then they're going to get their 2-point safety bonus. Who's ready for the next round? I think we should do women artists. I'm going to get absolutely... Selma, super towel hugs to you, my friend. I'm going to get absolutely run over, but, we're going to do women artists. All right, so the other thing is Selma shared a link for us in the chat. Let me see. Selena, you're right. I think I have some nice ice water. The ice is all gone, but I'm feeling better now. Let me see. Oh, hold on. The chat stopped loading a little while ago. Give me 1 second. I feel bad. Your towel chats are on my phone but not showing up on the screen. Let me refresh them for you. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to look at this message that's, I believe it was Selma sent in the chat because, oh, I love you too. Hello, Buck and Colleen Henry. Did you know that you are both super towels? All right, so there we go. I want to grab this status that Selma shared because it was apparently about, where's the MAL one? Hold on. It was apparently about like something about the app. I want to get the one that was from MAL though, the one that said MAL. Where is it? Oh, you deleted it. Selma, which one is it? Is it the FBI link? Because the other one you had put is removed, the MAL one. But let me grab the FBI link, okay? So this is a link apparently about like Signal app, and I want to see if the feds are sending some kind of message. So let's see. This is our trivia intermission. We're going back to trivia, so we're not done with that round. We're not done with the first round of the day. We are going to play the interview with Shawn. If you missed it yesterday, you're not going to want to miss this replay. It was really, really good. Okay. Hold on. Yep. No, that Selma. That's an interesting one. But I thought you sent one about Signal. Hold on, little towels. Hold on. I think it was like MAL or something. I don't know what MAL is though. All right. I love that rose, Selena. Very beautiful rose. All right, let's go back to trivia. And then if 478 breathing for panic attacks. What's that, Eva? Can you tell me how to do it? Maybe we'd all benefit from it. Let me look up how to do it. Okay, hold on. 478 breathing instructions for panic attacks. Dr. Wheel. All right, let's watch this. Okay, I'd like to see a video. Okay, I found a video and it's quick. Okay, so let's thank you so much to Eva Towel for this suggestion. Maybe this will help Little Towel.
The 478 breath that I teach is the most powerful relaxation method that I've discovered. It's very simple, requires no equipment, takes very little time, costs nothing. And it is a practice. It's something that you have to do regularly. So in this technique, you breathe in through your nose quietly to a count of 4, hold your breath for a count of 7, and then blow air out through your mouth audibly and forcefully. And you do this for a total of 4 breath cycles. So I'm going to show you what this looks like. And that's all. It's a bit hard for me to come back and talk to you after I do that because this produces a very pleasant altered state of consciousness that I'd rather stay in. You may not get that the first time you try it, but it's a reward of practicing this. And this is a practice. You must do this at least twice a day. So that 4 breath cycles at least twice a day. After a month, if you're comfortable with it, you can increase to 8 breath cycles each time you do it. But that's the absolute maximum. You can do it more frequently than twice a day, but never more than 4 or 8 breath cycles at one time. It may take 4 to 6 weeks before you notice physiological changes from this, but over time, practicing this will lower heart rate, lower blood pressure, improve digestion, improve circulation. It promotes sleep if you get up in the middle of the night for any reason. It is the most effective anti-anxiety technique that I've found. I've taught it to patients with the most extreme forms of panic disorder who eventually brought that under control just relying on this breathing technique. So please practice it, do it regularly, and I think you'll be very pleased with the results.
Wow, thank you so much, Eva Towel. That was wonderful, and I can see the practice that's required, but it produces a very nice, relaxing effect. Now, Little Towel doesn't necessarily want to be relaxed all the time because my anxiety is probably what makes me such an effective orator and analytical mind. But when dealing with things, the 5% of my life that is Grant instead of Little Towel, I love that. God bless you, Eva Towel. I hope other people benefited from that as well. I found it very, very helpful personally. All right, we're going to do another category. I think we'll vote on this category. Throw your suggestions in the chat, and I will add them to the poll. Next towel trivia category. Ladies and gentlemen, next towel trivia category. Throw those suggestions in the chat. I agree, Kat Dawn. The CIA recruits people with anxiety for a reason, according to a podcast I listened to. THC lozenges. I don't know if we can make that a category, but I understand what you're saying, Colleen. I was joking. Yeah, or an inhaler. I hear they have THC inhalers now for medical patients. Oh, no, Julia has to leave. Okay, so Julia wants to do perfumes. But, Julia, this one we can list any category, but I'll take your suggestion. Perfumes. Britney Spears. I love that suggestion. Crowded places. All right. We got to love our resident soap dispenser towel. All right. And what is the next suggestion? One more suggestion, ladies and gentlemen. You can pick literally any category your little towel heart desires. It doesn't have to be limited to what you see on the screen. Let's see. Singers from the past. All right. I love it. All right. Here you go. Vote away. The vote is up. The towel poll is live. What's it going to be? Perfumes, Britney Spears, crowded places, or singers from the past? Britney Spears jumps out to an early lead. Britney's holding on. Steph Towel. Oh, no. Singers from the past has jumped out. Oh, it's ferocious. It's very close competition. Crowded places and Britney Spears are splitting the vote. Steph Towel is lobbying. Oh, Noelle. Yep, we did do perfumes last time, which means it might not win. Singers from the past in crowded places. Oh, Singers from the past takes a lead. Singers from the past just in head of crowded places, ladies and gentlemen. I'm horse racing announcer Towel. Singers from the past leading by just a little bit. Get your votes in. I'm about to close the poll. We're about to hit a quorum. What will the next round of Towel Trivia focus on? Will it be Singers from the Past? Will it be Britney? Will it be Crowded Places? Perfume is falling behind. Steph says she loves Britney. I don't know if we're going to get Britney. Maybe next category, Steph. Ladies and gentlemen, just one more vote. It looks like Singers from the Past is going to take it. We have a quorum. We have a quorum. It looks like Singers from the Past is taking it, ladies and gentlemen. We have a quorum. Congratulations, Eva Towel managed to pick the category. It is Singers from the Past, ladies and gentlemen. It could be any singers. It could be the Von Tramp family singers. It could be the Brewski family singers, which isn't actually a thing. It could be the Towel family singers, which is also not a thing. But imagine if Brewski just started singing right now. If he was like, well, you know what? I have decided I'm going to be an operetto. All right, well, go ahead. I think Eva Towel would be very pleased. All right, who's ready? I'm ready, ladies and gentlemen. We shall begin the next round of towel trivia. It is singers from the past. Britney Spears is technically a singer from the past. Which artist is known for the song Respect? Ella Fitzgerald, Aretha Franklin, Billie Holiday, Janis Joplin. Well, you better R-E-S-P-C-T me, because her name is not Billie Holiday. It's not Ella Fitzgerald. It's not Janis Joplin. It's the Queen, Aretha Franklin. Got it, ladies and gentlemen. You can call me Super Towel Aretha Franklin. I am an Aretha Franklin towel. Who got it? Steph. Steph uses her super fast Super Towel internet to get the full point. Nancy from the 508 knows her music. Nancy from the 508 is Super Towel. Noel and Holy Ralph Male Empire both pick up half a point. Noel indeed. Oh, Noel picks up half a point. Holy Ralph Male Empire. Where are you, Ralph? Ralph picks up half a point. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong too, but I'm working on it. Cat Dawn stays in third place by picking up half a point. Bossy Texas Chick, excellent, excellent. Bossy Texas Chick and Bella, no, they're R-E-S-P-C-T me. Sunken Grave is not only a soap dispenser, but they also got another half a point. Julia T got it. Julia T picks up half a point. Oh, wait, we have two Julias. Oh, goodness. All right, so that's Julia T. And then how am I going to denote this other? And then Julia G. All right, Julia G and Julia T. Look at those matching names. Both pick up half a point. All right, so I got Julia T and I got Julia G. All right, who else got half a point? Eva and JI5 towel. Oh, goodness, it is a ruckus towel party in here. Eva and JI5 towel both pick up half a point. Of course, Eva towel picked up half a point. It's Eva towel's category. And Allie towel and, oh, hello, Allie and Ruth. Allie towel and Ruth towel both pick up half a point. I wanted to say hello, Allie and Rue, but I said hello, Allie and Ruth. Yes, you got it, Allie towel. What do you think? I was going to forget you, Allie and Rue? What? Rue would have found me. Hello, Rue. All right. Rue's like, oh, no, the TV's talking to me again. The man on the TV knows who I am. Yes, I do, Rue. You are a super towel. All right, here we go. Next question. Who recorded the hit My Way? Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole, Elvis Presley, Johnny Cash. Well, ladies and gentlemen, come on. If you get this wrong during the St. Mary of Carmen's festival, come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Old Blue Eyes himself, ladies and gentlemen, Frank Towel Sinatra. I got it. You can call me Frank Towel Sinatra, ladies and gentlemen. Who got it? Steph, very good guess, but Nancy shows her Italian pride and grabs the full point. Ruth Lang coming through as always and grabbing half point. Cat Dawn picking up another half point to stay in third place. Great job, Cat Dawn. Ralph picking up a half point. Great job, Ralph. Allie, Towel, and Rue picking up half point. I bet Rue got that one. Allie's gonna be like, no, it was me. Cynthia grabs another half point. Eva Towel and Bossy Texas Chick both grab a half point. Good job, Bella. Bella, I know that you have connections to Johnny Roselli and Frank Sinatra. You've been hiding it from Bossy Texas Chick. It's time to come clean. Old Blue Eyes indeed. JI5 picks up half a point. And Hot Coffee Chats loves Old Blue Eyes picks up half a point. Did you know Old Blue Eyes had an ownership interest in the Fountain Blue Cafe down in Miami, which was where Johnny Roselli and Momo and a few, Sam Giancana and Jack Ruby and others planned with the JM Wave Station of the CIA the hit on Castro? Gotta respect Momo and Johnny Roselli for refusing to take any money to do the job. Sunken Grave's like, I'm a soap dispenser who will sell my points. Yep, true to form. I'm sure Old Blue Eyes would approve Sunken Grave. We'll call you Old Soap Dispenser Eyes. Which singer gained fame with the hit Volare in the 1950s? Domenico Mondongo, Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley. Okay, it's either one or two. I'm feeling like it could be Dean Martin. but I don't know who Dominic Mondungo is. So, what a name. Give me Dean Martin. No, it was Dominic Mondungo. Damn it. How dare you, Dominico Mondungo. How dare you. Dominico Mondungo. What a name. He's a Mondungo. Who got this one? Bossy Texas chick knew it was Dominico Mondungo. You're a Mondungo. How about that? Eva Towel picks up a full point. She knew that it was the Mondungo. I don't know what the Mondungo is, but Eva Towel certainly did, ladies and gentlemen. I thought you already had half a point, Eva Towel. No, you have a full point, so now you have 2 points. Who else knew it was Dominico Mondungo? Hot Coffee Chats knows her Dominico Mondungo. Who the hell is Dominico Mondungo? And listen, I'm sorry. I know a lot about history. I have no idea who the hell Dominico Mondungo is, right? The Mondungo ate your baby. Or that's all I could think about. The Mondungo ate your baby. I know. Who the hell is Dominico Mondungo? Sounds like Dikembe Mutombo, but from Italy. Who gave me a microphone and allowed me to just talk? Oh, goodness. Great job to... Who got that one? Great job to Bossy Texas chick, who clearly is some kind of undercover agent and knows about Dominico Mondungo, and Eva Towel and Hot Coffee Chats. You all seem to know about this Dominico Mondungo character. I'm a little bit concerned. All right, let's continue. Bossy Texas chick, you're supposed to say, yes, I'm a secret agent and I know everything about Dominico Mondungo. Yes, the dingo. The Dominico Mondungo ate your baby. What kind of damn question was that? Good. Who was the lead singer of the Supremes? Aretha Franklin, Donna Summer, Diana Ross, Gladys Knight. I want to say it was Gladys Knight or Diana Ross. Gladys Knight? No, I should have gone with my initial instinct. It was Diana Ross. Nancy from the 508 picks up 2 points. Great job, Nancy Towel. I should have gone with my initial instinct. Sunken Grave is a soap dispenser and picks up a full point. Where are you, Sunken? I have you on here as just Sunken. There you go. I'm going to put Grave on there so I can find you easier. Ruth Towel knew her Supremes. Great job, Ruth Towel. Allie and Rue are dancing to the Supremes, picking up a full point. Ralph is dancing as well, picking up a full point. Julia T is dancing and picking up a full point. Noelle picking up a full point. Noelle knows her Supremes, or their Supremes. I can't make any assumptions. I've decided no more assumptions. Noelle picks up a... Oh, Noelle already had 3 points, so Noelle is up to 4 points now. Noelle's battling up at the top of the leaderboard. Who else do we got? Bossy Texas Chick and Hot Coffee Chats. Great job, Bossy Texas Chick. Great job, Hot Coffee Chats. Did I miss anybody? Nope, didn't miss anybody. All right, get ready, little towels. Get ready. That was a great job by everybody there. Great job. I know I should have gone with my gut. I was thinking it was Diana Ross, but I just couldn't get it right. I'm hot on Steph's heels. That's true. Sunken Grave, you have 2.5 points. You're jumping up that leaderboard. Keep it up, and you're going to be battling. Cat Dawn and Noelle are battling it out with Ruth Towel and Nancy Towel jumping up the leaderboard. Bossy Texas Chick is tied for first. It's a 3-way tie for first. Towel, Steph, and Bossy Texas Chick. Oh, goodness, little towels. What a ferocious competition. We might have to play a few rounds of towel trivia. I'm feeling good. Who was the lead vocalist of the Platters during their peak years in the 1950s? Tony Williams, Johnny Mathis, Benny King, or Clyde McFadden? You know, my mind's telling me no, but my body is telling me Johnny Mathis. It was Tony Williams. I feel like an idiot. All right. Who knew it was Tony Williams? Nope, it was not Johnny Mathis. No, it was not Clyde McFadden. No, number 6 is not an option. Jack D65 is back. He gets his 2 bonus points. Who got it? Who got number one? Selena. Great job, Selena, picking up 2 points. That was a hard one. Nobody knew it was Tony the Beltman Williams. I just made that up. I have no idea who Tony Williams is. Selena did, though. Johnny Mathis was a solo performer. Well, Nancy from the 508, you are an expert. You are an expert. He sounds like a praying mantis of sorts, but, that was a good question. All right, here we go. I'm only walking now. Excellent, Jack D65. As far as I'm aware, it is still legal to use your phone and walk. I'll let you know. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but if that changes, I'll let you know. All right, next question. Which jazz singer, known for her troubled life, was nicknamed Lady Day? Dina Washington, Ella Fitzgerald, Billie Holiday, Sarah Vaughan. It's either 2 or 3, but I'm thinking it's Billie Holiday. All right? I'm thinking it's Holiday. It's Billie Holiday. Towel, nailed it. I'll take my bow, ladies and gentlemen. Who got Billie Holiday? No, it's not Ella Fitzgerald. Sunken Grave grabs a full point, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy from the 508 grabs half a point. Ruth Lang grabs half a point. Allie from the 508 and Rue grab half a point. Who else got number 3? JI5 grabs half a point. And Ralph grabs half a point. Excellent job. Soap dispenser, sunken grave. People are washing their hands in your honor right now. I know that's bringing a smile to your face. All sunken grave wants, if you appreciate their skills, is for you to wash your hands and keep clean. And don't forget to use a towel. All right, folks, we are ready to resort our standings. Who's ready to hear their new rankings? Brazilian Girl, hello, my friend. Did I miss you getting an answer, or are you just coming in to say hello? Oh, you washed your hands. Oh, that Sunken Grave is literally going to be thrilled if you washed your hands. I'm telling you, you tell Sunken Grave that you washed your hands and used a towel and used a soap dispenser, Sunken Grave will just be thrilled. They make public service announcements reminding folks to wash their hands all the time, and they got that question right first because they're a super towel. Well, they're technically a super soap dispenser, but you can't have a soap dispenser without a towel. It's an integral part of the hand washing process. I bet I'm making Sunken Graves Day right now. The word soap dispenser has been said no less than 20 times in the past 60 seconds. Brazilian Girl knows what Mandingo is. Brazilian Girl, God bless you, friend. I thought it was like the dingo from Seinfeld, so I was just way off in left field. So anyway, don't forget to wash your hands and use a soap dispenser. That was basically the lesson of that soliloquy. Yes, I'm a towel who speaks in iambic pentameter and loves soap dispensers. What are you going to do about it? All right, Brazilian Girl is apparently letting us know that Mandingo is some kind of knight. Well, okay, Brazilian Girl, I would just like to let you know if you'd like to be given a knighthood, I would be happy to give you one. We can enter into some kind of negotiations. I don't actually have the authority to give out knighthoods, but you can just call yourself a towel knight. We'll call it Ordo Nobles Linto, the Order of the Noble Towel, okay? So I've decided that Brazilian Girl is now a... Okay, you know what? I have an idea. Can we just create an order? If we just call ourselves the Order of the Noble Towel, can we just start going around and designating people as dames and knights? And is there anything that prevents us from doing that? Brazilian Girl, nope, there will be no cheating because you have just been given a title of nobility. You are a towel dame. Allie would like to let us know that the dingo ate her baby. I'm very sorry to hear that, Allie. I think you should consult some guy who makes soup. Maybe he can help you. Knights of the Towel Rack. Oh, I love it. Yes, so one of our titles will be a Knight of the Towel Rack. Okay? And then what do we want to call dames? I don't think we should have dame and rack in the same sentence. It has, a little bit of a connotation. Ordo Nobilis Linto, the Order of the Noble Towel. Ordo Nobilis Linto, the Order of the Noble Towel. Okay? And so if you want to translate it into English, it's the Order of the Noble Towel. No soup for you. Yes, exactly. No dingoes, no babies, no soup for Rue. I'm sorry, Rue, you can't have any soup tonight. All right, what should we call Demontes? Okay, we will call them, the dames of the towel order will be called Demontes. All right? Bossy Texas chick, that is fun. All right, so we have our first honorary towel dignitary. It is Brazilian girl, a wench. No, that's a different title, Allie. We can have a wench as some kind of title, but it is different than a dame. A dame is a demate. All right, there we go. All right, let's get an update on the standings. I've started designating people with peerages. I'm not sure the government's going to be pleased about this. Technically, there's no title of nobility amendment, though, so why can't I? You know, I don't think there's anything that says I can't just create an order and start designating people with titles. It doesn't really give you any benefits, but you can have the title. I don't know if anyone's going to recognize it. I think people might look at you a little quizzically if you tell them you're a Knight of the Mundingo Order. All right, you got it. And then we'll have Knight of the Towel Rack and then Knight of the Mondungo Ate My Baby Order. All right, we'll have that one too. I don't think you can have a knight of an order within an order. Oh, look, that's a little metaphysical. Julia T, I still have some of the Italian cupcakes. I would love to be able to give you some. You can get them at the pastry shop on Adam Street in Nonantum if you need them. Eva, I missed you for half a point. Well, I would never do that to you, my friend. I've given you your half a point. Let me resort the scores here. I got to move some people around. We had a lot of jumping up and down the leaderboard. I made sure Eva got her half point that I missed. Eva Hot Coffee Chats and Alley Towel are jumping up the leaderboard together simultaneously. You can call them a twinned pair, a twinned triplet, in fact. Julia T jumping up the leaderboard, tied with Cynthia. And JI5 jumping up the leaderboard. All right, here we go. After our second round of the day, we got more rounds coming up. After our second round of the day, the order in Towel Trivia is Towel 7 in first place. I'll take my towel bow. In second place, Steph and Bossy Texas Chick in a tie with 6 points apiece. Excellent job, Steph and Bossy Texas Chick, just 1 point behind Little Towel. In third place, all alone, Nancy Towel with 5.5. Excellent job. In fourth place, Ruth Towel, 5 points. In fifth place, a tie, Kath Dawn and Noelle Towel. Kath Dawn Towel and Noelle Towel both have 4 points apiece. Excuse me, Ralph Towel also has 4 points and is tied as well. So that puts us at 1, 2, 3, 4. That's tied for fifth. In sixth place, ladies and gentlemen, in sixth place, we have, hold on one second. Just going to move 2 people. In sixth place, we have none other than the soap dispenser towel themselves. Don't forget to wash your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Sunken Grave with 3.5. Oh, Cat Dawn, you make sure you get on that bus. Travel safe, my friend. We're here with you. Sunken Grave in sixth place with 3.5. Excellent job, my friend. In seventh place, nipping on Sunken Grave soap dispenser heels, Selena Towel with 3. Excellent job. Now, in eighth place, we have a 3-way tie. Hot Coffee Chats, Eva Towel, and Alley Towel, 2.5 points each. In ninth place, that's close competition. In ninth place, we also have a 2-way tie. Jack D65 got 2 bonus points for driving safely. And Julia Towel, 2 points apiece. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, Cynthia, Julia T, and JI5, 1.5 points each. In 11th place, Laura Lee Dixon, right outside the top 10 with 1 point. And then tied for the position of honor, 12th place, Alicia Towel and Julia G, 0.5 point. Oh, goodness. Allie Towel's going to have to get a lot of questions right if she wants to charge up into the first place position. All right. Our next category is going to be a double bonus category. You know what it means. If it's a double bonus category, that means I'm going to pick a very hard category. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kath. Well, we'll try to distract you for your bus ride with interesting trivia questions. They were beautiful cupcakes. I agree, Steph. All right. All right. we are going to do the 1975 Church Committee hearings. Kath is on the bus, ladies and gentlemen. Kath is riding the bus. Nope, Steph. Nope, Allie Towel. We can do perfumes next. Nope, we can do it next. We're doing the 1975 Church Committee hearings. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Church Committee hearings, nope, Allie Towel, we can do perfumes or flowers next. Hello, Claudia. Oh, I can't wait to go check it out, my friend. You know it. Yes, Steph has T1 internet. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Also, Allie Towel, I'm going to Newton tonight potentially, so I'm inviting you again. If you send me a DM or find a way to contact me, we can say hello. I'll say hello to Rue, and I'll be like, Rue, I'm the man from the TV. And he'll be like, oh my goodness, it's the man from the TV. Maybe Rue speaks English, and we'll find out. Oh, okay, well, don't worry about it, Ralph. We're going to do our traditional pre-double bonus round soliloquy where I will tell you all about it. So the Church Committee, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta take a trip back to the quaint summer of 1971, and more specifically, the summer of 72, all right? And I want to take you back to June 17th, 1972. And you might be saying, Grant, I was not alive in June of 1972. Well, that's okay. We're going to go there anyway. So imagine you're wearing your hippie bell-bottoms and you're strolling down Constitutional Avenue in Washington on June 18th, 1972. And you open your paper, maybe it's the Washington Post, and you're reading this story from this guy named Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward, and it says CIA men arrested at the Watergate. And you think to yourself, wow, that's a little weird. That's wonderful, Allie Towel. I hope he still protects you. And you might be saying to yourself, well, LS, you are funny. I'm doing my best. Well, you might be saying to yourself, that sounds like it set off a whole conflagration, a crescendoing conflagration of concern amongst the political apparatus. You know, you're walking along Constitution Avenue. It's June. The magnolias have just bloomed. It is summer in the city, all right? You're thinking about maybe dancing to some, whatever the hit disco record is at the time. You like John Travolta, and you're generally a towel. So then, some stuff happens. I don't want to yada Watergate, but we know a lot about Watergate. And in short, like, a lot of people got screwed. Mostly President Nixon, perhaps unjustifiably so. But like G. Gordon Liddy, E. Howard Hunt, Frank Sturgis, Frank McCord, John Dean, who was the special counsel to the president, Attorney General Mitchell, Mitchell's wife, Martha Mitchell, they all just got royally screwed. And it basically started in the summer of 73 when they had the Watergate Commission hearings with Senator Ervin presiding. But it kind of, kept building to August of 74 when they did the impeachment vote in the House, right? But then before Nixon went to the Senate for trial, he resigned because Senator Goldwater told him he had like 4 votes in the Senate and he was going to get impeached, all right? Now, here's what's really interesting, okay? The next summer, 1975, Senator Frank Church, all right, convenes a set of hearings into domestic political operations by the CIA and the FBI and domestic intelligence agencies in the 50s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, basically after the OSS turned into the CIA after the end of World War II, which was about between like 44 and 46, all right? That's when the OSS became the CIA. So what we're really talking about is the years from like 42 to 75 and the development of the domestic intelligence complex in its early days, and then the multitude of different branches of the intelligence apparatus that emerged in those early years, culminating in the abuse that was Watergate and CONTELAPRO, other domestic sort of intelligence gathering activities that were beyond the remit of the CIA, and led to, of course, the establishment of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, which and the Senate Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, both of which became sort of permanent forms of the Church Committee. Does everyone understand? All right. Hello, Natalie B. Oh, I am so excited, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited. I can't wait for us to have this category, and I know Steph Towell was taking notes. Oh, wait a minute. Something's happening. The blogger is live now. Hold on, Natalie B. Natalie B, we're checking in. What do you got for us, Natalie B? We might interrupt before we go to our bonus round. What do you got? What do you got, Natalie B? What do you got? What do you got, Natalie B? What do you got? What do you got? What do you got? I'm turning it on right now. I'm a little towel, short and stout. Here is my towel. Here's my spout. All right, I'm a little towel. It is a little weird. He doesn't normally do that. I'm looking. Little towels. I'm jumping. You know, if we get told, Claudia's like, one. Claudia, we're not doing that right now. All right, we're switching over. You're going to hear come over your screen right now. I have no idea what he's talking about. He might start yelling about being an Oompa Loompa. I don't know. We're just going to listen. Wait, Long Island audits arrested. That's all he... Wait, what? Well, who cares that Long Island audits was arrested? Why is he going live about this? Is he even talking? He's just kind of sitting there.
So if you're busy right now or whatever, Shawn, if you'd like to come on, I emailed you a stream link to come on if you'd like, and just brief. Or we can do it another time if you're busier. We can set up a time to do a show on this. But yeah, give him a sub if you haven't already. Help him get to 1 million. It's pretty.
Wait, so he was live for an hour and all he talked about,
because like a lot of the auditors are obnoxious, and so.
That's all he talked about?
About my show, rather. And
where did he say it?
That I am on.
Where did he say it? Natalie, like within the past 10 minutes?
Right now is you guys are also in violation of a breach of...
Lunatic. There is the word that like watches you being nasty. You know what I mean? Some guy who goes up to your house and is watching you getting changed in your underpants. Some shit like that for the spank bank material. That's what I consider voyeurism. I'm going to Google it. Voyeurism definition: the practice of gaining sexual pleasure from watching others when they are naked or engaged in sexual activity. Okay. Statute. Now I'm going to look up voyeurism statute, Connecticut. Okay. A person is guilty of voyeurism when, number one, with malice, such person knowingly photographs, films, videotapes, or otherwise records the image of another person. Okay, that's satisfied. Without the knowledge and consent of such person. Immediately, it's not satisfied. Immediately, the voyeurism statute is out the door because he knew he was being recorded, because there was 2 men there with cameras pointed directly at him. Immediately, this does not become voyeurism. Without the knowledge and consent of such person. Not knowledge or consent, knowledge and consent of such person. Well, I guess he didn't have your... Wait a minute. I guess actually, now that you're freezing, knowledge... So you have to have knowledge and consent of the person. So he might have fulfilled that, actually. Okay. While such other person is not in plain view. So that's definitely not satisfied, okay? Because this guy was in plain view. It's not like he was going up to their home and looking in the windows, because that would be voyeurism. The dude came out of his house. That's the only time he was on film, okay? Under circumstances where such other person has a reasonable expectation of privacy. You don't have a reasonable expectation of privacy on your fucking front lawn. You don't. It's not a private area. In your house, sure, but not on your front lawn. With the intent to arouse or satisfy the sexual desire of such person or any other person. Okay, so that's another way. Okay, no, so that's, forget about that. All right. So he's obviously not doing the sexual stuff. So they're saying that this is just crazy that they call this voyeurism.
It's not voyeurism. It's not voyeurism to knock on somebody's door. That's not. It's a reasonable expectation of privacy, and you invade on his privilege. No, and you're wrong.
He doesn't have a reasonable expectation of privacy on his lawn. He has it in his house. He didn't go in his house. He didn't look in his house. He didn't go up. He didn't even go on his fucking door. He rang the doorbell and walked off the fucking porch. This is insane. Insane.
Glad to go take a ride. Arrest us both for a brief piece. Turn around for me. Do what you gotta do, man.
Yeah, I don't see anything there from him in my inbox, so I'm unable to send. But if you'd like to, please, if you guys know Shawn or how to reach him.
I was trying to see. He's spitting in my face. Are you going to take him to jail?
No.
Yeah, I don't care, man. This is ridiculous. Well, you obviously bring this to property. Do you want us to lock up the truck and obviously make sure somebody steals it? Well, yeah. Can I start off? You got to go inside the truck from behind. I'll let you like a car.
I'm going to check my emails. All right. So, that was crazy. I'm going to check my email to see if he emailed me. I didn't get, let me see my spam. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything there from him in my inbox. So I'm unable to send him a link. But, if you'd like to, please, if you guys know Shawn or how to reach him, reach out to me, send me an email, give me his contact information. I'd love to speak with him. And I'm not the only one who speaks to him. So attorney Mark Randazza is messaging me right now, and Mark wants to represent him, I think.
No, this is not the same
we all
Shawn.
know how great Mark is.
I think the guy, I think the First Amendment auditor is named Shawn. It's not Shawn McDonaugh.
He's the guy in the United States of America on First Amendment stuff, the guy that beat the buffer zone. He was the reason that we were able to have so many people out there, thousands of people out there for that, because he never gave up, fought in federal court, didn't take no from Judge Georges, appealed it, got the victory, stood up to Auntie Bev. So he's also looking to connect with Long Island audits. So Shawn Paul Reyes. So if Shawn, if you're watching, man, love to collab.
It's not the same
Talk to you about this. Like to get your story out there more. It's my understanding that there's a petition, I think, that's being shared in the comments. And you guys can, I think it's over 20. I think he's having some type of protest next Friday, the 25th, I want to say. I don't know if I'll be able to go to that. Maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, love to. Oh, he's right there. Oh, we made him a mod already. He's got a wrench already. Hold on. I'm going to send, I don't know if you're busy right now. Copy there. I am emailing you my.
Well, all right. This is weird. I'm actually glad we watched this. That's weird. That's really weird. All right. Like, that's really weird. Why is he all of a sudden teaming up with First Amendment auditors? Why does he give a shit that some First Amendment auditor got confronted by cops? Like, what does he give a shit? Who cares? Who cares? Literally, who cares? Whoa. He knows he needs their support. He knows something's coming. But the auditor community, whoa. I have not seen that beach dance, but I would not be surprised if they do that in China. But first of all, okay, so here's my analysis of that. Thank you to the Super Towel who shared that. Why would he do a whole impromptu live about a First Amendment auditor who got confronted by cops about, like, filming? Who cares? Who cares? That's not breaking news. Like, that's like beneath him almost to cover. What did he just want that was his plan to just cover something else entirely and stop talking about the other stuff? That's a little weird. And then the second thing that makes it really weird is, why is he like trying to make allies of people with large followings in the First Amendment auditing community? It's a very like tactical move, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate it. But it's like a very tactical move to do that kind of thing, like for him. And yeah, so first of all, I understand the reason someone wanted us to watch that is they thought he was talking to Shawn McDonaugh. He wasn't. He was talking to a guy named Long Island Audits whose name is Shawn. But I'm glad we watched it because I don't need to see the whole thing. It was just him analyzing a First Amendment auditor getting arrested. Or getting in trouble. But what's really interesting, what ended up being really interesting, is why is he doing that? Why is he trying to get this guy on board with him? Why does he need an ally? Right, Beach Dance. It's not about Turtle Boy at all. With all this other bombshell stuff going on, the feds potentially circling, and Aiden wants to talk about a First Amendment auditor, like with a big, how many, what was his name? Long Island Audit. Let me see how many people he has on his YouTube. Maybe that'll tell me a lot. Long Island Audit. If it's like 5 million or 1 million or something, 1 million, bro, 950,000 followers, dude, he is looking for support. And no shit, this video that Turtle Boy just analyzed was from 2 days ago. It's not even breaking news, because I'm looking at WFSB and covering this shit 2 days ago. So what is this prick doing? What is this? What is he doing? He needs support, I guess. And so 1 million follower account. So look at this. This is the confrontation. This is it being covered on July 14th by the news. So this was not breaking news. All right. So then it makes you wonder, all right, what is he up to? Like, why does he need this guy? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, LS. We don't need to actually listen to it because we can see there's local coverage, whatever. But why does Turtle Boy need the support of Long Island Audits? And why does he care about this? And it can't be about the fact that the guy got arrested for, like, all right, I'm just, giving you my analysis, but you only line up with something like that. You only line yourself up with someone like that if you, like, that is not, like, the guy didn't even know Turtle Boy was going to talk about him. You saw him in the chat, like, hey, I'm here. Like, Turtle Boy was like, oh, I didn't even know he had a wrench. Turtle Boy was excited that he had a wrench. That's in a million follower account. Yeah, it's an auditor, but it doesn't matter. It's a big platform. What Turtle Boy clearly was getting blackballed by the news, right? Like the conventional media, and then Karen's like clearly worried about him. And then he was doing this like tour on smaller YouTube channels, and then out of nowhere, he's like, oh, maybe if I cover the Long Island Audit thing, Long Island Audit will want to platform me. Okay, well, Long Island Audit has 1 million users. Why do you need this random guy from New York who has a small amount of local news coverage about getting in a confrontation with a sergeant in a driveway on your side? Oh, because you're about to get rocked judicially. Like, rocked so hard. LS, there will be the reason for them talking, in the sense they'll, on the surface, Turtle Boy will keep talking about this arrest, but he's not going to come out and say, hey, like, I need your platform, like, it's more political than that. That's what I mean, bossy Texas chick. It's not, thank you, Tanya, it's not about this at all. He needs the dude's platform because he's about to get rocked judicially, and he's going to want people who are a little militant, like, are willing to protest the feds. I can see it. It's a theory, but I can see it. Let me read you a quote. All right? And this is a good way to think about how to think. All right? No, it's a different Sean, bossy Texas chick. It's this random dude named Long Island Audits whose name is Sean. All right? And he's just featuring this random video about a guy named Sean. All right. Now, let me read you a quote. All right. Let me read you a quote. And I want you all to reflect on this a little bit today. All right. Towel wrote this up, and it's actually a quote about a CIA agent named Charles William Wiley. But I want you to reflect on this. All right, little towels. And before we go to our next round, which you're not getting out of it, Steph, it's going to be about the church committee hearing. I'm sorry, my dear friend, but it's happening. All right. Steph's like, oh, no, I didn't take enough notes. Well, that'll teach you. Quote, without prejudice, look at reality from the other person's point of view. If you want to understand Mao or Stalin, Putin, the average Russian, the average Chinese loyalist, Palestinians, Biden, Trump, anyone, get into their heads. More importantly, what would you do if you were them? How would you think and feel about this if you were them? How does the world look to them? Then, acquire new knowledge and integrate it with your existing knowledge constantly. In doing so, learn from everyone. Listen to people you don't agree with or like. After doing all of this, set aside your prejudices and ideology and let the facts speak to you whether or not you like what they tell you. For example, the person you hate may be evil, but he may also be incredibly smart, not crazy. Yes, winning that war might be easy, but can you hold what you win? Charlie's predictions were almost always accurate, given well in advance, and frequently defied popular conservative wisdom. His uncanny gift of induction, based on an incredible grasp of facts fitted to other facts, free of ideological blinders, was his secret. Fourth, never stop growing and improving. Let me illustrate this from two things I observed. First, when Charlie forgot some fact, even in his 90s, he refused to Google it. He just kept thinking until he remembered it. Charlie told me that this kept his mental connections fresh, kept his brain from getting lazy and stale. Second, a stellar and riveting speaker, he always insisted I ask students to write up honest evaluations of what they liked and didn't like about his speech. He said he was most interested in reading the negative comments because praise didn't help him improve. Finally, fight for what is true and good, regardless of whether you are on the winning side. Charlie used to often remind me that Whittaker Chambers, in renouncing his loyalty to communism, said clearly that he chose what he believed at the time to be the losing side in order to choose truth rather than live by lies under communism. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, Whittaker Chambers was the aide to FDR who flipped on Alger Hiss and led to Richard Nixon becoming so famous in Congress in 48, before he ran for Senate against Helen Gahagan Douglas in 1950 and won that as well. A Republican in deep blue California, would you believe it? All right, so keep that quote in mind, all right, both in terms of thinking about Aidan Kearney's mind and when we watch the interview between Towell and Shawn in a little bit, that as well. All right, hello, Steph, I understand. Okay, we are going to the next question. Absolutely, Steph. Here's the next question. It is the 1975 Church Committee hearings. Here we go, little towels. It is a great quote. It is double bonus round. If I get a question wrong in this round, you're the first one to get it right. You get 4 points. If I am sorry for you, Steph. Super towel hugs to you, my friend. You are loved here. If I get the question wrong, you get 4 points if you're the first one to get it right. 2 points if you get it right after that. If I get it right, regular scoring applies. 1 point for the first person, half point for everyone else. Ange is determined. Ange is ready. Ange is a super towel. Here we go. The 1975 Church Committee hearings is the category. Steph's gonna do really well. Which major event focused on intelligence agency abuses in the 1970s? The Watergate scandal, the Iran-Contra affair, the Church Committee hearings, the Pentagon Papers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, starting off easy, all right? Starting off easy. The Church Committee hearings. I don't like the question, though. It's too easy. Steph paid attention. Steph Towell picks up a full point. Good guess, Ruth. It was too easy. Good guess, Nancy. Good guess, Selena. Ange Towell picking up half a point. Where are you, Ange Towell? Are you not on my list, Ange? That's illegal. Where is Ange Towell? Oh, my goodness, Ange. You are not on my list. That should be illegal. Who else got it right? Kat, Dawn, keeping up the streak. Allie and Rue keeping up the streak. Allie Towell is super towel. Good job. It was not the Iran-Contra affair. That was a good guess, though. Love you more. First of all, love you more. I love your language, your username. That's the greatest username I've ever seen in my entire life. I understand, Steph. It's so nice of you to go. We may have already done this question indeed, Allie Towell, but you and Rue still got it right. Super Rue, high five. Next question. What did the investigation by the Church Committee primarily address? Foreign election interference, voting fraud, civil rights violations, domestic surveillance. This is a tough one. Because technically, a civil rights violation could occur under the umbrella of domestic surveillance. It was domestic surveillance, ladies and gentlemen. Who got it? Steph, you were so close. You were so close. I love the guess, JI5. You were both so close. Selena picks up the full point with Ralph picking up half a point as well. Excellent job, Ralph. Selena and Ralph. Who else got it? Ruth Lang picks up another half point. Ruth is consistent. Kath Dawn also consistent. Kath is one of our most consistent players. Ange and Allie Towell. Hello, Ange. You are a super towel. Allie Towell and Rue kicking butt and taking names. All right, who's ready for the next round? Next question in Towel Trivia. This is the super double bonus round. Here we go. Who chaired the 1975 hearings investigating intelligence operations in the United States? Richard Nixon, Tricky Dick, Henry Kissinger, Dr. Kissinger, Frank Church, Gerald Ford. Ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't Gerald Ford. It wasn't the doctor. It wasn't Tricky Dicky. It was Frank Church. If you were paying attention, you better have gotten that one right. Who knew it was Frank Church, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, hold on. Beach Nance and Hot Coffee Chats. Was that the right answer for the last one? Hold on. I don't believe so. All right. Who got this one first? Who got Frank Church first? Hold on. Let me see. I believe Beach Dance and our coffee chats were answering the last one. The first person to get number 3 was Sunken Grave. Picks up a full point. I had to be very careful. I had to make sure I did it right. Sunken Grave. And then Ralph picks up half a point. Great job, Ralph and Sunken Grave. Who else picks up half a point? Ruth and Nancy. Ruth and Nancy both pick up half a point. Where's Ruth now? Ruth and Nancy tied at 6 points apiece, as does Bossy Texas Chick. Nope. Good guess, Allie. Ange Towel hits it out of the pack. Kath Don, good guess. Beach Dance, good guess. Love you more. I love your username. All right. It was a good guess, Allie Towel, the doctor. It was a good guess. It was called the Church Committee, though. All right. Next question. Here we go. In what year did the Church Committee release its final report? 77, 75, 74, 76. Oh, goodness. Bossy Texas Chick, you got to jump forward. I'm going with 1975. It was 76. I'm an idiot. Claudia, I don't know where you are in the stream. You need to jump forward. Nanya jumps on the board with 4 points. Nanya grabs 4 points. Oh, my. Nancy grabs 2 points. Sunken Grave out of nowhere grabbing 2 points. Oh, goodness. Alley Towel grabs 2 points. Was that an answer? I think Love You More got an answer there, so Love You More gets 2 points. Great job. Great job. And by the way, those of you behind on the stream should refresh to play trivia. All right, so if you're behind on the stream, you're not even going to hear this, but you'll see the comment. You should refresh. Cynthia, I don't know what... Claudia, you're probably not watching what we're watching. I think you're behind Claudia. All right, so we are going to continue. Yeah, no, Girl with an Eagle Eye. The question is, why did Turtle Boy cover it like it's breaking news when it's nothing important? And the reason, Bossy Texas Chick grabs 2 points. And the reason why is I think Turtle Boy knows something big is coming. I need to time this bong rip. Yep, well, Nanya, I hope you get it right because we're about to ask the question. I'm messing with Nanya. Which sensitive issues were revealed during the congressional investigations in the 1970s? Foreign trade agreements, covert operations and surveillance abuses, economic policies and taxation, civil rights legislation. Oh, this is a tough one. Covert operations and surveillance abuses. Towel, got it. Love You More, you're right. Oh, Ralph just beat out Nanya. Ralph just beat out Nanya, ladies and gentlemen. Ralph and Nanya both pick up half a point. Steph picks up half a point. Sunken Grave and Nancy pick up half a point. Where's Sunken Grave? There's Sunken Grave. Sunken Grave's up to 7 points. Nancy picks up half point. Ruth and JI5 both pick up half point. Selena and Kath Dawn both pick up half point. Good job, Selena and Kath Dawn. Cynthia and Ange both pick up half a point. Great job, Ange Towel. Great job, Cynthia Towel. Allie and Bossy Texas Chick both get half a point. Good job, Bella. Good job, Boss Text Chick. And Love You More gets another half point. Great job, Love You More. All right, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Was cool. Yes, Nanya, we're about to listen to the replay as well if you want to hear it. I haven't listened to it myself, so I'm excited. Which governmental body conducted inquiries into espionage programs in 1975? Was it the U.S. House of Representatives? Was it the U.S. Senate? Was it the Supreme Court? Or was it the FBI? Were you listening during the pre-round lecture? Because you'd know that it was Senator Frank Church, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2. It was not just the Congress, it was the Senate. Steph's like, listen, I pay attention to towel lectures, ladies and gentlemen, and I have T1 internet, and Steph just dominates. Ruth picks up half a point. JI5 and Ralph both pick up half point. Great job, JI5 and Ralph. Selena and Ange Towel both picking up half point. Selena Towel charging up the leaderboard. Cynthia and Love You More both pick up half point. Great job, Cynthia. Great job, Love You More. Bossy Texas Chick, Claudia and Allie all picking up half point. Bossy Texas Chick, Claudia and Allie. Where's Allie Towel? I see Allie Towel on my list. Good job, Brew. Grant Smith Ellis University. That's funny. That's all right, Nanya. Sometimes you got to compromise. That's funny, Steph. All right. That was our next round. We're going to do one more round before we watch the Shawn interview at the top of the hour. Oh, this competition is ferocious. Oh, goodness. Ralph Towel and Sunken Grave Towel both jumping up. Nancy and Steph neck and neck. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella. Oh, goodness. Ralph Towel doing really well. Selena Towel doing really well. Allie Towel and Rue just showing people up. Nanya Towel jumped up way, way, way up on the board with that 4-point answer. Can't mess with Nanya Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Can't mess with the best, or you'll get the West. I don't actually know what that means. I just thought it sounded funny. Nanya likes dinosaurs. Not that that has anything to do with the West, but that, we're just playing towel association while I order you all by your scores. And that takes a little bit of time. I love that Love You More's name is Love You More, because every time I say their name, it's like, Love You More. That's a great thing to say. All right, here we go. Our scores after that round. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. In first place, you may know him as Little Towel. You may know him as a fan of dinosaurs. It's not Nanya. I also like dinosaurs. Nanya said roar as I was saying this. Towel with 12, ladies and gentlemen. Towel with 12. In second place, it is not just Bella, who is a Super Towel cat. It is Bella's human partner that has to actually do the answers. Her name is Bossy Texas Chick, and she's a Bossy Texas Chick. That is 9 points for Bossy Texas Chick. Congratulations. In third place, we have a two-way tie. It's the one, the only, the world record holder for most points in a day of towel trivia, Steph, with 8.5. And in third position, tied with Steph with 8.5, Nancy Towel. Congratulations. The towel number one is number one. The podium is rounded out by Steph and Nancy, but in fourth place, we have a two-way tie. Sunken Grave, the best soap dispenser west of the Mississippi and east of the Mississippi, with 7 points. And Ruth Towel with 7 points. Congratulations. In fifth place, all alone, Allie and Ruth Towel getting their wine. Taking over half of Massachusetts, 6.5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was fifth place. In sixth place, serendipitously enough, it is Ralph Towel with 6 points. Congratulations, Ralph Towel. In seventh place, 5.5 points. The one, the only, the bus traveling Kath Dawn, Congratulations, Cat Dawn. In 8th place, Selena Towel, 5 points. Congratulations, Selena. In 9th place, jumping right into the top 10 in his very first round, Nunya Towel, 4.5. Congratulations, Nunya Towel. In, what was that, night? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, the one, the only, Noel with 4 points. Thank you so much to Love You More for helping people keep track in the chat, too. You're a super towel. It's so nice of you. 10th place, again, Noel with number 4 with 4 points, and Nunya with 4.5 in 9th place. Just outside of the top 10, it's Love You More with 3 points in number 11. Great job, Love You More, 11th position, 3 points. Great job, Love You More. In 12th position, we have a 4-way tie. We have Hot Coffee Chats in 12th with 2.5. We have Eva Towel in 12th with 2.5. We have Cynthia Towel in 12th with 2.5. And we have Ange Towel in 12th with 2.5. Hot Coffee Chats, Eva, Cynthia, and Ange all in a tie for 12th. In 13th, we have a 2-way tie as well. Jack D, 65, ladies and gentlemen, and Julia Towel, 2 points apiece. In 14th position, we have All Alone, Julia T. Congratulations, Julia T. In 15th position, we have Laura Lee Dixon. Congratulations, Laura. And in 16th position, the position of honor, we have a 3-way tie because JI5 is actually tied with Eva Towel, Cynthia, and Ange in Hot Coffee Chats. JI5, you are actually in 12th. All right. In 16th position, all alone, well, not all alone, but in the position of honor, Alicia Towel with a half, Julia G with a half, and Claudia Towel with a half. Let's all give a round of applause for Love You More for helping us in the chat keep track of everyone's position. That was such a nice act of service, my dear friend. God bless you for that. Make sure to say thank you to Love You More. That was so nice of them. And congratulations. We have one more round to go in our morning session. This is the last round of the morning session. We'll pick back up with towel trivia perhaps later. We'll do at least one more round. The last category is going to be Looney Tunes, ladies and gentlemen. Looney Tunes is the category. Here we go. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Love You More. That was so nice of you. Heart. Heart, heart. There we go. All right. Yes, Steph says Love You More is doing the best job. Here we go. Our final category of the day. Rue, Allie Towel and Rue are already running around celebrating. Claudia Towel, not our final category of the day. Claudia Towel, we will put health on for the afternoon session, which will be around 5 o'clock Eastern. Don't worry about it. Allie Towel's like, my answer is Tweety to every question. Allie Towel, that may not get you a lot of points. Here we go. Looney Tunes is the category. Here we go. Which animated character is known for saying, "What's up, Doc?" Elmer Fudd, Bugs Bunny, Porky Pig, Daffy Duck. Oh, goodness, people are going to be excited about this one because it's Bugs Bunny. Yes, it's Bugs Bunny, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to know it? Ralph. Ralph used their super fast internet to steal the points. Oh, Ruth Lang, of course, picks up half a point, as does Nancy from the 508. Where's Nancy Towel? Nancy Towel picks up half a point. Who else picks up half a point? Sunken Grave, the best soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi. Both sides of the Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen, picks up half point. Nunya nailed it. Nunya knows his cartoons. Ladies and gentlemen, Nunya loves cartoons. Who else we got? Steph. Steph loves her cartoons. Steph's a super top. All right, who else we got? JI5 and Claudia. Nailed it, JI5 and Claudia. You're both super towels. Claudia Towel nailed it. Ange and Allie 90211. Both nailed it. Ange super towel. Allie 90211 and Rue are super towels. Love You More and Noel both nailed it. Nailed it. Love You More. And great job, Noel. You got it right, my dear friend. Nailed it. Let's see. Cynthia and Selena both nailed it. Great job, Cynthia. And great job, Selena. That's not all yet, Ange, but I love your sense of humor. All right, that was a good question. Who's ready? No. Bossy Texas Chick, never give up. Ange is right. The commies are everywhere, but we're going to get the damn commies. Somebody called Taterbug. We're going to get the damn commies. We need more booty tats in the zoo. Yes, we do need more kitty cats. If you want to send your kitty cats, cats, okay? I'm talking about animals. God help us all. Animals, cats. You may send them to my email or my Twitter DM. That is all you may send. Pictures of your cats or dogs. All right. Next question. Which Looney Tunes character is infamous for hunting wabbits? Tweety, Pepe Le Pew, Sylvester, Elmer Fudd. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, is Pepe Le Pew the man who hunts the rabbits, or is it Sylvester, or is it Tweety? Allie, don't go with Tweety. Tweety does not hunt the wabbits. It's Elmer Fudd. Nailed it. You took Towel on in the category that he knows. You don't understand. You don't understand. Oh no, Sunken Grave. No. Ralph was the first one to get it right, grabs a full point. Ralph knew it was Elmer Fudd. Ruth got half a point, and Ralph got the full point. Great job, Ruth. Great job, Ralph. Steph knew it was Elmer Fudd. Great job, Steph. Who else knew? Sunken Grave. I knew Sunken Grave got it. Sunken Grave nailed it. Elmer Fudd. Who else? Claudia and Nancy Towel both picked up half a point because they knew about Elmer Fudd. Claudia and Nancy Towel. Nunya loves his cartoons. Nunya's just scooping up points everywhere. Don't sleep on Nunya. He's a little super towel. All right, who else? Noel and Allie Towel. Don't sleep on Noel either. Noel Towel has 5 total points. Allie Towel and Rue. Oh, goodness, they're just jumping up the leaderboard. You should all be worried about Allie and Rue. Cynthia, excellent job, my friend. Cynthia picks up half a point. Love You More and Laura Lee Dixon both pick up half a point. Hello, Laura. Welcome back, my dear friend. Excellent job. Tweety for president. Allie Towel, you got half a point. You and Rue got half a point. No, I'm so sorry, Ange. Allie Towel, you did indeed get half a point. All right. Next question. Here we go. I'm so sorry, Ange. Next question. What was the first cartoon to feature the character Porky Pig? Porky's Hare Hunt, Porky's Duck Hunt, I Haven't Got a Hat, Porky in Wacky Land. Well, what does he hunt? He doesn't hunt rabbits. I think he hunts ducks. Oh no, it's I Haven't Got a Hat. Oh, who would have known that? Where's my hat? All right, who's the expert? No, even the card. Oh, Nancy's the expert. Nancy knew that Porky lost his hat. Nancy picks up 2 points. Where's Porky's hat, ladies and gentlemen? Only Nancy got it. Sunken Grave grabs a point at the end. Who else got it? Who knew? Selena also grabbed a full point. Great job, Selena. Who else knew about Porky's missing hat? I got Sunken Grave. Allie Towel knew about Porky's missing hat. Allie and Rue had a conference. They got it right. I want to see this Wacky Land. Nanya, I heard if you take the blue line all the way north, you might get to Wacky Land. All right? Don't tell anyone. Try to avoid taking any drugs on the way. Every time I get on the blue line, I'm like, yeah. Well, if I went all the way north, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't go to Wonderland. I'd go to Wacky Land. And you're going to get one. Don't give up. Don't you give up, my friend. All right, here we go, little towels. Congratulations to everyone who got that one right. Here, Allie's like, I hate Porky Pig. Well, you and Rue can have a Porky Pig protest. How about that? Next question. In which year was the character Tweety Bird first introduced? Allie Towel, God help you. 1942, 1938, 1945, 1950. Oh, goodness. We have a Tweety Bird question. Rue is running around in circles right now. I'm going with 1950. Show me 1950. It was 1942. I swung and missed. Who's going to get the double points? Who's going to get the double points? Bossy Texas chick. She came in and she bossed like a Texas chick. Bossy Texas chick. Steph comes in and picks up a point on the board. Who else got it? Nobody other than Steph and Bossy Texas chick. Great guess, love you more, but that was not right. None of your business. I respect your guess. Allie, Towel, and Rue, of course, come in and stipend points. Love you more. You got it right on the second guess, but unfortunately you wrote 1945 first, and we have to go with that. Allie, Towel, don't admit to cheating. Then again, if you wait to answer the question till the end, you can pick up the point. You just can never get double points. Allie Towel, you did get it right, and then you got a point, then you admitted to cheating. You still got the point. All right, here we go. Which character originated in the 1940s and is known for teaching kids to be polite? Elmer Fudd, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Marvin the Martian. What? What? The Martian dude? I'm thinking it's the Martian. But why would he teach them to be nice? Okay. I was right. It was the Martian Man. I was like, okay, go with the Martian Man. I went with my gut and it paid off. The Martian Men paid off, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Lang picks up the full point. Great job, Ruth. Towel went with his gut. Towel was rewarded. Bossy Texas chick picks up half a point. Nanya knew it. Don't sleep on Nanya. Nanya grabs half point. Who else? Nancy grabs half point. Sunken Grave is soap dispenser and grabs half point. You are a wonderful soap dispenser, Sunken Grave. Steph and Ange and Noelle all grab half point. Where's Ange? Ange Towel. And Noelle Towel, dominating, grabs half point. Love You More gets half a point. Great job, Love You More. And Claudia and Allie Towel both pick up half a point. Great job, Rue. You keep cheering Allie Towel on. She might need some more wine, though. What do Martians know about manners? Oh, he does. That's why I know. He's like, excuse me, sir. All right, here we go. We got another question in this round. Who's ready? Who's ready? Here we go. Which character serves as a recurring nemesis to Daffy Duck in various cartoons? Foghorn Leghorn, Porky Pig, Speedy Gonzales, Yosemite Sam. Listen, I want to get Foghorn Leghorn with an egghorn. All right, ladies and gentlemen, show me Foghorn Leghorn. No, it was Porky Pig. I'm an idiot. I just really wanted it to be Foghorn Leghorn with an Eghorn. Nobody, come on, nobody knew Porky Pig was a villain? Nobody knew Porky Pig was a villain. Everybody loves Porky. Allie Towel hates Porky Pig, and even she didn't get it. This might be the first time no one knew. There were a lot of guesses. No, you cannot change your guess. But if you waited until the answer went up, you could have put the answer. Allie hates Porky Pig, and she still didn't get it right. Old Foghorn was just everybody's favorite. I didn't either, Ralph. Nemesis. I guess Nemesis is not necessarily a villain. That's true. That's true, Bossy Texas Chick? I admire your etymological syntactical precision, my dear friend. We're going to get you a ribbon that says, I, Bossy Texas Chick, have etymological syntactical precision. Say that 5 times fast. Etymological syntactical precision. 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 And for good measure, etymological syntactical precision. Precision syntactical etymological. There you go. I'm just messing with your brains right now. Can you do it? Towel obviously has very effectuated syntactical skills. I am predisposed latently to such rhetorical flourishes. I could speak in iambic pentameter if you wanted me to. Someone called Norman Rockwell. All right, who's ready? I love you more. You made a valiant effort, my friend. Sometimes making the effort is half the battle. That was fun. I probably confused Rue Towel a little bit there. Rue Towel was like, I don't know any of these words. I'm barely learning how to speak English. You don't understand. Allie Towel started with a medium vocabulary. You're pushing me here, Grant. Well, I'm a towel. You know what I'm saying, Rue? I'm just a little towel. You got to be a little towel. Everybody will just be a little towel. All right. Heading into our 2-hour break where we're going to listen to yesterday's interview with Shawn. If you missed it, you're going to want to listen to this one. You may have missed stuff that was said. You may want to listen to it for that reason. Trust me, there's a lot of kernels of gold in there. There's gold in them there hills, ladies and gentlemen. There's gold in them there hills. Now, let me show you the scores, all right? Juror plea deal out. Oh, yeah, no, Tanya, thank you so much, my friend. Hold on, we're going to grab the juror plea deal. I believe we were able to look at it yesterday, but it is relevant to what Shawn and I talked about. Oh, goodness, I'm so excited. We also just got a picture, ladies and gentlemen, of some Super Towel kitties. So we are going to add, oh my goodness, it's Super Towel kitties. I'm so excited. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We need Super Towel kitties on the screen, so let me get those sent over. And then also let me give you your final round scores before we take our break. And then also, Tanya, God bless you, my dear friend. Thank you so much for helping me see that juror plea deal. Let me make sure. Let's make sure. Let's see what this is. Yep, thank you so much, Bossy Texas Chick. Let me just double check. I believe I took a look at this document yesterday. I actually saw Val posted it this morning. I will, of course, double check, though. Not only do I appreciate Tanya's support of this channel, but I want to make sure we look at this for after trivia ends. Let me just make sure this is what we looked at yesterday. Yes, we did check, but don't worry. We're going to bring it up on the screen as soon as we're done. So this is what we have been sent. Let me just bring this up on the screen for you like a little towel. All right, I'm a little towel. There you go. Let us read the scores, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Tanya. You are appreciated. All right, here we go, little towels. Here we go with your scores. All right, hold on a second. So, round 11. Let me put the date in here. This is only halfway through. We're going to pick up a little bit later today. But halfway through round 11, ladies and gentlemen, your scores are as follows. Congratulations to all of you. Here are your scores. Leading the pack, ladies and gentlemen, you know him as Little Towel. He knows you as the most wonderful humans on the face of the planet. Oh, I brought it up. Don't worry, love you more. I brought it up. He knows you as the most wonderful towels on the face of the planet. You know him as Little Towel. It is 15 for Towel, ladies and gentlemen. It is 15. Yes, love you more. You are number one in all of our hearts. But yes, Towel up at the top of the leaderboard. Hi, Paula, my friend. Hello, Sherry. Yes, we are playing trivia, but we're about to watch Shawn's interview from yesterday with Towel, so this is our last round for now. We're picking it up later. Number 2, Nancy, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Towel in second position on the podium as we head into our break. 12 points. Congratulations, Nancy. Excellent job. In third position, ladies and gentlemen, Bossy Texas Chicken Bella storming up the leaderboard, 11.5. Great job, Bossy Texas Chick and Bella. In fourth place, right outside the top 3, and hopefully she'll be back for us for the next round after 5 p.m. Eastern, Steph Towel, fourth place with 11 as we head into our afternoon break. Excellent job. Sherry, this is a trivia game. You're welcome to play with us. Our next round will be at 4 p.m. We put questions up on the screen. If you answer them right, you get points, and it's fun, and you make friends. Nancy's highest showing so far. Nancy's definitely going to come back at 5 p.m., I hope, and make sure she sticks up in that top 3. Maybe she'll beat Towel out. So Bossy Texas Chicken Bella in third with 11.5. Steph in fourth with 11. Allie, Towel, and Rue in fifth place with 10 points. Congratulations in the double digits. Allie's between 3 and 5 p.m. Hopefully will onboard whatever she needs to charge up the leaderboard. I'm talking about wine. Number 6, ladies and gentlemen, in sixth position. They are the greatest soap dispenser on either side of the Mississippi. It is Sunken Grave. Don't forget to wash your hands, ladies and gentlemen, and don't forget to bring a towel. 9.5 points. In seventh position, the one, the only, Ruth Towel with 9 points. Congratulations, Ruth Towel. Yes, Shari, congratulations. You're part of the Blue Wall of Justice. You can't really do anything, but you're part of the Blue Wall of Justice, and we appreciate you. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sunken Grave in 6 with 9.5. Ruth Towel in 7th with 9. Congratulations, Ruth Towel. Excellent showing. In, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 8th position, serendipitously enough, it is Ralph Towel with 8 points. Congratulations, Ruth Towel. Harvard Yard says, I'm just trying to get past iambic pentameter. That made my Boston College day. You are funny, Harvard Yard. It's great to see you, my dear friend. All right, so we were at Ralph Towel, who was in 8th position with 8 points. In 9th place, we have the one, the only Selena Towel with 6.5. Oh, wait a minute. All right, Sherry. Okay, you lose your wrench now. You could have made friends here. We've had people here on all different sides of the case, of different cases, and you had an opportunity. Instead, you had to attack people. All right. Goodbye, Sherry. We don't need any of that negativity here. We will see you never. Oh, what a shame. Goodbye. I used my towel hammer. It has been swungeth. In 10th place, ladies and gentlemen, in 10th place, the one, the only, Nunya Business. 6 points. Congratulations, Nunya. 6 points. Oh, my goodness. We have a new towel trivia song. Get ready as soon as I get through the list for our halfway point before we do the Shawn interview. You can be damn sure if we get a new towel trivia song, it's getting played because Bossy Tex Chick is a Bossy Tex Chick. So I saved the link. That is not a good link, but okay, I at least saved the link. The YouTube redirect can be a little annoying. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Who do we have next? We have in 10th position was Nunya. Congratulations, Nunya. Nunya made the top 10 as we head into our break. In 11th place, the bus traveling Kath Dawn with 5.5 points is tied with the one, the only Noel Towel. 5.5 points each. Excellent job. Excellent job. In 12th place, right behind Kath Dawn and Noel, the person who's helping us in the chat, earning a bazillion towel bonus points. In 12th place, it is Love You More, ladies and gentlemen, with 4.5 points. Congratulations. Congratulations, Love You More. 4.5 points in 12th. In 13th position, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only JI5 towel with 4 points. Congratulations. In 14th place, we have a two-way tie. Some big names here. Cynthia and Ange Towel, 3.5 points each. Ange and Cynthia Towel battling it out. In 15th place, with an extra capital O in their name and a second E missing, we have Hot Coffee Chats and the one and the only Eva Towel, 2.5 points each, battling in 15th. In 16th place, we have a three-way tie. Jack D65, 2 bonus points for being a safe driver. Claudia Towel, 2 hard-earned points. And Julia Towel with 2 points. Now, I think Julia Towel might actually be on here twice, but I forget if that's Julia T or Julia G. So what we're going to do is we're going to give Julia Towel those 1.5 points because that was Julia G. So Julia Towel, and that's Julia T. Julia Towel actually is tied with Cynthia and Ange with 3.5. All right. So that puts us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, three-way tie for 15, 16, 17, 18th place, the position of honor, ladies and gentlemen. Laura Lee Dixon, Alicia Towel, and Julia G, all with a 0.5 point. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Hot Coffee Chats, we think that's Turtle Boy trying to get support because he's facing some issues. Now, thank you very much to Tanya, who sent along this very helpful plea agreement. This is from the PACER documents that are up related to the juror. Now, you can see the plea agreement. The most operative parts here are, if you take a look at the sentencing guidelines, you're going to see an original recommendation of level 14. That's like 18 to 24 months. They bump it down by 4 levels to a level 10, which with a criminal history level of 0 is a 6 to 12 month sentence. But then the important part, and I'll zoom in on this for you here, take a look at that agreed disposition, ladies and gentlemen. You see that? Incarceration for 1 day deemed served, no fine, 24 months of supervised release, and a mandatory special assessment of $100. Thank you so much, by the way. Thank you so much. Love you more. You have a wonderful username, and you are loved. And we'll be back. Remember, the next round of Towel Trivia around 4:15, 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Don't be late. Excuse me. 5:15 Eastern. 5:15 Eastern. What does the purple crown mean? Yeah, Jeff, it's great to see you. Yes, if you click the purple crown, you will see that our chat leaders for today are Bossy Texas Chick, Tanya, Vincent, Jew Drops, Vicky Moore, Selma, Allie, Nancy Kirkpatrick, Noelle, Steph, Living the Dream, Eva, Captain, Hot Coffee Chats, Girl with an Eagle Eye, Real, Jack D65, Britt, Sunken Grave, Stargirl, Holy Ralph Mail, Laura Lee Dixon, Tatabug was here. We love Tatabug. Beach Nance, Share Bear, Sissy K, Nurse 60, Missing Kids, which I would guess just a username, Julia Gulia, P. Rice, None Your Business, Natalie B. There's like 50 of you. There's like top 50, but you only get a crown if you get top 3. We're not going anywhere. So sorry, I didn't mean it in that way. I meant someone was saying, where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. Don't you worry. Love you more. We're doing a 2-hour intermission. If you missed yesterday's interview between Towel and Shawn McDonaugh, you're going to get to catch the replay now, and trust me, there was a lot of good stuff in there. So the next, don't worry, Elizabeth Lander, you can catch the next round, my dear friend, 5:15 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be with you watching this interview between Shawn and Towel, but I just wanted to show you this excellent document that our wonderful friend Tanya sent along. Thank you so much, Tanya, for that. And I just wanted to make sure I was able to look at it. Hold on. Julia G had to go. Oh, I understand, Bossy Texas Chick. Jimbo, Jew Drops might be either working or sleeping. Oh, Claudia, I love it, my friend. You're up there in the chat rankings. Jimbo, how are you, my friend? You having a good day? It's good to see you. Keeping an eye on things, Jimbo. Being an informed little towel. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, Jimbo? Does Towel have your seal of approval? I think so. I think I won Jimbo over. You know what I'm saying? All right. But Jew Drops, as far as I'm aware, is either working or sleeping. But if Jew Drops pops in, Jimbo, I will let her and Kiki and Riri know that you are looking for her. Wanted to say hello because I know how much you love Jew Drops. Thank you, Jimbo. I know I have Jimbo's seal of approval. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to watch this interview with Shawn. It's really interesting. Thank you again to Tanya for sending along that plea deal, and thank you to Val for posting it. We love Val. Give her a follow, which is at Skip Views, SKIPVUE. Thanks so much to Val for posting those documents in an easily accessible format. All right, so let's take a look at this interview between Towel and Shawn. Oh, thank you, Jimbo. Jimbo says, I'm the best. Well, I do my best, Jimbo. Just trying to do some good in this world, you know what I'm saying? Doing what I can. All right, I have the Towel interview with Shawn McDonaugh all queued up and ready. We're going to take a listen to it. I hope you're excitable little towels. I know that some of you really enjoyed this yesterday. I did as well. We might actually be able to watch it with captions now that I think about it. Let me bring it up on the Towel YouTube. All right. So I'm going to bring this interview with Shawn up on the Towel YouTube because I believe we might be able to get captions if I do it that way. All right. No promises. And if you missed this interview, you want to tune in for this. This was heavy. Oh, and you have a great time. Try to rejoin us for Towel Trivia at 5:15 p.m. Eastern if you're around. All right, so I am going to play this interview with Shawn. I was able to get some captions up, and let me tell you, have faith in little Towel. You know, just try to listen between the lines, and let me hold on. Let me turn the captions on. We have captions. Towel loves captions. All right, so let me turn the captions on, and then let me get this set up for you. Hold on, little towels. I called it the Shawn McDonaugh interview, which, I mean, to be fair, it is the Shawn McDonaugh interview. And as we look back in history, like, he's done a lot of interviews. He's a nice guy. But this will be the Shawn McDonaugh interview as history unfolds. Let's take a listen.
Are we live?
We are on the air, Shawn, but I can't hear you.
Okay. I got you.
All right. So, obviously, appreciate you joining a little bit early, Shawn. I was actually just about to bring up your profile on the screen so folks can know who you are as we're discussing. But, folks, so it's about 2:40. We're going to start our interview with Shawn McDonaugh a little bit early. Thank you very much to Shawn for being so timely as always. To begin, Shawn, how are you today?
Doing fine, Grant.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to be on good quality shows.
You're very kind, and I have your Twitter profile up here if folks want to check you out. It's at LEOPARDO, the number 8 on X. Shawn posts a lot of good content. Shawn, I want to tell folks a little bit about you, but really we don't have a lot of time, so I'll let you quickly summarize. Folks may know you as a former federal agent who's involved in the coverage of a number of different cases. We're going to talk a little bit today about federal grand jury secrecy rules, but is there anything you'd like to let folks know about yourself before we begin?
Well, I think my profile's been out there for a while. I was a cop for 7 years before coming on with the DEA. I spent 28 years with the DEA. I've done grand jury investigations. I've put people in jail. I know how the systems work. And like I said, it's a shame that, I don't know, it's a shame that there's such a polarizing effect. Even now that Karen has been freed, right? She's been freed. And some people are not listening to Alan Jackson, right? They need to give her space. Some people just don't want to do that. For whatever reason, I have no idea. But like I said, I am who I am. And I know why you have me on. And like I said, the last thing I thought I was going to need to do was to do that post today. I originally put it on my Facebook group going through the motions because I got clips of things from last night. So I figured let me put it out there and explain what the hell happened back in July of 2023.
And Shawn, that's exactly what I want to talk to you about. And so I have the post up on the screen here, and just to bring, I don't want to have you read your own words, so I'll just read it for people. You made a post this morning following up on this sort of ongoing discussion related to the federal grand juror who was charged yesterday in Boston District Court, the Moakley Courthouse. And Shawn said, back in 2023, quote, while I was an admin in the original Justice for John O'Keefe Facebook page, I shut down information that was being posted about federal grand jury information in the John O'Keefe murder murder investigation. My reasons were obvious and were made known to the other mods. Here is why. Federal grand jury information is protected by law, Rule 6E, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure. Grand jury proceedings are strictly confidential. It is illegal for anyone involved, prosecutors, agents, court personnel, and even jurors, to disclose matters occurring before a federal grand jury. This includes testimony, subpoenas, deliberation, and evidence presented. Anyone leaking or publishing, which is something I want to talk to you about, Shawn, such information can be in violation of federal law, and I, as a page administrator, could have been implicated if my platform knowingly allowed such disclosures to remain visible. Why it matters to me as a content creator and former federal agent. Legal risk. If a leak occurred and was traceable to my group, it could trigger scrutiny or even subpoenas to the platform. Ethical obligation. As a former federal agent, I'm held to a higher professional standard when it comes to safeguarding the integrity of federal investigations. Reputation management. My brand and credibility are built on exposing wrongdoing, not being a conduit for potentially unlawful leaks. The amateurs can do whatever they want. So, Shawn, my first question to you is, a lot of people are going to know about the state grand jury proceeding process, but the federal process seems very different. As a 30,000-foot input, what you seem to lay it out here, but how different is it, this federal grand jury system, in terms of the integrity of the process?
I'm not sure that there's that much difference between the state and the federal. Grand juries in of itself are secret proceedings. That's why we have grand juries, right? We want to get a jury, usually it's a makeup of, from 12 to 23 jurors, preferably, the 23, so you have a good quorum that listens to evidence in secret, and they decide if there's probable cause, right? And why is that important? Well, it's important because it takes away the necessity for a law enforcement officer like myself to write an affidavit in support of an arrest, because once that arrest is made, the affidavit becomes public. So in a grand jury, any arrests that are made or any proceedings of evidence that's provided remains secret. That's the intent. And if you had followed me early on when I started my podcast, I referenced as a young agent, all right, when I was first up in Springfield, I learned very quickly about the secrecy laws and 6E, how important it is not to, as federal agents, as court officers, the blue coats, you have it, they cannot discuss anything regarding a federal grand jury. And the stock answer always is, I can neither confirm nor deny. So when this bullshit came out, that Hank Brennan was saying that he got word from the federal people over at Moakley that the investigation was shut down. Well, I defy him to name the source, because that would put that particular person on the hot seat.
I challenge him here. Watch this.
And like I said, Leah Foley has been very cautious. We know there was a federal grand jury. Obviously there was, because, hey, what's his name? Kevin Reddington was the first to expose his client and admitted on Facebook that his client was served a federal grand jury subpoena. That's how we knew. And of course, as time went on, the federal 2E came out, so it's no secret. But still, Leah Foley and the people around her continue to say, I can neither confirm nor deny. You know that, Grant, because you went to one of those briefings with Josh Levy, and he could not answer your question.
Yep, and the question I have for you, Shawn, and this is such an interesting question, because obviously you followed Dan Ray, probably, Nightside, the local radio legend. I'd say maybe early February 2025, Leah Foley U.S. Attorney Foley went on Dan Ray's program and said, traditionally, and this is true, under Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual, pursuant to U.S. XREL 2EV Reagan 1985, which is interpolated under 28 U.S. CFR 126.000, if you want the reference. Leah Foley said the standard under that rule, which is not just disclosures to parties in a criminal matter, but to the public, is we don't confirm or deny. However, there might be extraordinary circumstances where under Section 25, the DOJ can let local law enforcement partners, such as the Canton Police, the prosecutors in the Walsh case, or Hank Brennan, know that the investigation is over. Have you heard of that? And would that make more sense to you?
I've never heard of that. I have always lived by the fact that What
So
happened?
let me just be clear. That's what happened. Like Leah Foley gave each of those different departments permission to confirm the end of the federal investigation. Shawn hadn't seen it in his work because he's not lying. He hasn't seen it. It's very rare, but I've done the research. I know the procedure. It is real. That is what happened. So Shawn's basically saying, to his credit, it's very possible you could be a 30-year federal agent and have never seen this kind of thing. Because if you look at U.S. XREL 2E v. Reagan, which he was mentioning earlier, the 2E request, if you look at that case from 85 and then you look at its precedent and then you look at 28 CFR 126.000, which is the interpretation of U.S. XREL 2E v. Reagan in the Code of Federal Regulations, and then if you look at the way Section 25 of the DOJ Operations Manual interpolates U.S. XRL 2E v. Reagan and 28 CFR 126.000, you quickly come to understand that although there is this very 99.998% routine procedure where it's only confirmed that we don't confirm or deny, in the 0.1% of special circumstance cases where they have to confirm or deny the end of an investigation, they do it through local law enforcement to not violate that rule. And it's because there's precedent, they know they can do it that way, which is why they did it that way.
In the grand jury stays in the grand jury. Right. And basically, so you take it. So you have sealed indictments, right? And the whole thing about sealed indictments is those indictments can remain sealed indefinitely. And the rule is once the first arrest is made, then allows press and everyone else to learn about the indictment.
So he's right about that. When indictments are handed up in federal court, they are handed up sealed, and then after the arrest, to prevent the person from fleeing, you make a motion to a federal magistrate judge to unseal the indictment. That's how every single indictment is sealed, arrest, then unsealing of the indictment before the arraignment, every single time. He's right about that, but he's also trying to imply, and he's not directly saying it, but he's trying to imply that there's potential indictments about the Reed case. And he could be talking about the the grand jury leaking stuff, but I think he's more trying to imply about John's death, which I don't necessarily agree with. But he's trying to say, listen, you could have someone get indicted and they just hold the indictment for a long time because they want to build a bigger case. Okay, yeah, but that's a much rarer circumstance. It would happen in something like the Farwell case or something like that, but it's very rare as well. It's almost as rare as the DOJ allowing local law enforcement partners to confirm the end of a probe. It's that rare.
The whole charging document in the indictment is released. So that's why, and I'll just use Spring.
Yes, when you see me pause the video, it's me, hello, love you more. That's me commenting on the developments in real time. That's me commenting on the interview from yesterday. This is the first time I'm watching it.
As a point of reference, we had a 22 defendant indictment. We had it secret, right? We had the indictment sealed because we had a coordinated arrest amongst the Bahamas, Medellin, Colombia, Southwest Florida, and of course, Massachusetts, because timing was everything. Because we didn't want to have the people in Massachusetts know they were under indictment. And if we made that first arrest prematurely, well, the jig would be out. So even though we all know that there was a federal grand jury, right, we also know that other grand juries do exist. So, but they're not going to admit that.
Well, right, and I want to, I have two questions. Obviously, you're pointing out the difference between a grand jury and, say, something like an information. To clear up some confusion, yesterday the grand juror who was charged and then pled via an information, which is not an indictment, but both processes are similarly kept secret until they're revealed, I would take it.
Yeah, the information is a great tool, right? It cuts right to the chase, right? Clearly, she was, tapped on the shoulder, and she clearly understood her liability, and her attorney did the right thing. And they, instead of going through an arraignment and arrest and an indictment and all this other stuff, they got her to plead to that information. And, the question will remain is what, if any, here is the catch-all phrase, Grant, and I know you know this. Under the sentencing guidelines, a judge is handcuffed to those guidelines unless a law enforcement officer like an FBI agent or the U.S. attorney stands up and says, this defendant provided substantial assistance, right? And that way we request a downward departure from the guidelines. So there's a lot of things between the lines to read here.
That's exactly what I want. I'm so glad you led us there, because that's what I want to do. I want to talk about the timeline, but let's begin with the sentencing guidelines, because you pointed out something, Shawn, that so many erudite commentators have noted, which is if you read the plea deal, which I'm sure you've read, it's already up on Pacer. If you read the plea deal, it says she fell as a level 14, okay, and she's a level 0 criminal history, so she falls under level 14 for the initial offense under criminal contempt. It gets reduced by 2 levels for cooperation and then 2 levels for no criminal history on top of the being a level 0. And so it goes to level 10. Now, I looked at the matrix. It's 6 to 12 months for level 10 in federal prison. But if you read down to what you just said, there's then the sentence that says, but the prosecutor will recommend 1 day, time served, 24 months supervised release, and $100 special assessment, no fine. Is that the kind of thing you were just mentioning that not only you would see in a situation of cooperation, but you would see if perhaps more charges would potentially be forthcoming that would justify that person getting a lower sentence?
You know, like I said, I do not know the circumstances surrounding her, eventual arrest and plea to that information. But let's take it from a different perspective, okay? What about grand juries that are, like, for instance, in the Whitey Bulger grand jury, or like, say, for John Gotti down in New York? Grand jurors, right, can actually give a death sentence to witnesses that come before the grand jury. And, in this case, obviously, maybe the information that she provided was not in the realm of hurting someone. But the feds have to make an example. They have to put it out there. She might be a little goody two shoes and she wants to, get the information. We don't know what information she gave, okay? Now, Aiden wants to say it's all about the CDL. It probably is. But you got enough, real journalists out there saying that it was a relationship to the Karen Reed investigation. So you can't, listen, I was asked a question on my Facebook group about what Shelley Long said and what Aiden said. I said, I'd go with Shelley Long all day long. I remember Shelley back in the day with the Whitey Bulger case. I read her every day. I went down there from Springfield on a few assignments. She and her partner were great, right? And I'm amazed that she's still at it, which is incredible.
Yeah, and, Shawn, it does make me, think a little bit about the interplay between the different investigations, and the timeline of this grand jury was quite literally, it said in the document, if you read the information, it started May 26, 2022. And before we even get to the timeline, maybe you could help us understand, Shawn. I was explaining to someone today, and they seemed shocked or befuddled by it, that when you do these kind of investigations, part of the tool is you find the smaller fish who then get you in the door to get the larger fish and the larger fish. So speaking very generally, how often do investigations maybe start by looking into, say, a Facebook post about CDL licenses, but they lead to a warrant that leads to another subpoena that then leads to a much larger investigation?
Right. I'm going to give you a little context. When this information came out yesterday, the minute I read it, I said, my God, it brought me right back to July of 2023, when I did, in fact, shut down information that was being posted on the original group. And I made it very known that we cannot foster this type of information. And you have to have some sacred ground. And I took it down and I made it known to all the mods, right? My reasons why. And this is exactly why. So here's the thing. Grand jury investigations. How do feds? So my attack on a case was always to shoot for a middle ground, middle person, a person who go down the food chain and up the food chain. You're never going to get the guy at the top if you make an approach on him. There's just no way. You got to start where you have the weakest link. And it's a whole process. So what the feds did, and like I said, why? Because I got 28 years in the game. They clearly, and I know this for a fact, they are monitoring every social media page regarding any of their investigations. Take that to the bank, okay? They're not sitting there idly. They monitored every second of both trial 1 and trial 2 for the Karen Reed case. Take that to the bank. Now, you say it came out May 26th of 2022. I always said, way back when, before I even had a YouTube channel, I said, what was going on around the time that John O'Keefe ended up murdered in Canton? And we clearly know that the Sandra Birchmore case and maybe another case was heavily being investigated. We know this now. We do.
Yeah,
right?
Now, Shawn, his soul, he's passed away. But what would you say if I told you that Kenny Berkowitz, the former chief of the Canton Police, right around the spring of 2022, went to the FBI about the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder? Would that maybe contextualize some things?
I did hear that there was detectives under his command that did not agree with the ruling by D.A. Morrissey. And I understand that there was some type of letter that was generated by one of those detectives. And I'll tell you right now, we did a FOIA request of Morrissey's office, and we could not find that letter. No, it would not surprise me. It would not surprise me. Okay, but be that as may, how this whole thing, I believe, developed was the fact that, okay, of course, there was an indication, say the CDL, but there had to be more. For sources to tell a very credible journalist like Shelley Murphy, and I don't know who else was involved in the reporting, right? That it had to deal with the Karen Reed matter. Well, you just know that. You just know it was, because the CDL is not that sexy, right? Having witnesses come in to the grand jury like Michael Proctor, like Chris Albert, like Brian Albert, like Brian Higgins. Come on, Grant, what's more sexy? Talking about a couple of Mass State Troopers and Stoughton cops who are giving out licenses, or the big case of the century? Yep. There it is. That's sexy. That sells.
And let me ask you this, Shawn. Is it the kind of thing where, so you're the feds, hypothetically, and you see this post by the juror's friend who talks about the CDL. And, let's say that, like, you got various redacted programs, so you already have the information you need, but you have to do parallel construction on it. Why wouldn't you go to the friend and say, hey, we have a warrant for your whole phone about the CDL post, and then use that to get a warrant on the juror's phone, which then opens up. All right, so there's kind of some inside baseball there, because if you don't understand what I'm saying, parallel construction is when you obtain evidence as like the feds in a way that is like in violation of the Fourth Amendment, but you want to get the evidence a legal way. Like I'm saying to Shawn, well, say the juror's friend, right, made this post on social media, and you want the juror's phone because it will let you get a warrant on the juror's friend's phone, because it will let you get a warrant on the juror's phone, and the juror's phone will give you all this information on leaks over 2 years. That's what I'm saying to him. So up clearly the entire history of potential leaks, and as you point out, maybe she was talking about the CDL scandal, but that's just the opening to get in the door to find out what she was really leaking, the crown jewels, so to speak.
Grant, there's no doubt in my mind that it was very easy for them to knock on that person's door, and the friend, the person who did the leak, the CDL post, gave it up immediately. These are soccer moms. These are people in social media world. They're not criminals. Of course they folded. And I can imagine right now, once it became known to the federal agents that whatever her name is, the lady that eventually got charged, she folded in a heartbeat too. And she gladly gave her phone up. That's serious stuff.
I believe.
Come on. I'd love to have a case like that. It'd be easy.
I believe the term is sing like a canary.
Exactly. I mean, come on. This is, you're not going against Sonny Gravano, who's going to give you a hard time, right? I mean, you're not going against Kevin Weeks, tell you to fucking pound sand. You got whatever she does, of course she's going to give it up. Of course she is.
So basically what you're telling me is if they wanted to get away with it, they needed to know Johnny Roselli back in the day.
Evidently, right. Evidently, right?
But let me tell you, Shawn, I don't want to lose the thread here because I was going to take you back to May of 2022. I think we're hitting on what may have actually played out here, and please tell me if I'm off base because I told you, I think you may have seen my post in the past, I looked into this Crazy Horse 2 situation in Vegas. And would it really be, if you're looking into a paramilitary intelligence organization like the state police, and you were investigating them for something like the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, because maybe some of those troopers like John Fanning or Yuri Buchanan used to work in Stoughton with Matt Farwell, right? You wouldn't want them to know that they're being investigated for that, but you might want to trick them a little bit, and you might want them to think they're under investigation for John's death, create a big static to noise ratio, and then get the info you need on Sandra Birchmore's cover-up. Am I off base?
Not at all. Listen, it's called the backdoor effect, okay? You show your hand on one side, but you're backdoor on the other side. We do it all, we did it all the time, Grant, right? We get people looking over to the left, but we're really here on the right. I mean, that's what they did. That's what they were doing.
And would that make sense why once the summer of 2023 grand jury into John's death.
You realize what he just said there. He was like, yeah, they were tricking them. There was no real investigation into John's death. It was diversion so that the state police wouldn't realize they were being investigated for the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. Like he's saying, it's called the backhand approach.
Kind of toned down a little bit. We know there was that February 2024 sort of last kind of component of it, but once it wound down, do you think it's any coincidence Brian Tully started using his official position as a state police officer to start desperately asking people in Aiden and Karen's circle who the target of the federal probe was between October and December of 2023? That can't be a coincidence, right?
Well, listen, I mean, I said this on Howie's show, right? Back in the good old days, Grant, I said to Howie that the worst nightmare for Tully was when he went out to see Natalie in California, right? When he literally saw that his boss, Morrissey's phone was tapped, his cell phone was tapped, and his office phones were tapped, right? That was given to Aiden, and he failed to report it. Okay, now. I just want to go back to, you say May of 2022. There were early indications, all right, that came out of Natalie's files that indicated that Karen and her team had inside information on Morrissey, okay? And that she even said, Morrissey is going to be given an opportunity to report with his attorney. This is specific information that I read, all right? And they do. They will forego a perp walk and let the DA come in on his own volition instead of marching them through. She had that information. It was provided Aiden, right? I saw it, okay? But so it's not crazy to believe that a grand jury was sitting well before January of 2022. Let's face it. Of course, Sandra got murdered back in February of 2021, all right? Listen, the feds always work in secrecy, right? And, all I'm just saying is it's not it's not to my surprise that this is trickling out. It's like the slow trickle, right? When you want to give people a little faith, all of a sudden, Farwell went down August of last year. The last time we heard from Farwell was as arraignment. What's that say to you? He canceled this July's meeting with the Ed Moakley and has been postponed until August.
And he added a death penalty attorney, and as you know, the Biden DOJ did not pursue the death penalty, but this President Trump DOJ will pursue it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Of course he's gonna mask his cooperation. Of course he is. There's no doubt in my mind he's cooperating, especially now that we all know that he's not the baby daddy. This opens up a can of worms like no one will ever see again. That's how bad this whole gambit is between Sandra Birchmore, John O'Keefe, anyone else, Justin Root. I mean, it's just bad stuff going on in Norfolk County.
Yep, and this is where I want to, and I have a few more questions about the timeline, but I really think you're uniquely positioned to answer this, because so many people end up in no man's land on this in this case, and it becomes so partisan, like you were saying. It's hard to be the middle ground, sort of calling it like you see it, misconduct on both sides if you need to, etc. There's no doubt in my mind that there was a reason in December of 2023, Brian Tully was asking witnesses in the Aidan Kearney prosecution who was the target of the federal probe. And then when he got the answer, Michael Morrissey and the state police attached to his office, he didn't include it in the affidavit for Karen's cell phone that was submitted, the search warrant affidavit in January of 2024. But what I'd like to ask you as a sort of segue, Shawn, is you have a lot of investigatory experience, and this is a unique opportunity to ask you about something. A 15-year forensic extraction was taken of Lindsay Gattani's cell phone, and it was kept in the possession of the state police from January to April of 2024. On April 24, 2024, that extraction was released completely unredacted, including multiple pictures of Lindsay giving birth, with only messages from Brian Tully to Lindsay removed and from Kate Peter to Lindsay removed. In your entire career, have you ever heard of an unredacted production of a victim's cell phone with naked pictures of them giving birth being handed over to a perp in an active criminal case by a sworn law enforcement officer?
I have never, and I'll double down on this. For that to have happened, the way it happened, is to say it's dereliction of duty is too kind. All right. Now, I'm sure the original extraction was earmarked to say, okay, this is the whole phone. Now do some cleaning up. Do it like a taint type stuff. Get the stuff that you need. Okay. Why that happened, I have no idea. I don't know why, but it was a severe mistake. It's going to have serious consequences, I have to tell you.
Well, and beyond just the evidentiary consequences, it makes me wonder. A lot of people have been saying it's so irresponsible to say, well, look at what's happened in these cases. What victims are rightfully concerned about the process. But a lot of victims and named witnesses on both sides of these cases have gone through a lot of torment. People's kids have been brought into it. We've seen how Lindsay has been tormented, all because Aidan, with his loose lips, in my opinion, said in November of 2023 that Josh Levy was talking to Karen directly. He wrote it in writing to Lindsay, and so Lindsay suffered for that. But how could the state police, in my opinion, just because Lindsay was no longer useful because Aidan was out of jail and her RO got amended so that Aidan could attend court hearings, how could they ever think, okay, Lindsay's got no connections, Lindsay's just a single mom, just a named victim, we'll just release this, and Shawn, this is my insight here, we'll just release this because then the Turtle Riders and other people will have someone to focus on that aren't the witnesses that Aidan's attacking. Is that really that far-fetched? It's too intentional. The timing, it was April 24th, right before Karen's first trial. And why would the extraction only have messages missing from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay? The only thing that makes sense to me is it was cannon fodder and Lindsay was used as a distraction.
Well, I think you have to start back as to how the investigation was started, right? And I've talked to friends of mine, and when you have someone predisposed, it's the easiest investigation to do, okay? Now, Tully's not a dummy by any stretch of the imagination, right? He probably, listen, I don't know how they latched on. I didn't do a deep dive into how they latched on to Lindsay. I'll tell you right now, for the better part of 28 years, right? What Tully and company did is no different from what myself and other DEA agents do on a daily basis, is to find people who are predisposed to either buy or sell drugs. Now, what happened that led Tully and company to Aidan was this. They probably did a deep dive on Aidan, his psyche, and say, would he come to Lindsay Gattani if she had a grand jury subpoena and they told her that to tell Aiden that we talked to her. Would that entice Aiden to come? And the answer is, of course.
Yep. So, Shawn, two things there. You're spot on about the timing, because you got to remember those October 2023 charges against Aiden, they got bound over December 20th of 2023 by the grand jury. December 21st, 2023 is when Lindsay gets that subpoena. So it's more than that. Aiden must have known as well that it was a new grand jury into Aiden and Karen.
Right.
And then the other thing is, you were asking, how did Lindsay get wrapped up in this? So Lindsay was just someone who followed Aiden online. She actually had followed the Karen Reed case independent of it. And then she saw Aiden's coverage, bought a T-shirt, sent him a picture in the T-shirt. They met at a Karen Reed hearing. He started saying he loved her. She kind of spurned his advances eventually. And when they started breaking up between December 1st and December 9th of 2023, she started realizing what would happen if you tried to break up with him. You know what I'm saying? Like, some men don't really like when you leave them. And so she started reaching out to people who might have been talking about this man online. And then Lindsay ended up being approached by these state police officers, who then were telling her things like, oh, we'll do a reverse taint team on your phone. You don't need to worry, only to then use her as a pawn in this larger game. That's not to say Aiden Kearney didn't go over there and allegedly on December 23rd, 2023, say, don't cooperate with the grand jury into Karen and I. I'll get you a lawyer. Everything will go away. You know, that's what he's alleged to do. He's even alleged to have put his phone in his pocket, recorded her while she was having a meltdown over a medical issue, and then allegedly edited the recording and had Bradel submitted at his arraignment. But, you know, Shawn, I think it shows something that I don't like about this system, which is a lot of vulnerable people think that once the government is involved, their best interests come first. But really, it's always a part of a larger operation, whether it was the state police or the feds. They had a target, and unfortunately, people either play a role or get used in that system. Am I wrong?
No, you're right. Listen, you're right. I mean, obviously, they accomplished whatever they decided. Hold on, I got the dogs are fighting here, but they accomplished what they wanted, and it appears that Lindsay became not as useful to them anymore. They accomplished what they wanted. Now, and the other thing people don't understand, right, is that sources of information are always used in investigations. It doesn't matter. So if Kate Peter is a source of information, like she says she is, well, that's too bad. That's how investigations work. Was there collusion? Don't know. I'm concerned about Mello being that involved, because usually prosecutors are not that involved. For why? One reason. Because they don't want to become a witness, right? That's why I would tell people coming on search warrants, big cases, the prosecutor wanted to come and said, no, you don't want to be present for a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason, so-and-so, is you don't want to become a witness in your own prosecution. And that's exactly what happened to Mello. And he's cooked. He's cooked on this one.
Well, and I will say, I haven't heard, at least for a year, but the man was very sick. So setting aside anything to do with the case, if he is sick, God rest his,
right,
God
sure.
with his soul.
Sure.
And then the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, Shawn, because I don't really understand this, but hypothetically, say, this Marty Kraft, private investigator you've been posting about, say Kate Peter was working for this man, had login to his PI system or something in the fall of 2023. And what if it was that, like, Kate Peter was brought on because the way they, the investigation was done was that Marty Kraft was retained, and then Kate Peter kind of came as a package. Maybe Kate Peter knows someone whose mom used to date Marty, that's like active online, these other online accounts connected to Kate. And would that be the kind of thing the state police do? Hire a PI firm and then use that to contract out an investigation? Is that a thing?
I would say it's unique because, let's face it, my introduction to coming back to Massachusetts as a lawman is I was told there's the state police, then God. So I don't know why the state police would employ a private eye for what like I said, I don't know enough to comment. I will say, though, about Marty Kraft, and I gave him an opportunity to tell his story, but I will say he has been very good to a family member of a person who's been very critical of him. And I wanted to make that clear that, he's not the evil guy that everyone calls him to be. I mean, listen, he's got his fame. You know, he's got judges telling him never come back in my courtroom, right, out of West Roxbury. Hey, listen, shit happens. But you know, I don't know enough about why. Like, I know there's rumors that he was doing, you know, off the books jobs for Morrissey because he lived in Mansfield, that he would watch people come and go from Karen's house. I don't know. I mean, the state police could get anyone to do that. They got hundreds of people they can bring in to do covert surveillances. So, like I said, I don't know enough to comment. Marty can hire anyone he wants, right? He can hire Kate. He can hire you. He can hire me. I know guys that, you know, work for PIs, so he can hire anyone. So I don't know why they would have to branch out and use the services of PI when they got hundreds of people they can call on. So
yeah, and well, Shawn, let me ask you this, because just to keep it on the Birchmore topic, which I know is very important to people, would it be weird to you to learn that in 2022 Marty Kraft went to a woman in Canton's house on behalf of Brian Tully and was telling her not to talk about the Sandra Birchmore investigation?
Yeah, I have knowledge about that, and that's very concerning, because that woman gave up a lot of information. I think it was used against her. So yeah, that's unusual. And like I said, I mean, one thing is for sure, what doesn't come out in the wash will come out in the rinse. I can tell you that right now.
And so, Shawn, let me culminate to this. If you're in the position as the feds where you have this MSP unit that potentially covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder, and maybe there's even a wider network of victims than just Sandra, you have this on one side, and then you got this brewing situation with the leaks under it. Remember, that old DOJ was liberal, and Josh Levy is suing President Trump now. Then you got this situation with the leaks. How do you approach it institutionally if you're the DOJ? Is the sort of middle ground, hold everyone accountable, going to happen? Are we barreling towards a calamity here? Is there a reckoning coming?
Grant, law enforcement in itself is generally a very conservative occupation to have, right? Listen, the ground troops don't see Democrat or Republican, right? They don't. They're given a mission, they do the job. When I was doing my job, I could give two shits who the president was. I would respect the office. I had a job. The job was simple, right? Get a good case, bring it to prosecution, and let the jury decide if your case was good enough, right? And I believe the FBI agents that are working in Chelsea and down in Lakeville, where they are all at, right? They got a job to do. It doesn't matter who the assistant U.S. attorney was, the U.S. attorney at the time. It doesn't matter. It's all about getting the job done. And I do feel that getting Karen Read acquitted of those charges opened up the floodgates for those agents. What that means, it's anybody's guess. But I think now that case is done with, barring the DUI, right, OUI, I believe now it's opened up. It's opened up areas that were taboo. Let's put it like that.
Well, and I met, obviously it's a follow-up, but so say, you know, U.S. Attorney Foley in January, February, March, April uncovered this grand juror leaks from August of 22 through March of 2024. You know, would it be out of the question for, instead of, as you mentioned earlier, kind of holding the indictments, instead of moving right away, maybe if you suspect that it was Aiden or Karen who was talking to this grand juror, you don't do anything and let Karen's trial play out as maybe, what's the word that was used in the Adelson case? Is it a bump?
Yeah. Listen, the CDL caper came out last year, right?
The indictments were January 2024, and they pled guilty in late 2024, right. Early 2025.
So evidently, the person who posted it prior to the indictments, right? That's obviously caught the attention of the federal agents. So they sat on it this long. I mean, let's do the math here. Everything is done for a reason, okay? Think about it, right? The feds have been very quiet. So Josh Levy says, in good conscience, I can't allow the Karen Read case to go to trial. That's one move. That's a shot over the bow, right? and then the TUI, and then everything kind of dies. And all of a sudden, last August, boom, Matt Farrell gets taken down, in a 1-count indictment, right? Murder of Sandra Birchmore, death penalty case, right? That's a big splash. Then all of a sudden, everything's kind of quiet again, and boom, here we go. Here's another thing. This thing yesterday, right? This is the feds giving everyone a little heartbeat, right? It's by design. It's like, don't forget us. We're out here, okay? And look at it. Look at what people are doing, right? I mean, it's pretty classic. I got to say, it's manipulative. It's a psyop. Grant, I can tell you right now, it's definitely a psyop. It's getting people to move the needle. Look what happened last night. Aiden was fucking crazy. I just saw your thing. Waiting for this link you were going to send me. I didn't see it last night. I got people talking about it. But this is crazy, right? And did you play the rant he did back in 2023?
We played that 10. Yeah,
right,
the one.
Did he mention my name then?
Yeah. No, that's right. He didn't until this one.
No, he didn't. So that's classic, right? Listen, I knew the moment yesterday came out that tape, that little rant of his was going to come forward somehow. And I got to tell you, Dara, I know Dara. She is the toughest. Listen, she didn't back down at all.
Dagnabbit.
And she's not backing down. I mean, she is ramped it up. And like I said, I had an tacit agreement with Aiden that he would stay in his neutral corner, I would stay in mine. I've never mentioned that kid's name in over a year, right? By agreement. His girlfriend brokered the deal. I don't know if they're still boyfriend, girlfriend. I don't know. Nor do I care. But isn't it amazing? I've been getting clips for the past 6 months, the little things he keeps mentioning my name. And I said, well, at some point, the bear is going to come back. The bear will come back at some point. And I told his girlfriend, give him a standing 8 or I will really come out. Listen, he's on a good ride right now, right? He got the carry. He's going on his whore tour. I mean, he says that. He's going on his whore tour. So if you are Nurse Kim, how does that make you feel that he considers him going on these YouTube content people his whore tour? I mean, do people give him a pass for that? I guess they do. I'm not. And I just hope he gets the standing 8 count because this time I'm not taking any prisoners, all right? I've got the goods and I've stayed back, right? And like I said, people are reading between the lines. But there was no doubt in my mind that if I had kept that grand jury information up on the old justice group for John O'Keefe, they would do to that group what they did to the woman who posted the CDL information, because that's how they work. And I immediately took it down because I know how they work. And I was the admin, right? Everyone else was, Blanca Guzman did a Saturday night massacre. It took everyone off, mods, admins, and made me the admin. And I said, okay, if you want that, I got to do it the way I need to do it. And that's one of the things that came right out was this grand jury information. I shut it down. Someone got very butthurt, as you can see. You saw the rant, right? And you saw last night. And he doesn't get it. That's why he's an amateur. That's why these other amateurs. I put a challenge out to Mark Betterow. Mark Betterow, go ahead and post some leaked grand jury information. He won't. He can't. He's an officer of the court. And I can tell you right now, I talked to Blanca Guzman, said, we cannot foster this type of information. When we get it, we'll get it the right way, but not by stupid means.
Well, and that's what I think a lot of people don't see. It's a world of instant gratification, and then they wonder, why didn't it happen right away? Well, it was because it was a limited hangout. It was designed to induce a reaction. Just because they don't put the playbook out there doesn't mean that you're not being targeted by it. And Shawn, I was going to comment there and say, you know, you don't have to react to that, but whatever people may feel about Karen's guilt or innocence, I've always felt that the whole time, the thing you were most concerned about was Karen. And there were all these people around Karen who just were very concerned about themselves. And you just were like, why won't anyone listen to me? This is very dangerous because of the impacts it could have. No one listened. And now they have to sit there and kind of look back and say, well, at least Shawn was trying to tell us, but it's too late.
It is too late. It is too late. And, you know, doubling down last night is the wrong message, right? And you know something, as an amateur, yeah, I guess as an amateur, you can take information, but there'll be a price to pay. Now, you highlighted what I said in my post about the publishing of that information. You took note of that, right? Now, we can receive information, right? But to publish it, I mean, come on. You got people's lives in jeopardy in grand juries. Now, clearly, those people in that grand jury heard a lot of different cases. Not just Karen Reed, not just Sandra Birchmore, a lot of bad guys got indicted by the feds during that time frame, okay? So that's why it's important that content creators, right, have a little common sense and don't publish, right, to try to get the inside. I could have been a hero, but oh God, we got grand jurors talking to us. Well, I'm a Fed. I'll always be a Fed, right? For me to do that would put me in jeopardy, and people don't get that. They don't understand that, Grant. And the bottom line is this: I wasn't going to be a part of it. And you see the reaction, because amateurs will react like that. They don't understand the errors of their ways and the consequences that can come down the pike.
And is that the only way to ever stop this from happening again? People, it's one thing to have a compartmentalized system, but a lot of people hear the kind of ominous warning, like, don't do this to this system. It will, even if it doesn't get you today, tomorrow, the next month, it will get you. But eventually they say they feel, untouchable because it doesn't come for them. But then eventually the system will let the attention build up, come for them and say, this is why you don't do it. And that builds up the next generation of, okay, you better not mess with them.
I agree. Listen, if I had got information from a grand juror, say, when I came out with Michael Proctor, right? I know exactly who gave me the information, right? It was well known in your circles, the circles you were at the time, right? Back then, I know it was well known, but I got it. I got the Proctor determination, right, from the top, right? Based on an old associate I had back in my days to Springfield. I knew it was on the money, okay? I knew. The same way with Enrique Delgado Garcia, all right? Same exact way. I knew the kid was already brain dead and they were going to pull the plug. I reported that in a heartbeat. I also knew about Farwell, all right? So all these people are saying, oh, fucking Shawn, man, he doesn't know his ass was up. Really? All right? You know, I was the only one that used the words Proctor was terminated. I didn't say he was fired. I say he was terminated. That came right directly from Framingham.
And as weird as it is, we're not taking a victory lap. I don't hear any kind of celebratory tone. It's more just like we were, and both you and I in our different ways, we're saying to people, listen, here's what we know. It's like, won't you listen to us? And now there's very few people still standing on this board who have any credibility left, because as everything's crumbled, there were only a few people. And you know what they say, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then you win, and no one's laughing anymore.
Listen, I knew Liz Proctor was bawling her eyes out for months. She knew no matter what process that Mike was going to go through, that the determination was already made. Now what they were all talking about back then, the process he's going through now, right? He's going through the process. Everyone said, oh, he's this, you know, the civil liberties, mass civil board hearings are going to go for him. Right. But that's what he's going through now. That determination was boilerplate by Colonel Noble. He was never getting by Colonel Noble. It didn't matter. It didn't matter back then. And I went with it. But the thing is, you know how I knew and my source was right, because like Kay Peter didn't push back. Kevin Lenahan didn't push back. No one from that side pushed back. You know who pushed back? Aiden Carney.
Well, and you know who went on?
And the reasons are, the reasons are obvious. And he still is. Didn't he say it last night?
Yeah, well, and you know who went on Kirk Minahan's show in 2022 and 2023 and said that there was no way the murder of Sandra Birchmore was a cover-up?
Yeah, I heard that.
But let me, I have two questions, because there's something going on under the surface that I can't understand. So two questions. First, you mentioned you kind of knew right away, Colonel Noble, it was a fait accompli, Proctor was going to be gone. The Tully thing we were talking about earlier, hypothetically, say someone like Tully did release a victim's phone with naked pictures on purpose, for whatever reason. How long would it take that person to get discharged? Do you expect Brian Tully to actually leave the state police like Michael Proctor? What are you hearing? What do you know?
I'm actually not hearing anything. I'm actually hearing that he's going full force on whatever the hell he was tasked to do, whatever that is. Okay, so the moving of the current DA's office is no surprise. What I find, and I did a whole post on it about the last man standing, right? The last man to fall. That's John Fanning, right? At some point, they're going to have to deal with him, and it's going to be done soon. I mean, let's face it. How that chief of police, whatever her name is, McNamara, the female chief, could allow John Fanning, I don't care if he was an FBI agent, to interview the prime suspect in a parking lot, knowing full well that he was a former Stoughton cop, right? And now the lead investigator for the Birchmore investigation. Not only does he not do a formal interview in a formal setting, like an office, like his office, he does it in a parking lot. That's the type of seriousness and dedication this guy Fanning put in to this investigation, and it begs all kinds of questions, Grant, as what the hell was really going on? Well, now, Grant, I used you the other night. I did. All right.
Go ahead.
About our friend Nikki Guarino.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Now, listen, I know what you and I talked about. Okay. Now, there had to be some pillow talk between Nikki Guarino and his wife prior to the accident that happened. Remember the accident?
Do you mean when he strangely got hit by a drunk driver during a detail on the Pike? I believe it was around exit 127 westbound in Newton.
So listen, I'm not going to provide your guest anything, but I want you to think about this. Think about what you eventually was told, right, after that accident. You know, you're talking about an old Eagle friend of yours, right? Boston College Eagle, right? Now, think about this. What pillow talk was discussed between Nikki and that person to cause that person to think that people were out to kill him? Think about that.
Oh, I see. Well, you're going 6 degrees of separation. But let me ask you that, Sean, I think you're on to something.
Come on.
I think you're
on. Don't leave me hanging here, Grant.
No, I think you're
some good team, my friend.
I really had to think about that for a sec, but I eventually put it together by jumping the links. Okay, so the question I have for you about that is, one, I always thought, I don't know Nick Guarino, never talked to him, etc., but I always thought that drunk driving crash was very weird. All right, the fact he got hit by a drunk driver on the bike.
So did someone else.
Yep. And so my question to you is that we know Nick Guarino and Brian Tully have involvement in multiple of these things, right? The Lindsay Gattani phone extraction, Sandra Birchmore's case, etc. Can you help folks understand, because I think we're basically saying it, that Matthew Farwell it was clear to the MSP unit that we've been talking about, which has people like John Fanning, Tully, Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Guarino, one or two, Nick Duane, one or two other guys. It's clear that they got information from the Canton PD within 48 hours that Matthew Farwell was a child rapist who killed Sandra Birchmore. What are the implications if Matthew Farwell cooperates, and what happens if a full state police unit was aware that there was a cover-up of a murder and went along with it? How do the charges play out? What are the crimes involved hypothetically? That kind of thing.
All right. So hypothetically speaking, okay, we know for sure that Sandra was putting immense pressure on Matt Farwell to be a role in the pregnancy of her baby, right? She wanted some input from him, and she was very forceful on that. All right, well, what if, hypothetically, right, another person back in the day was also involved with Sandra, okay? And what if that person, right, had talked to Farwell prior to the murder and said, we got to do something here because this is going to look bad for all of us. And somehow, hypothetically, convinced Matt to be the bad guy, knowing, like I said, I'm using air quotation marks, that he's the baby daddy. Think about this. He's the baby daddy in his mind.
In his
right?
mind.
Is his mind, and basically told to him by Sandra that he's a baby daddy. He knows, right, that if it comes out, his DNA will be with that baby, right? So what if listen, I've said this many times. Hypothetically, there's a conspiracy to kill her, and it's going to be covered up as a suicide, and nobody knows the difference. And then we make it better. We got fucking Nikki Guarino misses 32,000 texts between the killer and Sandra Birchmore. Now, think about that. Hypothetically speaking, it happens. And guess what? It worked until it didn't. And now Matt Farwell is indicted last August, and he's sitting in jail. And he's wondering, what the fuck happened? What happened? And listen, I've seen this. I've had this happen in my own career where we've done these investigations. And he's sitting there, and lo and behold. Now, listen, we don't know exactly when the feds knew about Biden's reveal on the tissue from the fetus. What if he was told, hey, you know something, pal? You did all that fucking work and killed her. You're not even the baby daddy. And hypothetically speaking, he goes, motherfucker, well, that's it. I'm not going down by myself.
Hey, Shawn, did you know when Lee Harvey Oswald was interviewed by the Secret Service at 9:30 a.m. on November 24th, 1963, he was shown a map, and it was a map he had circled job hunting locations on, including the Texas School Book Depository. When they handed him the map, all the X's were gone except for the X on the School Book Depository. He said, oh my God, they set me up. He was dead an hour later.
Well, so, I mean, listen, this is a hypothetical, right? And I've used this on my own shows. Hypothetically speaking, right, this could be a real deal. This could be, right?
Hypothetically, you are talking about this, because I asked you the question, what would the implications be of them covering it up? You are talking about the possibility that, by the way, two of these troopers, John Fanning and Yuri Buchanan, used to work in Stoughton with Matt Farwell.
And so then John Fanning.
Right, and John Fanning. And let's be clear, this ring of cops in Stoughton, maybe they didn't get all the victims. Maybe some of the victims are still alive. And what it really is sounding like is that this was a hit. That's horrifying because it would mean that police officers committed a hit on a child rape victim. And it leads me to wonder, though, Shawn, I've heard the difference between a government hit and a quote-unquote private hit, which we won't elaborate on, is that the government does more to distance itself from the hit. This must have been a black op that no one approved because they literally left a dead woman hanging from a door with a baby in her whose DNA didn't match to Farwell. The only way you do that is if you thought you were so connected that the cover-up would happen instantly, no one would ever find it.
Let's face it. Who was in charge of the DA's office at the time? At least two prior Stoughton officers, right? Who was going to get the ultimate investigation? Listen, I know we differ on certain things about the Karen Reed investigation, but here's the thing, and I'll take my part of this. If you're predisposed, I used that word predisposed before. If you're predisposed to set up fake suicide to cover up atrocious acts, okay, and you cover the 32,000 texts and emails that basically tell the story, right? And then you take the John O'Keefe investigation and you frame someone. These people, you can't put anything past these people. And Farwell holds the key now. Farwell's sitting down in Rhode Island somewhere in a federal holding area. And listen, I don't care if he can get 10 death penalty attorneys. He is singing. I'm telling you right now, he's singing.
I've been hearing that. And I've been hearing that, and I agree with you. And Shawn, let me just say, even if setting aside what we think about the ultimate responsibility for how John O'Keefe died, the point is this: the point both of us, I'm sure, agree on is that regardless of that investigation was not handled great. Okay, there were like literally a lot of leaks. It was bad. Okay, there's no reason that email from Karen to Alan Jackson in August of 2022 degrading David Yannetti should ever have been made public. Okay, and
a lot of things should have been made public, right? Well, how does a lead listen, Grant, I can assure you, right? Karen Reed was not a diabolical person that would cause a guy like Michael Proctor to hate her, right? The way he did, the way he talked about her, right? Okay. He wants to say, well, that was my emotions. Grant, I have literally looked into the eyes of the devil, people who have murdered villages overseas and basically took no responsibility. I've looked at, and I still have never treated them the way that Michael Proctor did within hours of even learning about Karen Reed. There is something wrong with that.
I got to ask you, because listen, we're the only people who are going to talk about it. I got to ask you, Canton seems a lot like that book Midnight in Savannah from the 80s. It was made into a movie as well. And the reason I say that is this looked like a case about John and Karen going to an after party to eat cake. It wasn't. Canton has a social scene. Karen clearly alienated some people, not just with what happened that night, but because I think Karen did know about a lot of this stuff beforehand, not just the Sandra Birchmore stuff or whatever, but also potentially like what this group of friends was about. And I'm not going to pass judgment, but it's like high school all over again, all right? And that's why I think they didn't like Karen, because she was a traitor to them, because they knew to get out of responsibility for what she was alleged to have done, whether you think she did it or not, she was not just going to sing like a canary. She was smart enough to be like, listen, I know what you all are about. I know about what's going on with the DA. You really going to charge me over this? And when they indicted her in June, you could see her reaction was, I cannot believe they bound this over. I really think that was what it was. I think that Karen knew the secrets, and by bounding her over on the indictment, they were never going to convict her because reasonable doubt was built in, not just because of the investigation, but because this department, latent to their existence, had this secret hiding beneath the surface about Birchmore. And how much do you want to bet that protecting Brian Tully and all these people's reputation is why so many people online were trying to obfuscate discussion about this case, both on the pro-justice for John O'Keefe side and otherwise, because they didn't want the real story to come out, which was that this was a complex political proxy war involving a bunch of people who either did bad things or knew about bad things, and the narrative had to be very finely crafted or the whole nation was going to know about Canton's little secrets.
I agree. And listen, we're old enough to know is his story and her story, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. And this is why you and I are talking today. We're in the middle here. That's why I went on Kate Peters' show. That's why I went on Joe Rogie Rogue's show. That's why I went on with Elise Bennett, right? I went on to everybody's show, right? Because somewhere in the middle is the truth. And the thing is, how do we get the truth out? And I do believe, and I said this early on before I even had a YouTube show, what was going on at the time that John was killed? How did Karen get so much information about Morrissey so quickly? Remember, Aidan Carney didn't bring any light to this until April of 2023. She had since January of 2022 to April of 2023 to get so much intel. And like I said, the feds were doing things. You say they started May of 2022? I believe that. Grand juries are always in effect. So, the thing is, Karen's been acquitted. She should live her life like Alan Jackson said. She needs to, she's in a different scenario now with her freedom. She needs to get into her freedom the way it happens for her. And like I said, somewhere in the middle is the truth, and we're going to get there. Somehow, we're going to get there.
Well, you made such a good insight. I was literally nodding along, which is, it's not a question of what are people saying. Opinions are like middle fingers. Everyone has one. All right. But what is unique is that some people have authentic principles. Some people have self-interested motives. Some people are institutionally affiliated. Institutional motives work like overlapping concentric social circles of influence. Some people are in the room. Some people are soldiers and carry out the orders. Okay, that's why mafia works like the mafia. Okay, boss of all bosses, commission, capos, etc., etc., etc. Okay, and so what I'm saying here is Shawn's insight is so well taken, because you can't find out the truth by talking to one person ever. Okay, nested within narrative, self-interest, and these overlapping concentric social circles of influence are kernels of truth. And only by amalgamating perspectives can we start to see narratives as narratives, and perspectives as perspectives, and self-interest as self-interest, rather than as fact. But you can find the kernels of fact that are being manipulated by all these different parties by talking to them. And then you find who the actually authentic, based, principled people are. Maybe you agree with them, maybe you disagree with them, but at least you know they're not acting from a place of self-interest, narrative control, or institutional affiliation. And those are the people you got to cherish, because those are the people who can, asymptotically though it may be, try to find out what actually happened. And don't take anyone's word as gospel. I'm sure, Shawn, you share these sentiments.
Yeah, and the thing is, Grant, right? Going on the different platforms I did, a lot of it was, and I saw you reaching out to the other side too. I saw you out with Tom CPU, even Aiden, right? My thing was this. I wanted to understand what the hell the other side knew that I didn't know. Was I missing something? And like I said, I gave everyone the opportunity, right? And oh my God, how could Shawn McDonaugh go on Kate Peters' show? How could Shawn McDonaugh go on Kevin Lenihan and Joe Rogie and Elise Bennett and whoever else I went on? Come on your program. I'll catch hell for that, because that's just the way it is. The good thing about me, Grant, right now is I've got nothing to lose. Right? I've got nothing to lose. That's the worst type of person you could go up against. Clearly, Aiden's threatened by me. I don't have no clue why he keeps my name in his mouth. He's clearly threatened. I have no idea why. All right. I've been a secret mouse for over a year, and he keeps wanting to say, give McDonough, Shawn this, Shawn fraud on the golf. I mean, I see these half-asses, right? Well, the bottom line is this. If I'm such a fucking threat, then the question is, why am I a threat? Why do you keep me in your mouth? And like I said, I wanted to go and reach across the other.
He kind of tips that he's a secret mouse. I mean, he's the only government agent, that's really who knows his stuff. Jen Coffindaffer knows her stuff, but Jen was in the FBI. Shawn was DEA. And you can hear Shawn kind of talking about it. Shawn is a federal agent, was a federal agent, very, very high ranking, clearly knew what he was doing, and he knows how to talk, and you can see the way that he is talking about that. He's saying he said, I'm a secret mouse. He's telling you he has an objective, he has a goal, he's not allied with anyone other than maybe Karen. It might blind him a little bit, but he doesn't care. His first commitment is to the Constitution, the United States of America, the federal apparatus. He's trying to tell you that, and people weren't listening. Not yesterday, but in general.
What I did as a field operative in the jungles, you don't get information if you say, I'm going to go out and I'm going to arrest you. You got to talk to the other side. And it doesn't matter who that side is. You have to be a human, number one, and understand everyone has a story.
Yep, so many people, you started the interview off with this, and I think it was so on point. So many people can't see the difference between believing in something and then it being polemical about something. Just because you cannot be an effective leader if you just are around yes men all the time, or if you're the smartest person in the room, you will just consistently plateau. The real value in life, and yes, it's not that it's not authentic, but it's literally doing like high-level sensitive work. You have to be able to talk to people you don't like. You have to be able to get inside their mind, and then that's how you can understand how they're going to move, and then you put it all together on a grand chessboard, and you can kind of look into the future as well as understand how the present's unfolding, so you make correct decisions. People just act these days. And Shawn, where I was going with this is, as much as people like to underestimate folks like you and I, because we don't necessarily act in the conventional PR manner or whatever, being underestimated is not an insult, it's a tactical advantage. By all means, give us that advantage. Just wait 12 months and you'll see what happens.
Absolutely. No doubt.
Yeah. And,
I'm not bringing politics in, but guess what? Our own president reaches out to Putin. Our own president reaches out to people like Kim Il-jung down there, right? The bottom line is this. You cannot not take advantage of the time when you have that opportunity, at least to be human with someone, no matter who they are, or no matter how bad of a person they are, right? In the end, the truth is going to come out one way or the other. And that's, like I said, you can't be on the other side and say, this is my domain, I'm not leaving it. And like I said, it works for me, I don't care.
Well, and one thing I wanted to circle back on is, so these two things are completely independent. The first thing I'm going to say is Aidan Kearney has started to delete a lot of his posts on X this morning. And then the second thing is, hypothetically, you know the insides and out of kind of this federal apparatus. I've studied some of the documents from 50 years ago, but I didn't live it. Hypothetically, what general advice would you give for anyone who maybe is starting to realize that they are the target of a high-level, complex federal operation? How good are these agencies, and when they move on someone, do they miss?
Well, the first advice I would give that person, if he feels he's being looked at by the feds, get yourself an attorney. Number one, get yourself an attorney. And then have that attorney go and broker communications with the whatever entity it is, whether it's ICE, DEA, FBI, you name it. And start the dialogue early versus later. The first one in always gets the sweetness. That's it. You don't want to be on the ass end of an investigation. Kind of like I said about John Fanning. You don't want to be on that end because it looks like he's the last guy standing, right? Who else is in that office right now? Him and Nikki. That's it, of the old crew. Why? Hey, here's another thing, Grant. Maybe you might know. You know that Nikki testified, 1, 2, maybe 3 times on direct in the trial too, right? Mm-hmm. And the idea was, I guess there was a deal brokered by the defense and the prosecution that once Nikki was done, whatever he had to get done, I guess he piecemealed what he ever had to do, that then the defense could cross-examine him, right? Why didn't the defense cross-examine him?
That's right. I don't know if anyone's picked up on this. I remember now.
No, I've been saying this now for months. And my thing is this.
Wow.
You don't touch a person who may be cooperating.
Right, and the enemy of your enemy is your friend.
There you go. So you're tracking. People don't want to listen to this, but you're tracking. You're on it.
So, can I ask, because this, eventually, we are going to circle back. I know more developments are coming, but if you had to guess, it sounds like you have some guesses about who might cooperate to avoid getting indicted, but do you have any predictions, maybe who might get indicted? Just, if you don't want to answer, that's fine, but you've been right. Oh, okay.
I made a prediction on my show 2 weeks ago. I predicted that the killers of John O'Keefe will be named. I predicted that John Fanning will be shown to have more of an involvement in the Sandra Birchmore case. And there was something else I predicted. I predicted that Nikki Guarino was cooperating. Those 3 things I predicted. I can tell you right now, Fanning has to be concerned. Has to be concerned. Here's my thing. If I was the only one in my office that didn't get transferred, I'd be concerned. Knowing what, okay, put it like this, knowing what Fanning knows, and he made a comment to a person who talked to a source of mine saying he feared things were coming down on him. Now, he made that comment a couple of weeks ago before I was up in Boston a couple of weeks ago. Made that comment a couple of weeks before the big shakeup, right? Before the news of Uri and all that stuff. So if I'm the guy left in the office, right? And he made that comment to a person saying, I fear something's coming down on me, right? My thing is this, I don't think Noble even cares about moving him. I think they might just go for the juggler right off the bat. Something to think about.
It makes
why move him to another spot and take another person's spot?
Right. Why exactly? And why would any of them get moved unless they want to put it on him? And if your theory or your hypothetical has any sort of merit, which I think it could, that this was all set up from the beginning in the sense that Farwell was ordered to do a hit and then he was forced to take the fall.
Now listen, that's all hypothetical on my part, right?
Hypothetical.
All I'm just saying is that think about Colonel Noble, right? He just knows what happened with Proctor and his debacle, right? Now he knows that John Fanning, a lieutenant, right? What was he, a sergeant back at the time at Birchmore? I don't know what he was. That now Noble is sitting down and saying, what the fuck do I have in that goddamn office? I got a guy who's a lead investigator on Sandra Birchmore. He interviews the ultimate number one suspect that the feds arrest. He interviews him in a parking lot. I mean, listen, I feel bad for Noble. He's got a bunch of clowns. And I'll tell you, the guys that I worked with back in the 80s and 90s, the state police were by none, were the best. What the hell's going on this generation? I have no idea. But think about Noble. He seems like a real hard charger. He's got to be saying, what in the name of God? He sees Uri, being the way he was in the trial. Taking him 12 minutes to answer one question, back and forth, then ask for a dictionary. Come on. I mean, listen, that's a slap in the face to the colonel. That's a slap in the face. He now finds out that Fanning did a parking lot interview of a guy that he used to work with and basically gave him a pass. Listen, Farwell had to admit he had sexual relationships with Sandra Birchmore. He had to admit it because in his mind, he knew that Sandra was putting the arm on him. And so he knows he had sexual relations because the DNA was going to come out. Right? But you do that interview, I don't know what kind of parking lot, it was a church parking lot or something. You don't do that as a professional. And Noble's got to be thinking, what the hell did Mon allow to happen? Colonel Mon could have nipped this in the bud years ago. He didn't.
Right, and we've seen so many indictments from the feds about the state police, but most of them are like CDL, Troop F overtime scandal. There was some, what are they called? The agreements, like stipulated agreements related to policing on Springfield, which I'm sure you probably heard about. There was some stuff like that, but there has never been, as far as I'm aware, an indictment. It's like I remembered what they're called. Consent decrees. I remembered it earlier today. They're called consent decrees. Stipulated agreements related to policing on Springfield, which I'm sure you probably heard about. There was some stuff like that, but there has never been, as far as I'm aware, an indictment of anyone that could be as sprawling as this. Whatever the outcome may be, there's never been an indictment of a police department, a state police department in particular, like this, and that I've ever seen anywhere. And part of what I think plays into this and what leaves me so concerned about it is, look at this. I heard a quote once I have some sources in politics, and I heard a quote once that said, Michael Morrissey's an okay guy, but it's the people around him that are the problem. And I also think about the structure of these state police units that are there longer than some of the DAs who obviously get elected every once in a while. And then I think of the problem with DAs getting elected, either like having talked about current cases or having people supporting them that are either witnesses to current cases or involved in current cases. How much of this really came down to this hyper-local DA system in the state police unit attached to them, these, what are they called, CPAC units, they became personal fiefdoms. Is that what you found looking into this?
Well, one thing I did do a deep dive on the big cases, right? And it seems, for whatever reason, it seems with Morrissey, anything that has any shade on law enforcement, he's very sensitive to. In other words, he gives passage. I'll go back to Jamie Robertson, who was a young person that got killed in Canton, believe it or not, back in 2014. He was murdered by individuals that were given the tools of the trade by a Dedham police officer, right? I forget, I don't have all the names. But the story goes, he was given badges and slapsticks and, things that would make the victim know that they were like cops or probation officers, right? That's the lure they got to him. He was actually beaten to death in Canton, Mass, and his body was found a year later up in Central Mass. That cop that set up the deal was given all kinds of benefits by Morrissey. Cosgrove was the judge, and they allowed him a stay. Grant. All right, that's number one. Let's fast forward to
And there's a lot to that case, folks. You look into that case with the three men and the Dedham cop, the three men who did something just absolutely horrible to a man. I think he was like, the victim was dating some guy's wife or something. So the police officer, from what I understand, like, was hard up. And these three guys with access to drugs basically took his badge and then kidnapped a guy. Like, the cop didn't come with them, but they took his badge, they kidnapped the victim, tortured him for like 4 days, and then killed him. And then eventually his body was found in the woods of Western Mass, like cut up, and they were able to put it together, find the badge, like link the badge to the three guys. And then the way that all played out, very, very weird. But that group of guys, like anyone connected with them, like, I'm telling you, like, don't think the feds, I have no idea what the feds know, but don't put it past the feds to have realized that there's this, like, network around, like, all these people, like, I'm not just talking about Aiden or Kate Peter or whatever, like, that corrupted a serious percentage of the Massachusetts law enforcement establishment. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I just know listen, the public corruption grand jury that is going on, okay? I have no idea about what it's doing. I only hear rumors, never heard from anyone involved. I'm a towel, right? But let me just tell you that some people, in the context of like fighting these proxy wars over the Karen Reed case, the Turtle Boy case, whatever, they exposed like networks. They led the feds onto networks of corruption that are so deep. I can't even tell you like how sprawling it goes, how many counties it must touch, hypothetically, how many people it must be targeting, how many people right now are literally being watched by the feds and doing stupid shit. You don't understand. Listen. I want some of you to do stupid shit. Okay? So I'm going to give you absolutely zero help. I want you to do, not any of you in the chat, I'm being sarcastic, but I want some of you in the orbit of these cases to continue to do stupid shit, especially right now. Please, right now, like over the next like 4 to 6 weeks, I want you to do stupid fucking things, okay? And then I want you to think you got away with it, and because nothing happens to you immediately, but just for the next 4 to 6 weeks, I'm not saying this is just very general advice. I'm clearly being sarcastic. I want you to do stupid things, okay, that would get you in trouble with the federal government. Just do that, please. Please, it would make me a very happy towel, okay? If you were so stupid as after everything you've heard and after everything that's gone on over the last week and after everything that I said, I want you over the next 4 to 6 weeks, please make my year. Do stupid fucking things right now. Please. Oh, you have no idea how happy that would be. I don't care what region you're in. Please try to obstruct justice right now. Please, I'm not telling you to obstruct justice. I'm being sarcastic, clearly. There is nothing I would like more than someone to get caught up right now doing something so stupid and disgraceful and insulting to our justice system. I don't want them to do it because I take pleasure in them doing the act. I want them to do it because they're stupid enough to do it right now. I got a glimmer in my towel eye. Oh, goodness. We got Towel yelling again. Towel's thinking about things, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel, and I'm thinking about things. I'm a very reserved towel. I just let the historical processes play out. But yes, hypothetically, and I think this is just generally good advice. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I'm a towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to prove unconditional love in a world defined by self-interest and greed. If you want to prove unconditional love exists in a world defined by self-interest and greed. Listen to this. Okay, hypothetically, okay, if there were like a sprawling public corruption grand jury in Massachusetts that were, I don't know, like targeting liberals, right? Like say liberals are the problem, right? Damn commies. Now listen. I'm not saying every liberal's a commie. I just don't like the damn commies. Now, say you were part of the liberal establishment, but you were a bit of a renegade. I don't know, like maybe you fed information to Turtle Boy or Kate or whatever. Maybe you're law enforcement, different prosecutors. I don't know. Maybe you did stupid things because you're stupid. All right? Hypothetically, stupid people do stupid things. And then say the feds were like, what the fuck is wrong with Massachusetts? Hypothetically. And they were like, oh my God, it's literally open season on liberals because of the new DOJ. And oh my God, Massachusetts is a sanctuary state. Basically, oh my God, they are doing terrible, terrible things. Oh my God, let's take down the Massachusetts political establishment and demonstrate that Democrats are just systemically corrupt to their core in every area of the state. I'm just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. Number one, I hate the damn commies. Number two, I hate the damn commies. Number three, the Democratic Party left me. Number four, go get the bastards, judicially. Number five, it's as bad as the feds think and probably worse. Number six, I want people to do stupid things, so I'm just going to sit here with a glimmer in my eye being like, please do it. Just like Turtle Boy doing that show the other night. Just please, I beg of you. I plead with you. Over the next 4 to 6 weeks, do stupid things. Like, hypothetically, okay, I think we should use the federal obstruction of justice statute more. You know what I'm saying? I think we should use it more. We should just wield it ferociously. And how about can you use 1842 as a criminal action? Because I think we should think about that too. And then also, what about 18 U.S.C. 1001? Come on now. That's like a classic, all right? You know what I'm saying? So, like, I'm just saying, hypothetically, there's like 150 people, maybe, I think like 40 on the low end, 150 people on the high end. If you want to talk about what I think is really going on, and I have no confirmation of this, I'm a towel, I don't know what's going on, what are you even listening to? But listen, if you want to know what I think is going on, I think the entire Democratic establishment in Massachusetts, regardless in some cases whether they're in the legislative, executive, judicial, prosecutorial, or otherwise components of the government, is just going to get, I think, eradicated is a bit strong of a term, maybe judicially crushed under the weight of a 40,000-pound anvil, since we're using the cartoon analogies. And so, like, if you were part of that liberal establishment, hypothetically, and you, like, worked with, like, a Kate Peter or a Turtle Boy, and, like, we're talking, like, whatever area of the state you might be in, or proxies, or whatever the fuck, like, I'm just saying, hypothetically, just generally, speaking very broadly, doing dumb things judicially or otherwise over the next 4 to 6 weeks, personally, just with a little glimmer in my eye, I'm being sarcastic here, I just want to be very clear. I think some of you should do dumb fucking things. Now, I don't mean that, I mean that in the sense I want you to do them so you get caught. You see what I'm saying? Just so we're clear. But, just give little Towel a reason to smile. Don't you want little Towel to smile? Haven't you always wanted to bring beaming rays of sunshine from Towel's eyes? Don't you want to do that? Haven't you always said to yourself, you know what? I don't like that Towel guy, but I want to make him happy. You know what I'm saying? Then if you are those people, then the next 4 to 6 weeks, if you want to make me happy, you should do dumb things that get yourself in trouble. Now, I'm not saying I want you to do them because I want you to do the actual act. I'm more interested in you doing it and getting caught. Okay, I just want to let you know, I'm going to get some type of, like, flag. It's like a celebratory flag, and I'm going to run around in the streets. Okay, it was almost like when I was excited when Turtle Boy went live the other day. You don't understand. I had to compose myself so that I wouldn't get too excited so he wouldn't go live. Because I was like, you got to go live. Please be so dumb as to go live. I can't even contain myself because I know that some of the people involved in this are so dumb that they're going to do stupid things. I know the world wants Little Towel to be happy. We're so close. I just need, ideally, Democratic politicians who are dumb and law enforcement officers who are dumb and have enabled either Kate Peter or Aidan Kearney or otherwise, or tried to cover up murders like Sandra Birchmore's. Or I just need them to do dumb things. You know what I'm saying? I don't necessarily want them to do the underlying dumb things. I just want them to get caught. And I think they are so dumb that even with this, like, flashing fucking sign from the DOJ, I think they're going to do dumb fucking things. And I'm just going to sit there like a Little Towel being like, you're all fucking morons. Thank you for handing it to the feds on a platter, you fucking morons. But see, underlying this, ray of sunshine is I'm fucking angry about some of the things some people did to my fucking justice system in Massachusetts. How fucking dare some of you? You don't understand how incredulous I am about some of the things that some of you did. I'm very angry. I personally went to the feds, okay, about some of these things. I was astute, just Little Towel, walking around being a Little Towel, and it was like, hey, Little Towel, I'm Little Towel. Oh, well, okay. And then I was like, well, redacted and redacted and redacted and redacted and redacted and redacted, 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 and redacted. And then the response was redacted, 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 comma, redacted, the redacted. So, in short, I'm Little Towel. All right? It's not time. It is not time. I don't know anything. I don't know what went where, who did what, who's going down. All I know is people did stupid things, and they're the type of people who will keep doing stupid fucking things even when the feds are fucking watching them because they're stupid fucking people. I think underlying my joy in them hopefully getting caught is some real anger about how they insulted profanely in a pornographic way the integrity of this justice system I care about so much. You're going to have to read between the lines. You'll figure it out in time. Let's just say, how do I phrase this? I'm not going to. I don't want to provide my analysis about this just yet. I don't want to engage in a priori reasoning, ladies and gentlemen. On this topic, I want to engage in a posteriori reasoning. Yes, we broke out the Latin. Steph's like, I'm looking between the lines. Listen, I don't know. Who was the one that told you all to be patient, and your faith was thus rewarded? And we are only just starting that process, in my opinion. And I don't know. Personally, I think this state's really fucking corrupt. So I think there's some decent people that are the exception that proves the rule. But like the Massachusetts politics, the Democratic Party in particular, drove me away. I mean, the National Democratic Party is not helping. But Democratic politics in Massachusetts drove me away from the party. It's disgusting. I hate it. I think like there is so much fucking seedy underbelly in every county. It's disgusting. And listen, obviously, like what the feds want to do about it, I don't know. I think it's appropriate. Like we got to reform the Democratic Party. Do I think they're actually communists? Like some of them, yes. But do I think they're actually communists? No, I'm using that as kind of a placeholder for like, there's some rot in the Democratic Party. Like the GOP compared to the Democratic Party right now, like are angels. All right. And I'm not saying the GOP is perfect. I wouldn't exactly call myself a member of the Republican Party. All right. I'm more of a Democratic Republican. But compared to the GOP, because the Democratic Party in Massachusetts needs serious reform. All right. It needs like a level of reform that you can't even put pen to paper on because nobody will talk about it because all the fucking newspapers just want to preserve the Democratic machine in Massachusetts. Except for maybe the Herald. So, you know, you have to understand how deep the rot is. Whatever your politics, liberal, whatever. Whatever your politics, folks. There is some shit in Massachusetts. All right, we got to listen to the end of this interview. We're going to play towel trivia at 5:30.
En route. Now listen, I know Jen, his sister. God be good to her. I mean, it's an awful case, right? The shoot was good in Suffolk County. The ultimate shooting in Brookline in Norfolk County was a disaster. They literally. They executed him. They fired 32 rounds into a guy that was already on the ground, probably succumbed to his injuries in the accident. A passerby, a good Samaritan, attended him. They said, "Get out of the way." It's on video. They shot this kid up unmercifully. Who were the people? John Fanning, Yuri Buchanan, Michael Proctor, the same people back then. Yuri goes back the next day, finds 8 shell casings from one of the main shooters. He couldn't find that in the day of the incident. Now you go to Sandra Birchmore. Cops got a little preferential treatment on that one. Now the feds had to come in and clean it up. And then you go to John O'Keefe. And I guarantee the feds will come in and eventually clean that case up. But what does law enforcement have over Mike Morrissey? Because clearly, he has given passes.
Listen.
Extraordinary.
It's every law enforcement department has a lot of influence over the DA. The real question we have to be asking, and these are just general questions. I don't know the answer to them. But what influence does Turtle Boy have over what police departments and over what DA's offices? What influence does Kate Peter have over what DA's offices and what police departments? What influence does Marty Kraft have over what police departments and what DA's offices? What people that Marty Kraft employed were either like working on projects to help Aiden or Kate or whatever. Like, there is a lot, and listen, and what I mean by working on projects, it's like running specific ops to weaponize the justice system, okay? And in particular, like, different parts of that process. And the feds, I believe, are onto it, okay? That's what I think they stumbled onto. It's not just the leaks from the federal grand jury. It's not just the sort of like untouchable attitude, which has like mafia vibes, okay? Like there was a time when that's because of how much the mafia helped the feds. Like J. Edgar Hoover, until Appalachia in '58, didn't even admit that the mafia existed, okay? But like that's how you get the attention. Like you get the attention because you're doing stupid shit. And then what they're really looking for, though, is, in my opinion, and what feds do is they're hunting for the big fish. The big fish here is the Democratic Party establishment in Massachusetts. You have career-defining fucking cases here. Okay, for federal prosecutors. This is why it's like the major crimes unit. You, in my opinion, you are fucking talking like serious consequences for like the people who like were partaking in this, because again, they're liberals, okay? And yeah, they're kind of like liberals who are more like law enforcement friendly, whatever, prosecutors. But like whether like Aiden or however it all played out, I do not know. Okay, it's just my inductive sort of analysis. I do not know how it all played out. But whether like people like Aiden so they help him, or he has information about them, okay, that's how you get caught up. Same thing with Kate. Like if you have like connections to law enforcement and you know stuff about them, or like they're helping you, that's how you all get caught up. Right? So, like, I think it's worse with Aiden than it is with Kate, but I have strong reason to believe that both of them, and I don't know this, but I believe both of them have a lot of sources in law enforcement and prosecution circles in the Commonwealth, in particular the Democratic Party establishment, like moderate Dems who are kind of rebels against the Democratic Party machine. Do you know, if you're the GOP, how glorious that is that you have a situation where like the heart of the blue establishment, literally the heart of the blue establishment, like Massachusetts, has opened itself up because of these like people who don't know what they're doing. They've opened up the entire system. It's a showpiece prosecution. You could get every single Democratic politician in this state if you wanted. Like, you have your pick. Who do you want to get? Who do you want to hold accountable? They were all doing it. It's a very, very corrupt system. So just take your pick. Like, who do you want to hold accountable? And listen. The fact that Turtle Boy, if he is in their crosshairs, like, it's not just like those phones that the state has. Like, the feds don't wiretap that way. They don't do it that way. They do it way different. Like, they are good. I've seen some of their investigatory files that are declassified. They are good. Okay? The best you will ever see. All right? If they find in there connections, hypothetically, between anyone and prosecutors, police, whatever, to manipulate the system, bro, they will rain hell down on the Democratic Party. Like, that's why Josh Levy suing President Trump was such a bad idea, but it's too late. Like, the cat's out of the bag. The GOP has realized, like, deep blue Massachusetts, you don't need to, like, just do enforcement actions on immigration raids. No, you really want to, like, get this, like, Democratic Party. That's why this is going to be apoplectic, juridically, okay? Like, the DOJ is very vindictive right now against liberals, because liberals weaponize the DOJ against President Trump. We don't need to talk about the Carter Page FISA warrant. Like, that's very sensitive stuff, but they weaponize the DOJ. I'm telling you, and Rachel Rollins, like, should have been criminally prosecuted, and according to the DOJ OIG, for what she was doing in that office. Like, the liberals fucked around with the DOJ. It was not cool. They shouldn't have done it. And now they open the door to the GOP being like, okay, all right. And what's the perfect place to do it? deep blue Massachusetts, where it's a fucking like single party state with super majorities in both houses, there haven't been Republican, other than a governor from time to time, there have not been Republicans with political influence in the state of Massachusetts since like 1940. I don't even know if they had influence in 1940. It's been that long. And the way that I could see this all unfolding is if you get, in my opinion, Turtle Boy or Kate Peters phones, if you're the feds, you have, it's take your pick. What police department do you want to take down? What DA do you want to take down? Take your pick. It's all there. I mean, yeah, obviously Kate and Aiden, in my opinion, would like then have to be like part of a larger investigation, but okay, they're the small fish in my view, so okay. But like, why these two ever, in my opinion, got those level of connections? I mean, come on. Though, like, the liberals deserve it. The Democratic Party, for getting involved with those two, deserves the reckoning that the GOP, DOJ, I hope, will bring down on them. And I'm going to watch every minute of it. And they know, in my opinion, the Democratic establishment... Listen, I cover a lot of different parts of government, okay? And the Democratic establishment in Massachusetts knows, like, I can sense it. It's palpable. They know that it's coming. Like, it's just a matter of which one of them is going to get caught up. Like, I know that I can sense it across multiple agencies, like multiple parts of government. Like, the liberals in this state know that it's this state and they're coming. I don't know what, like I said on Twitter a week or two ago, I don't know what it is, okay? I don't know what it is, and like the way that I would think, personally, I'm just telling you, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not your lawyer, this is not legal advice, get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. And I'm not part of the government, I'm just some guy. The way I would think about it is this. Even Turtle Boy, or whatever, being involved with the leak of the grand jury material, that's big, but it's just building blocks to a larger case. So why would you care about Turtle Boy? Why? You know what I'm saying? If you're the feds. Well, what if you're really surveilling and profiling him, okay, then you're going to figure out very quickly he like has influence, in my opinion, in different police departments and DA's offices. So what are you immediately going to do? You're going to catch every single contact in real time that he has, either through intermediaries or otherwise, with DA's offices and police. You're going to capture all of them. Okay, you're going to build and build and build and build. Now, here's what is so interesting about this analysis. The feds released this charge against the Karen Reed grand juror on the 15th. They filed it the 11th. They released it yesterday on the 15th. Or 2 days ago now, 15th. What was so weird is in the indictment, or in the information in the plea, you could not tell this person was, like, you could tell from the dates, but if you knew what you were looking at, but it said nothing about the Karen Reed grand jury. But there were 3 tactical leaks to ABC National, to the Boston Globe, and to, I think, Fox News Digital got it as well, confirming that, and one other journalist, confirming that this was about the Karen Reed grand jury, some of the leaks. Now, that's called a bump or a limited hangout, in my opinion. That's a limited hangout where you're about to fucking roll. You're going to roll, like, and that means you're going to roll out and move on people. But you need a little bit more. Like, just like the Adelson case, it's a bump. You need just a little bit more. So that thing on Monday was not the kit and caboodle. That was like the initial, like, fuse lighting on, like, the time, like, it's a 70 like delay fuse, maybe less, maybe more, that was lit like on purpose. It was supposed to like induce reactions to build to something bigger. That was just the start of the show. I knew what it was right away. I could just tell because I know what I'm looking at. Like from the targeted leak, the limited hangout, the bump nature of it, I could just tell we're going somewhere big. But then you really have to analyze, okay, why would they do that? Like, okay, like the Karen stuff, like it's important. Like you cannot corrupt federal grand juries, but it's not showpiece material. It's big, but I'm telling you, it's not showpiece material. You know what showpiece material? If you are actually surveilling the establishment in Massachusetts, the judicial is, if you really think our criminal justice system is broken, the judges, the prosecutors, the cops, then you don't have to surveil them. You just have to surveil Aidan Kearney and Kate Peter. And then, do you understand the cases that you can build, in my opinion, against people? And that's just one small part of it, I'm sure. I'm sure it is so much bigger. So much bigger than just that. That is one part, in my opinion, of what is probably the biggest public corruption investigation of all time. I mean, if you want to do it, you do it here. Because this state, the Democrats, they all think they're untouchable. So you want to do it, you do it here. You make a point, and you do it here. It's genius to use Aidan to do it if that's what they're doing. I mean, I think U.S. Attorney Leah Foley is one of the most brilliant. I don't know her. I've never talked to her. I've listened to her interview with Dan Ray. I'd love to interview her. She'll never do it. But I think she is one of the most brilliant humans I've ever seen. Now, I'm obviously starting to lean more and more, center right. And I think she is part of the reason. Now, I don't know her, okay, but just inductively, based on like how she's handling this very complex, delicate situation where you have like law enforcement who were both like mistreated but also doing bad things, and then also like Turtle Boy just like running amok, and then like the Kate Peter situation, it all ties in together. It's very politically delicate, but if you get it, like if you can solve it, then you realize like what's here. That's why I think Leah Foley is so brilliant in how she announced the end of the federal probe into John O'Keefe's death through law enforcement partners. I think that was definitely on purpose, okay? Then I think it was even more brilliant how they did the second trial. That was a bump. It was not a real trial, okay? I know Karen got off on John's death, but it was a sacrifice. It was not a real trial. The trial was an operation to catch juror influence. But then you get, and I think some of the jurors were in on it, by the way, but then you get them, okay, for that, right? And then you realize that's not the story, though. That is just small potatoes. I know it's big for the people involved, but it's small potatoes. The bigger picture here is you had this insidious web between like weird, like militant online trolls, and I'm talking on all sides of these cases, and prosecutors and police. And behind the veneer of that, what you're going to find, in my opinion, is like a lot of these people, like I think they, benevolently so, I think they like pedo hunt. All right, like I think they like bait pedos and trap them for good reason and then get them arrested. So they got a lot of law enforcement connects. But I also think that means like people call in favors for each other. Like, I'll do this, I'll do that. Like, oh, you don't like that person? Oh, okay. Like, we won't respond to their calls. Like, I'm telling you, I think they were abusing the system and they all got busted. Tanya asks, what extra do you think was on Turtle's phone? I think most of the information was probably on the first two phones. I don't think the last four have as much, but if there is stuff on there, my guess is it's less of interest to the state and more of interest to the feds. All right? I think the feds really want to know, like not just through Turtle Boy, but in general, which parts of the Democratic establishment in Massachusetts were fucking around and thinking they were never going to find out. Frankly, I'm thrilled. All right, Brett? Like, I am fucking thrilled that that's what the feds are looking into. It's about time. It is about time, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason why I say it's about time is everywhere you go in Massachusetts, you will find someone that says, okay, like, that's what Massachusetts is like it's just the way here. Well, no, it's about time somebody put their foot down. Now let's listen to this end of this interview, because I think Lindsay comes up at a certain point to ask questions of Shawn in the chat.
Passes to law enforcement.
Well, and
you don't think he sits there and says, "Hey, wait a minute. Okay, let's be Mike Morrissey." He finds out that the feds arrest Matt Farwell. He hasn't done an inquiry and say, "Guys, what the fuck did you guys do? What did you do? This is an embarrassment." Yet he still has not ruled Sandra's death a homicide. He still has it on the books as a suicide. What's wrong with that picture, Grant?
Well, and it makes me ask questions. And by the way, I still believe what I believe about John's death and what Karen was doing that night. But if I ever see a federal document, I swear to God, if I ever see a federal document that indicates those state police had anything that indicates that they knew more about that than that led on, I swear to God, you will see Shawn out there just being the first one screaming about it. As of now, I have nothing to indicate that, but I'm not foreclosing the possibility that, I think I owe that to you.
And neither do I, Grant, honestly. Neither do I. But the evidence is the evidence. And there was some crazy things that happened in that investigation that does not sit well with me. And it happened from the moment the first responders got on that scene. So,
well, and can you tell me, and this is where I wanted to go with this, and feel free to take it where you want, but listen, I read something the other day about Chief, was it Berkowitz and Higgins in the Sally Port. Okay, I read something about why Kelly Devers might not have wanted to talk about that. And then listen, there's been this undercurrent the whole time that, okay, like this scene that maybe John and Karen were involved in was a little loose and fast. Now, Shawn, tell me if I'm wrong. In the 40s, Air Force pilots, okay, they were not being like weird, but the rate of death in World War II was like 40%. And so if they knew they were probably not going to come home, they needed to make sure their families were okay. Is it possible that what we really have here is that it was the social scene at the house that was a little bit of the big secret? And then my follow-up question is, I can understand why Michael Morrissey would be beholden to some of these police, and I'm seeing the big picture. But why Jen McCabe? I don't get it. Maybe the answer is staring me in the face, but why?
I've heard the rumors about the swinging and all that stuff. I can't answer that. If you analyze the waterfall video at the end, right, knowing now, right, that there was a little love triangle going on between John, Brian, and Karen, right? Listen, she knew her involvement with Brian, right, Higgins. Why was Higgins showing his ass so badly at the end of the night? Now, the question is, did John know, right? Now, there was indications that John saw them on the video back at that time at the house, and he said, is he hitting on you? There was some kind of...
Karen texted Higgins that John saw them walking into the hallway, and then Higgins was like, what? And Karen was like, you cops, you have cameras everywhere.
Oh, yeah, something like that. So, but there was something to lead me to believe that John had questioned Karen about something. Like I said, listen, I'm not here to judge. It is what it is. But had that been so pronounced in trial 1, that would have been incredible. I mean, but it wasn't. So, okay, so swinging, this and that, I don't know. Listen, I mean, because of John O'Keefe, his death brought out so much bad stuff in that town regarding police work, corruption, the Brian Albert beatdowns, the affairs, all this stuff, the hooking up with other people within the family. A lot of bad stuff came out.
Mind you,
Karen... I don't know where Jen McCabe falls into this. I really don't. Nor do I really care. The bottom line is, in my version...
Mind you, Karen started the affair with Higgins on January 12, 2022, which was the day that John was observing the anniversary of his adopted niece and nephew's father's death. So Karen was no angel. I should have said that to him, but he knows her, so I was being diplomatic.
Of John O'Keefe's murder. Well, she knew exactly what happened. That's in my version. So, like I said.
But I don't want to go down that route because we'll debate the evidence, and we'll just we'll let it speak. But
I got you.
And don't get me wrong, it's not like.
Wait, hold on, Grant. Who's the gatekeeper of the evidence?
Of what evidence? There's lots.
All of it. All the evidence. Who was the gatekeeper?
The prosecutor.
The state police before they brought it to Lally. They were the gatekeepers.
Right, and listen, I'm not, but even just on the issue of the connections here, can you tell me something about Kevin Reddington? Good lawyer. I watched him do the trial
Great lawyer.
Yep, Giselle Correa down in Fall River, the mayor there that took bribes. He was his defense lawyer. I watched the whole trial.
Right.
And I'll tell you, something doesn't make sense to me. All right, so Kevin Reddington was Jen McCabe's lawyer, right?
Yes.
But the Free Karen Read people for months have just been telling me how much they love Kevin Reddington and how he's one of their guys. All right. Then the other thing that's weird to me is Reddington's like in the courthouse during juror selection. He's there because he's doing the Turek case as well.
Sure.
Okay.
Right.
And he had represented Paula's father-in-law on a state CSAM charge in Attleboro in 2021.
Yeah,
and that was that deal where the guy got 18 months concurrent on the state CSAM and the federal theft of missile secrets. So I'm just wondering, is it like, did Reddington really not know that was his client's daughter-in-law? Just really?
It is very strange. I read your reporting on that. When you get to a level as an attorney, right? Your reputation is stellar, right? When I was up in Springfield, there was a guy named Vincent Borgioni, right? Borgioni. He was one of these guys that he was the go-to guy, right? So Kevin, there's a host of Tony Cardinale. There's a lot of guys in Boston, right? Is it just the luck of the draw? I don't know. I really don't know. But that's a fascinating story about, what you talked about. And Reddington was involved. It's just, how does a guy like that get a hold of Reddington?
Well, right, and why Reddington clearly has security clearances, as you may you can explain, Shawn, but not just for agents in federal court. If you want to practice as a lawyer in federal court, you must get a security clearance. On some cases,
I never heard that.
Oh yeah, so especially this guy stole classified missile defense secrets from Raytheon. As you know, you must get a temporary clearance.
So for him to get read on.
Yeah.
For him to get read on.
Which means only certain, and they don't like to do it where you get the security clearance mid-case, because to get a TSCI on something like that, especially if it's like a compartmentalized...
Well, he has to go through a background investigation.
But they will expedite it if a federal court says that the lawyer needs it, but they don't like it because even that, they can't rush it. It takes a while, as you know. So they prefer lawyers who are already read in and can just get a code word read-in if they need it.
Well, I guess in national security type cases, that's case. I never had it in one of my cases, so
makes sense. But this was, just so we have context, this was Kevin Reddington was representing a man who was, although Reddington was in Attleboro District Court, Reddington was representing a man who was concurrently charged in federal court with theft of classified national defense secrets. And as you know, in that case, Shawn, which ties into this juror taking a guilty plea, the man, the juror's father-in-law, was recommended to get 60 to 70 months and ended up doing 18 against the DOJ's recommendation.
Yeah, that's wow. And you got the receipts on that. So like I said, there's a lot of strange things that happen, right?
Yeah. But Shawn, I've kept you for a while. I want to sum up, because I think in the sense that what you have provided by way of insights today is almost a benevolent kind of forewarning of where this is all going. And people, I think what induces cognitive dissonance is they hear you saying some things where they're like, okay, like I look forward to that. But other things they're like, oh, that has some drastic implications for people that either maybe they like or whatever thought differently of before this. What's your advice to people who might have to go through a period over the next year where they're going to see both their heroes and people they consider villains maybe go through equal justice under law? Is that the kind of lesson of all this? If you want equal justice, you may not always like what it looks like when the dirty underbelly comes up.
I think everyone has to have an open mind, right? Don't be tethered to someone, right, so badly that you can't accept the fact that maybe there's a possibility that that person is going to be tarnished. If you hold this person as a hero, I mean, if that's the case, you may be disappointed. I try to take the position that give everyone the benefit of the doubt, but look at things objectively, look at things from a different perspective. I mean, and like I said, a lot of things could happen coming down these next few months, right? And I just hope there's finality to whatever this is. I just hope there is finality, and if there has been wrongdoing out there, that they anyone who's done the wrongdoing be held accountable, no matter who that person is. I mean, that's just the bottom line. If there's dirty cops out there, they need to go down. If there's dirty bloggers, they need to go down. I mean, listen, like I said, I'm hoping that, listen, I want to be a guy that hopes for the best, right? And see the good in people. I'm not seeing a lot of good in people right now. That's my problem.
Yep.
That's my problem.
And Shawn, I want to give you, I didn't mean to jump in, but the comments were going so fast I almost missed it. I want to give you a chance to show what I believe to be the goodness in yourself. We have one audience member question. It's from Lindsay Gattani, who's in the chat and said, "Hey, Shawn, last year you were telling me that Hold on, this part is so epic. Lindsay just showed up in the chat and was like, "Shawn, I have a question." Oh, it's so epic. She is epic. What I believe to be the goodness in yourself. We have one audience member question. It's from Lindsay Gattani, who's in the chat and said, "Hey, Shawn, last year you were telling me that Tully did this, the leak of her phone extraction on purpose. Do you think it's an accident now?" And she would like you to explain.
I think what I told Lindsay back in the time, that he would have to be on some kind of LSD trip to have allowed that to happen without knowing what he did. Okay? And she also told me, this is something pretty good too. She also told me that when she handed her phone over to Garino, the first thing I asked her was this: "Did you get a receipt for handing your phone over?" She says, "No, they never did. They made me sign a piece of paper." And that struck me very, very funny. When you give a phone over, when you're asked to do something, you have a document that lays out everything, right? What they're going to do, how they're going to do it, and you sign in an agreement, right? And it's witnessed, and the person taking it, which would be Nicky Garino, he would sign as the person taking it. And the witness, I believe Mike Morrissey was the witness, if my memory serves me correct. I would have to say to Lindsay right now, you did do a protective order eventually for your phone extraction. And I believe Judge Krupp allowed that to happen. My question now is this: will discovery, will the discovery now alleviate that protective order? That's my question about that.
Well, and what if Aiden's only asking for a redacted copy of the phone, and the fact that it's 15 years, maybe it's a lot of work or something, but if Aiden only wants a redacted copy, what would you say if the response was, "No, we won't redact it"? Isn't that a little ridiculous? Shouldn't they redact it for her if that's all he's asking for?
That's criminal. Yeah, it should be redacted. Just like he's asking for a tank team to redact his 6 phones.
Or just like Brian Tully's phone was redacted in some ways before it was handed over.
Yeah, right. Well, hold on now. I mean, my thing is this. It was his conversations with Lindsay that got redacted, right?
Well, no. So we're talking about 2 separate things. There's Lindsay's full forensic extraction of her phone, 15 years, unedited, unredacted, handed over to Aiden's lawyer on April 24, 2024. What was removed from that, not redacted, just deleted from the forensic extraction, not the phone, the forensic extraction, was messages from Tully to Lindsay and from Kate Peter to Lindsay.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but separately, last week or last month, the state turned over messages from Brian Tully's phone, like an extraction of it, and it was all redacted. They took the time to go through Tully's phone to redact it, but not when they handed over Lindsay's.
Well, let's go back to Lindsay's phone. Clearly, somebody took that extraction and did very cautiously go through. So there was some type of taint done to eliminate, as you say, those conversations.
Just to protect Brian and Tully, screw Lindsay. And then, obviously, I don't think it's a coincidence, by the way, that the first person that got that phone and made sure that the focus was on Lindsay for a while was Jason Broyles, the parking clerk from Connecticut, who's been on Kate Peters' Discord since 2019 and pretends to be a woman online. I think that was a coordinated op, and Aiden was funneled to give it to Jason to leak it because Kate wanted Jason to focus on Lindsay. How about that?
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Like I said, I mean, listen, we could go on forever on this. Like I said, if bad people need to go down, they need to go down. I don't care who they are. If they're cops, they're prosecutors, They're normal citizens. If you did something wrong, you should go down.
Yep. And we have to give Lindsay one more right of reply. And Shawn, I don't think this is what you meant, but we did mention her, so we just have to give her the right of reply. She just wants to know, what exactly did you mean when you said that certain victims or witnesses are predisposed, and then you were talking about buying and selling drugs? Lindsay hasn't taken the Tylenol in over 6 years.
No.
She hopes you weren't talking about her.
No. Let me correct that. Got to correct that. Nothing of what I said about predisposition had to do with Lindsay, okay? When you do an investigation, like when I would do an investigation on a guy named Joe Fafone, right? You do a study, right? You get to know the guy. And before you do a mock-up, right, how you enter the game, you're going to know how this guy is going to respond. And you're going to approach him with people he trusts, okay? I don't know the inner workings of what Tully et al. Did with Lindsay, but I can tell you right now, they knew what the desired outcome was going to be. And that's why I said, it doesn't matter if their job was to get evidence on Aiden. It's like a drug deal. My job was to get evidence on the drug dealer, right? I'm using situations, but they're different. They're different in their approach. At the end of the day, did the state police accomplish what they wanted from the outset? Okay. Did Shawn McDonaugh accomplish what he wanted from Joe Fafone? That's how you have to look at things. Now, was Lindsay used as a pawn? Probably. Most definitely. Probably. Right. Had nothing to do with her, and none of what I said about predisposition had to do with her at all.
You were talking about the target of the investigation. I got you.
Well, yeah. I mean, let's face it. Aiden, by his own word, said he did not regard his own attorney, Tim Bradle, or Karen Reed, both telling him, do not go to Lindsay's apartment. Now, listen. They knew he was predisposed. That's why they talked to him. Tully knew he was predisposed. And at the end of the day, guess who ended up knocking on that door? Aiden Carney.
Do you think, two questions. First, do you think Karen, I mean, maybe she changed her mind eventually, but do you think she kind of blamed Lindsay by proxy when her cell phone got searched in January of 2024, Karen's cell phone? Because she did mention Lindsay by name, in one of those texts about Aiden. And then the other thing is, Lindsay wants to let you know, and the chat know, that she asked for a copy of the paper that she signed when she gave over her phone, and they will not give it to her. She has been ignored.
And as of today, she still does not have that copy, right?
What does that say to you?
The nefarious shit going on.
And then Lindsay also wants to let folks know she had to fight for that protective order by herself. The state would not do it for over 9 months. And she was told the day it happened that the protective order would be done in days. And then she had to do it herself 9 months later, which makes you wonder, did the state want all that derogatory information about her out there? Because it was a lightning rod of distraction from some of the other witnesses.
Well, in listening to, reading the Fox News article about Kerry Roberts, it looks like Kerry Roberts is getting the treatment that Lindsay Catani got, right? Lindsay Catani was told not to contact the DA's office. So didn't Kerry Roberts. So there's a pattern here, right? And that, to answer your question about Karen and what she thought about how they led to a search, I don't know. I mean, listen, search warrants come in different ways with different information, okay? And like I said, I don't know enough about it, but I don't think it had to do with Lindsay. I don't.
Yep, and I know she mentioned Lindsay's name, but I also got the vibe that Karen had also told Aiden to not go over there, and she was more frustrated with Aiden.
Well, Aiden said it. Aiden said it himself. Aiden said it. I didn't listen to my attorney. I should have. I didn't listen to even Karen Reed, and I should have. And that's where the problem happened.
Well, love it. I don't know. Maybe I'm preaching to the choir, but love is a funny thing. Lindsay also said information is being misrepresented by certain people. I mean, she applied. I was talking about the DA's office. I learned about the redaction request days ago. I was told he wanted the protective order lifted. So Lindsay was told that Aiden was asking for it to be lifted. It turns out he's not. He's just asking for a redacted copy, which now they won't do. That's shocking to me.
So the prosecution won't take the time to redact 15 years of her life?
Yep. They just want to I guess they'd rather just let him have it.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, let's look at, this would be amazing if my phone got taken, and I have this phone for the past 5 years.
Well, let me ask you, Shawn, and Lindsay also says thank you for the explanation, so she is grateful that you're taking the time to answer this, as am I. But let me ask you, Shawn, just put yourself in a hypothetical position. You had been a former agent. Say you were just a victim of a crime, hypothetically, like a partner who abused you, recorded you, did some bad things. And you give over that phone and you're told, we're going to do a reverse taint team, we're going to redact it. And then you find out 3 months later it was handed over by the lead investigator, not even the prosecutor, the lead police investigator to the perp. How would you react? What would you think about it institutionally? And it's obviously a violation of your privacy, but you're an action-orientated man. How would you approach it?
Well, the first thing I would have demanded before I ever handed over the phone was that piece of paper, to find the receipt, like their document of what was going to be done, because I'm sure the language was written down of what they were going to do, how they're going to do it. And the fact that they won't give that back to her with her signature means that they're hiding the ball. Listen, Karen's favorite term back in the good old days was they're all hiding the ball. This is just one more example. And I told you that. Well, that's bullshit. No one gets 15 years of their life handed over to, a person that's, against you. Just it's shit fool. That's all I can say.
Yep. And I obviously, Karen and I have never met. She ever wants to talk, she can reach out. She knows where to find me. But I do think she makes a lot of eloquent references, like the hidden ball trick, like stuff like that. She knows what she's talking about. She's speaking in illusions. That's why I've always believed her and her dad were not just professors, and you don't have to comment on this, Shawn, but I've always felt that they were helping people out because the world of international finance is a great source of intel. And then I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to comment on that.
I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to comment on that, to tell you the truth. I think they're just, people that were taken advantage of and victimized.
Well, and listen, setting aside the facts of the case, if there's any human being on earth who can read that text message about Karen Reed, regardless of what you think about Michael Proctor's motives for sending it, and don't think that that was a very mean thing to say, then you're blinded by your bias. I'm sorry. She didn't, I don't care what she was charged with. She could have literally committed a cartel massacre. You don't say that if you're an investigator. There are rules.
Yeah, and that begs the question, why was there so much hatred for her? Why?
Class traitor. She's a class traitor. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say it that way, but she was in the orbit of the police. Whether she was intel or not, they looked at her as a class traitor because of whether she was responsible or not. John was dead. She knew their secrets. That's a class traitor. That is the prime candidate for betraying your class. They thought she was going to betray them, and she did.
Wow. Well, that's levels that I just don't have the capacity to go down. But anyways, Grant, it was nice to have this almost hour and a half with you. More than an hour and a half.
Listen, Shawn, I went over an hour without smoking a cigar, and that shows how much I value your input. I'm grateful, and God bless you for it.
Yeah. And listen, thanks a lot. I mean, I knew eventually I would come to your show. We've had offline conversations. It's just ironic that, this happened today. It's very ironic. So,
well, maybe it's closer to fate, but history is still unfolding. And Shawn McDonaugh, I'm sure this is not going to be the last time we'll be able to talk. And I'll come on your show anytime. Just let me know.
I'll end on one last note. Keep your eye where Farwell goes a lot of things. Keep your eye on John Fanning. That's all I got to say.
You heard him, folks. Shawn McDonaugh, former DEA agent, American patriot. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Grant.
All right, talk again soon. Folks, how was that for an interview? It was a great interview. It's towel trivia time. What did you all think? I especially loved how Lindsay was able to ask questions to Shawn in real time. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and we are about to play towel trivia. You may be saying to yourself, sir, I love towel trivia. It helps keep me sharp. Oh, Paula, God bless you, my friend. God bless you, Paula, and thank you for your kind words and support. I did think it went well and was informative. Paula is a super towel. Paula is a super towel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your support, Paula. You are a super towel. Paula is number 2 in the chat rankings today, behind only Jack D65. Jack D65 is kicking butt and taking names in the chat rankings today, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad you found the interview helpful, Paula, and thank you so much as well to Jack D65 for your support earlier. You are a super towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to play towel trivia. You love towel trivia. I love towel trivia. Who's excited? All right, let's get ready. We're going to do towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to play a bunch of rounds. We're going to go until 6:30. 45 minutes of towel trivia. You love it. I love it. Get excited. All right, you want to learn things. You want to compete for points. As a reminder of the scores, it is, hold on, let me bring them up on the screen. You might see a little bit of yesterday's scores. That's okay. Let me show you today's scores. Today's scores are, we have Towel in first place with 15. Everybody's chasing little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. But close behind, Nancy in second place with 12 points. Congratulations, Nancy. Third place, Bella and Bossy Texas Chick. Hello, Bella. You are a Super Towel Cat. Oh, thank you so much, Harvard Yard. You are amazing. You are amazing, and also a super towel, and also a wonderful friend. It is such an honor to know you. That's not how you spell wonderful, Grant. That's better. It is such an honor to have you with us. And I'm going to put a heart, because Harvard Yard is a Harvard Yard towel. Thank you, Harvard Yard, again, for being such a super towel. You are a super towel. Anyone who doesn't know Harvard Yard or Paula or anyone else in the chat, you should all know that you're all super towels. I concur. Monica and Vicky and Jack D65 are all super towels. Yes, you do have your quality driving points. Jack D65 is a safe driver. You are. Everybody give Jack D65 a round of applause. He is a safe driver. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. In first place, it's Towel with 15. In second place, it's Nancy Towel with 12. In third place, it's Bella the Cat and Bossy Texas Chick, both of whom speak English. I'm fully convinced. 11.5. Right outside third place, right outside the top 3, we have Steph Towel with 11 points. Congratulations, Steph. In fourth place, we have Allie and Rue. Hello, Rue. Get the wine with 10 points. In fifth place, that was Allie. In sixth place, the one and only soap dispenser, Sunken Grave, with 9.5. In seventh place, ladies and gentlemen, Ruth Towel, 9 points. In eighth place, Ralph Towel, 8 points. Serendipitously enough. In ninth place, Selena Towel, 6.5. In 10th place, the one, the only Captain Nunya, 6 points. First time in the top 10. In 11th place, Cat Dawn with 5.5, tied with Noelle Towel. Hello, Cat Dawn. Don't forget to get Father Copplestone's anthology, all 13 parts on the history of philosophy. You will love Volume 8 about Kant and the Enlightenment era. 5.5 for Cat Dawn, 5.5 for Noelle. Did you know, folks, Cat Dawn runs a wonderful bookstore. If she ever wants to share it with us in chat, go check out Cat Dawn's bookstore. We love supporting local businesses, especially Cat Dawn, because Cat Dawn's a super towel. Let's make her the most successful bookstore in Canada, ladies and gentlemen. Love You More is right behind Noelle and Cat Dawn. Love You More has 4.5. J.I. 5 Towel is right behind Love You More with 4 points. So 11th, 12th, 13th for Love You More, 14th for JI5. In 15th place, we have a super towel tie, Cynthia and Julia T, 3.5 points each. In 16th place, the one, the only shopping towel, and she's going to probably make some kind of peach pie tonight because Ange likes peach pie. In 16th place, Hot Coffee Chats tied with Eva, 2.5 points each. In 17th place, it's the one, the only Safe Driver, Jack D65, tied with 2 points. Claudia also has 2. Hello, Claudia. In 18th place, Laura Lee Dixon, 1.5. And in the position of Anna, Alicia Towell and Julia G, 1.5 point each, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so here we go. A smiling cigar. We are ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're excitable. We're heading into our next round of towel trivia. All right. Let's see. How are we gonna do this? Let's do it this way. All right. So we'll bring that up there, and then we'll bring up towel trivia. All right. Who's ready? Who's excited? I'm an excitable towel. Are you an excitable towel? I'm an excitable little towel. All right, I'm going to guess Harvard Yard's going to get a bunch of questions right and then just guess random things when she doesn't know the answer. If I share it on chat, what if an unhappy person wants to cause problems? That's my concern. Cat Dawn, I gotcha. You take safety precautions. That's totally okay. How about this? If people want to reach out to Cat Dawn, that's the way to support her store. Thank you so much, Cat Dawn. You got it. God bless you, my friend. All right. So, we're going to start off. Absolutely, Cat Dawn. God bless you, my friend. You are a smart super towel. All right. Who's ready? I think Bella's ready. Bella's getting all excited. The man on the TV's talking to her again. All right, we're going to start with the daily challenge category. You know how it works. If I get the question right and you are the first to get it right in the chat according to my phone as it displays the comments, you get a full point. If you are the second or subsequent person to get it right, you get half a point. If I get it wrong, you get double points. So 2 points if you're the first one, 1 point for everyone else. If it's a double bonus round, which I'll announce ahead of time, you can get 4 points if you get it right, if I get it wrong. And you can get up to 2 points if you get it right as the second or person or beyond if I get it wrong. That's only double bonus rounds. All right, I'll announce those ahead of time. Harvard just makes up answers. It's true, but it's fun, and she's a super towel. It started as a tradition because she and I would argue. We'd both be like, those answers are wrong, and so we'd make up our own answers, and that's what started the tradition. All right, super towel trivia, and if Jeff Towel's here, I have to make sure to make the question screen, as large as possible because I'm an accommodating super towel. You understand? We're going to make the screen as large as possible so you can see the questions. All right, here we go. Look at that. Oh, look how large that question screen is. I'm a little towel. I can actually make it even larger and not cut me off. All right, there we go. Everybody ready? Everybody ready? We're getting ready for towel trivia. Yes, if you guess, you have a 25% chance of getting it right. That's true. Here we go, little towels, heading right into towel trivia. The first category is the daily challenge. Let's see if it's the same one we did earlier. If so, we'll jump out of it. If not, oh, okay. So it's just the same question. I open up a different browser. So we're not going to do the same 6 we did earlier. I'm going to do my own made-up category. Here we go, little towels. Here we go. Let me see which one I want to do for us. All right, let me think. Oh, wait a minute. No, before we play, hold on. Before we play, I have the link. Bossy Texas Chick. Hold on. No, I need you to post the link again. I forgot it to save it earlier, Bossy Texas Chick. I need you to post it again. I'm a little towel. Save us, Bossy Texas Chick. You must save us. I want to play the song. I want to play the new song. Hold on. Bossy Texas Chick is going to hear this in like 10 seconds. Before we start towel trivia, we're playing the song. I know. It's going to be our intro song from now on. Either the male version. I'm going to try the female version today. Paging Bella and Bossy Texas Chick. Paging Bella and Bossy Texas Chick. Hello, bro. You got here just in time, Allie Towel. I'm just going to play the song. We're going to play till 6:35. Oh, we got the song. Bossy Texas Chick came through with the song. We got the song. Everyone get ready for the Bossy Texas Chick song. She's a Bossy Texas Chick, and she's very creative. Who's ready? I'm ready. Like SpongeBob, I'm ready. I'm a little towel, and I'm ready. I'm ready for the song. All right. It's the Towel Trivia intro song, ladies and gentlemen. Gather around, get your wine, get your roux, get your Bella the cat. Let's listen to the song. We love the Towel Trivia female vocal song. Who's excited? I'm an excitable little towel. Take it away, bossy Texas chick in AI form. Hold on, it's loading up. Come on. All right, take it away. I'm so excited. It's your stream. No, I'm crediting Bella and bossy Texas chick.
Welcome to Grant's Towel Trivia. All you knowledge junkies, grab your coffee and your towel. More fun than a barrel of monkeys. Grant, his cigar is on the screen with a smile. He's got questions, we'll be here a while. All of us contribute in our own special way, and it doesn't matter who wins at the end of the day. We're the top community and we won't stop. Steph is at the top, she never does flop. Ollie, Ruth, and Nancy are sprinting towards the finish line. Kitty's 1993 is not too far behind. Tater, Bug, and Dewdrops are smart and kind. We're family, we're family. Ruth and Kat Dawn know their stuff. Jeff's waiting on the clue. Claudia's got the answers, but forensic does too. Lydia's sharp as a tack. Deaf Otter's on the ball. Ricky's always grumbling when the scores are called. Now Harvard Yard keeps guessing answers that ain't up on the board. Don't ask me how, but she just scored. Bossy Texas Chick and Bella are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. That's alright. Every day's a new adventure in Towel Trivia Town. KR's not guilty, but that won't get us down. From the brightest to the struggling, we all play along in this corner of the internet where we all belong. So here's to all the players and the host so fine in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Towel Trivia Time. Towel Trivia Time. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. When you know, you know. Ooh, Towel Pride.
I love it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I love it. We have two Towel Trivia songs now. We have Towel Trivia songs to play for intro and outro. This is wonderful. And just so you understand, Bossy Texas Chick is very talented. And when you know, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll explain it like this. So these AI song generators, they exist, okay? You can find them, just Google them, right? I don't think anyone's saying that Bossy Texas Chick is performing the song. What makes it like art is you have to think like the AI, right? So the AI it can make like a melody, but it can't make you a custom song unless you really are telling it, like, here's what I want you to say about these people. Here's what the people's names are. Like, here's what they kind of do. And then it generates it. And you have to kind of like be a producer in that you have a vision. You want the AI to execute the foundations, and you, in a harmonic symphony of beautiful towel mosaic construction, have to piece it together. So do not underestimate Bossy Texas Chick's producer-like ethos. And that's the distinction. When you hear, I'm not commenting on this negative or positively, but when you hear different people make AI songs, they're all using a basic backbone, think of it as like a metaphorical, soundboard, okay, like a DJ platform. They're all working with a similar like Fruity Loop Studio backend GUI, graphical user interface. The key is 1, your artistic vision, 2, your execution, and 3, your ability to get the AI to produce something that has coherence with the rhythm and then talks in a way that's relatable to the audience. That's art. People can say that AI is used to create it, but that's art. It's fundamentally art, and I think Bossy Texas Chick is a super towel. No, yeah. Bossy Texas Chick is like, please don't underestimate me so I don't disappoint Grant. You will never disappoint us. Allie says music is her life force. Oh, I'm sorry for leaving your comment pin for so long, Paula. I know you wanted to just share it with us briefly, but I was so excited that you were sharing this sentiment about revitalizing the ways of the elders that I wanted people to know about it. All right, here we go. We're ready. Our category, let's pick a really good category. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do the hold on. We're going to do civic traditions in the modern Republic of Italy. Okay? Our category is civic traditions in the modern Republic of Italy. In the, hold on, we need a better word. In the post 1946, no, hold on. In the in the modern Italian Republic. I need it to be a little more concise. Italian Republic. Okay, is everyone ready for our wonderful category, civic traditions in the modern Italian Republic? Who's ready? Here we go. Civic traditions in the modern Italian Republic. All right, true crime can be the next category. All right, I'll put that right. I'll put that on our little towel list. All right, true crime. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right, music, alley towel. Music's a little bit of a broad category, but we can vote on the next category after this round. You're ready, Steph. Civic traditions in the modern Italian Republic. Civic traditions in. I just need one more space, 2 more spaces. In modern Italian Republic. All right, that's close enough. Here we go. Civic traditions in the modern Italian Republic. I don't know where this is going to go. Here we go. Which Italian festival is celebrated on June 2nd every year, marking the establishment of the modern republic? Epiphany, Ferragosto, Carnival of Venice, Festa della Repubblica. Well, it could be 2, Ferragosto, but I'm tending to think it's the one that sounds like Festival of the Republic. I got it right, ladies and gentlemen. It was Festival of the Republic. I'm sorry, a lot of you thought it was the Carnival of Venice. A lot of you thought it was Ferragosto. Nancy Towell knew, however, that it was the Italian word that was basically Festival of the Republic. I'm proud of you, Nancy Towell. You're the only one who got it right. You are a super towel. Allie and Rue grabbed half a point. Rue had to whisper in Allie's ear. He was like, it's the Festa della Repubblica. And Allie was like, oh, you just barked at me. That's not English. All right. Great job, Nancy and Allie and Rue. All right. Next question. Here we go. Next round. Got to read the Italian stuff. What type of event is typically held on Liberation Day in Italy? Horse races, parades, fireworks, boat races. Well, it sounds like a military thing. And I mean, you would use fireworks, but I think Italians like to parade. It's a parade, ladies and gentlemen. It's a parade. I'm a parade. I am not a parade. Jack D65 picks up a full point. He knows that Liberation Day is celebrated with parades. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Ruth knows that Liberation Day is celebrated with parades. Sunken Grave also picks up half a point because Sunken Grave is the best soap dispenser this side of the Mississippi, either side of the Mississippi. Alley Towel, of course, and Rue pick up half a point. Rue likes to participate in parades. Rue, are you an Italian nationalist? Hello, my cat and I. It's great to see you, my friend. Very good guess. I appreciate your guess. Painted Streets. Harvard Yard, you get 7 million bonus points for that. Where's Harvard Yard? Are you already on the board? You're not even on the board yet. Harvard Yard, 7 million bonus points for Italian street paint pride. All right, there you go. You got 7 million bonus points. They're not real points. You just get bonus points. You're what? What did you get? You cannot get half a point. We're at Harvard Yard. You cannot get half a point. You can get 7 million bonus points. All right. Rue is French. Very good job, Rue. I'm glad you're French. Je ne sais quoi. Parlez-vous français? Bark, bark. All right, next question. Here we go. Which southern Italian festival commemorates the patron saint of Naples with a famous procession? Paolo de Siena, Carnival of Venice, Feast of San Gennaro, Festa del Repubblica. Well, I'm thinking that I've been to San Donato, which is probably not near San Gennaro, which is near Naples. Yes, I got it right. I'm a little towel. Oh, Bossy Texas Chick got it right away. Bossy Texas Chick, how did you get that so quickly? How did you know, Bossy Texas Chick? You and Bella are French, clearly. How did you know about that, Bossy Texas Chick? Great job. Great job, Ruth. Ruth also clearly knows her obscure cities outside of Naples. Love You More also knows their obscure cities outside of Naples. Great job. As does Nancy from the 508, and of course Alley Towel and Rue, even though they're French, somehow got that right. So Nancy Towel as well. Nancy Towel needs to get half a point. Great job, Nancy Towel. And then My Cat and I gets on the board. Hello, My Cat and I. I say hello to you. Andrew Super Towel Cat, you're on the board. Oh, Bossy Texas Chick, I'm from San Donato Val di Camino on one side of my family, which means I am of Neapolitan descent as well, basically. I have been there. I have been to San Donato. It's very beautiful. You would like it, Bossy Texas Chick. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. What annual event involves the raising of the national flag on the Quinernale Palace? Ascension Day Festival, Republic Day Parades, National Flag Day, the Epiphany Celebration. Well, Ascension seems like it might be it, but they like the flag, right? So let's go with Flag Day. Yes, it was the obvious answer. It was National Flag Day. Bossy Texas Chick is just flexing her Italianness, all right? Steph grabs a half a point. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Excellent guesses, folks, but it's National Flag Day. Harvard Yard knows her Italianness. Harvard Yard gets half a point. And Allie and Rue Towel are clearly not French. They are Italian. Okay? Allie Towel picks up half a point. Here we go. Next question. 46. So it was March or April. Let's go with March. It was December 27th. I got it wrong. Who got December 27th? Anybody? Ruth gets 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. Who else gets a point? Hold on. Yeah, I was verklempt by that last one. Hold on. Who got number 4? Ruth and anyone else? Bossy Texas Chick gets a point. Bossy Texas Chick knows how to pick up points. Nancy from the 508 picks up a full point. Where are you, Nancy? You're on my list. There's Nunya. Where's Nancy? Nancy up at the top gets a full point. And Ruth picks up a full point. Did I get an answer from Allie Tell? Yep, not right. Good guess, though, Allie Tell. All right. Oh, I got murked by the ad. I got ad murked. So it's not just you all who get ad murked. I got ad murked. Rue and Allie are English. Okay, well, you know a lot about Italy, so have you considered whether you should be Italian history experts? That's a good idea. Is there an internal trivia within trivia? I don't know, Vicky. Friday is another day. Don't worry, Vicky. You keep kicking butt and taking names, and you will just get a super towel ribbon. Next question. What tradition takes place on the last Sunday of May in Rome involving a feast? Paolo de Siena, Festival de San Giovanni, Sagra della Pasta, Infornata dei Nimi. Last Sunday of May. Well, I don't think they celebrate pasta. How about Festività San Giovanni? No, it's the Infornata dei Nimi. No, I'm not a very... I got 4 out of 6. Who's going to pick up the double points? Oh, who's going to know? Who's going to pick up the double points? Nobody knows the Infornata dei Nimi. Who wants the 2 point? Great job, Alicia Towell, picking up 2 full points. Nobody could get that one. That was a difficult one, folks. Very good job. Very good job. Tough questions. Tough questions. All right. Let me update the scores. I heard Allie and Rue Towell, who are English. They're trying to take over America, trying to help the damn Canadians. As long as you're not commies, though, that's fine. You can be English, you can be Canadian, you cannot be a damn commie. I'm going to have to send you to Cuba if you're a damn commie. I don't think Allie and Rue want to go to Cuba. They like it in America. All right. Here we go. I got a score update for you. Let me bring it up on your screen for you. Watch this. Score update. There it is. Still in first place, ladies and gentlemen. Battling hard. Battling hard, fighting hard, working hard. Towel. 19 points, ladies and gentlemen. 19 points. Second place, Nancy Towell, but it's a tie now. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella have moved into a second place tie, 14.5. We're going to play till 6:45 p.m. Eastern. 6:45 p.m. Eastern. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, just behind Nancy and Bossy Texas Chick, who each have 14.5. We have Ruth, third place, 13 points, ladies and gentlemen. In fourth place, we have the one, the only, Allie Towell. Allie Towell with 12 points. Allie and Rue kicking butt, taking names. In fifth place, we have Steph with 11.5 points. 11.5. Great job, Steph. You may have guessed your nephew's birthday and got it wrong, but you're still a super towel. Let's see, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6, we have the one, the only, the greatest soap dispenser on either side of the Mississippi, or the Atlantic, or the Pacific, or the Indian Ocean, or the Antarctic Ocean. Sunken Grave, ladies and gentlemen, with 10 points. In 1, 2, 3, 4. In seventh, we have Ralph Towell with 8 points, holding on. Ralph Towell holding on. In eighth position, we have Selena Towell, 6.5 points. Great job. In ninth position, we have Nunya Towell with Captain Nunya with 6 points. In 10th place, we have a tie at the top of the top 10. Cathon and Noel each have 5.5 points. In 11th position, we have Love You More with 5 points. Great job, Love You More. In 12th place, we have JI5 with 4 points. In 13th, great job, JI5. In 13th place, we have a tie. We have Cynthia Towell, Julia T. Towell, and Ange Towell with 3.5 points each. In 14th place, we have the one, the only, the safe driver, Jack D65. Hello, my dear friend. In 15th place, we have a two-way tie, Hot Coffee Chats and Eva Towell, both with 2.5 points. In 16th place, it is Claudia Towell with 2 points. Actually, hold on. Alicia Towell jumped up into 15th place, I forgot, with a tie. Alicia Towell has 2.5 points. In 16th place, Claudia Towell, 2 points. In 17th place, Laura Lee Dixon with 1.5 points. In 18th position, but at the top, 7 million bonus points, but only half a real point. Harvard Yard Towel. In 17th position, the position of honor, Julia G. and my cat and I as well. Great job, folks. Next, here we go. Next towel trivia category. Next towel trivia category. Your choices are. All right, here we go. Your choices are. What did Allie want? No, somebody wanted true crime. All right. Hold on. All right, hold on. True crime. Not with all caps. True crime. Allie Towel wanted music. All right. Towel wants, all right, perfumes is on there. You got it, perfumes. And then Towel wants, let's see. Modern vestiges of the Roman Empire. Okay. Vote away, folks. I hope modern vestiges of the Roman Empire wins. I've always wanted to be a little towel. All right. The categories. True crime is out to an early lead. True crime is out to... No one wants modern vestiges. How dare all of you? Someone voted for it. Yes. This is ferocious competition. We're going to leave it open. We're going to leave it open until I decide there has been a sufficient quorum. All right, get your votes in. Looks like True Crime is in the lead. True Crime remains in the lead. Ruth Lang, I totally get you. I've always loved modern vestiges of the Roman Empire. Have fun, Monica. You have fun cooking dinner. You are a super towel. The winner, ladies and gentlemen, is True Crime. True Crime, ladies and gentlemen. Modern vestiges of the Roman Empire and music. We battled it out, but we are doing True Crime. Who's ready? I'm ready. Is it just going to be pure true crime? Is it going to be some kind of spin? Is it going to be about the video game True Crime? I don't know. The category is True Crime. I almost typed Truman Crime, so let's just do True Crime. Everybody ready? We are experts. We are subject matter experts. Oh, should we do... okay, hold on. We can do Karen Reed after this one, okay? So we're going to do True Crime, and then we're going to do Karen Reed after, okay? Get ready. Here we go. Everyone's excited for this one. Who's excitable? I'm excitable. I'm a towel. Who is known as the BTK killer? Jeffrey Dahmer, John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Dennis Rader. Ladies and gentlemen, you gotta nail it. You all better nail it. I'm not giving you any hints because it's Dennis Rader. Ladies and gentlemen, we better nail this category. I got it. Oh, everybody's gonna nail it. You're gonna make my job so hard. Steph, bossy Texas chick. Steph gets the full point. First one in my chat. Bossy Texas chick gets half a point. Jack D65. The super towel gets half point. The safe driving super towel. Ruth and Nancy both get half a point. Where's Nancy Towel? Nancy Towel's up to 15 points. Allie and Rue and Paula. Well, Allie and Rue can only get half a point. But then Paula Towel also gets half a point. Where are you, Paula Towel? Paula Towel on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Paula Towel, thank you so much for listening to my Super Towel interview earlier. Havidyad and Sunken Grave both get a half point. Havidyad and Sunken Grave Towel, very, very smart. All right, who's ready for the next question, little towels? Who's ready? All right. Let me just make sure everything's loaded up. All right, here we go. Jack D65 wants to go by Steph. Is Steph going to be okay with that? I mean, you can go by Steph, but is Steph going to be okay with that? We're going to have two Stephs. Oh, because you want to take all Steph's points. I get it. That's very smart. I don't know, Steph. I think Jack D65 is going to take your name so he can get all your points. All right, here we go. Next question. Steph's like, I'm all right with that. Which infamous figure was responsible for the Manson family's crimes? Albert Fish, Ed Gein, Richard Ramirez, Charles Manson. That's a stupid question. Do 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 do. Another point for Towel. Put a point on the board for Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Point on the board for Little Towel. Who else is going to pick up points? I don't like this question, though. A little bit too easy. All right. Who got the full point? The first person was Bossy, Texas chick. She's bossy. She's a Texas chick. Paula. So Bossy, Texas chick gets the full point. Paula picks up half a point. Ruth Lang and Steph both pick up half a point. Where's Ruth? Ruth, I know you were on my list. There you are, Ruth. You're up at the top. Jack D65, who is also known as Steph. So hold on. Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph. Has 4 points now. Great job, Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph. Nancy and Kat Dawn both get half a point. Great job, Nancy. And great job. Where's Kat Dawn? Good job, Kat Dawn. And Allie and Sunken Grave both get half a point. Great job, Allie. Great job, Sunken Grave. Great job, Rue. You are an English towel. Jack D doesn't know that Jack D is the best. He is the best. Why, Allie, you are correct. Why didn't they call the breed Little British Bulldog? That's hilarious. Bossy Texas chick puts a whole new scary spin on this game. Yep, because she's bossy. She's from Texas. She's a chick. And Bella's right there being like, here's the answer. I'm a cat. Next question. Which case involved a notorious figure named Ted Bundy? The Chi Omega murders, the Zodiac killings, the Block Dahlia case, the Green River murders. So it wasn't Zodiac. It wasn't Dahlia. Was it Green River? Or I kind of want to feel like that was mentioned in that documentary the other day. But I'm going to go with Chi Omega. I'm very glad I didn't go with Green River. Because Green River sounded a little bit outside of a city, and I felt like Ted Bundy was near a city. Who else got it? Hold on, who's first? Steph Towel uses her DSL internet to nail it. Great job, Steph Towel. Bossy Texas chick picks up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Jack D65 picking up, a.k.a. Steph, picking up another half point. Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser on all oceans and continents, picks up half point. Allie Towel and Rue pick up half point. Kat Dawn picks up half point. Great job, Kat Dawn. You are a super towel. Gary Ridgway. Thanks for that, Steph. I'm learning. All right, next question, Little Towels. Okay, I'm going to call you Jack D65 again. You are no longer known as Steph. The artist formerly known as Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph, is now known as Jack D65. It sounds like a sorority or fraternity, yeah. Next question. What crime was committed by the Menendez brothers in 1989? Assault on an officer, kidnapping a celebrity, robbery of a bank, murder of their parents. Well, they didn't rob a bank. They didn't kidnap a celebrity. They certainly didn't assault a cop unless the cop was their parents. Ladies and gentlemen, big case in the news right now. Number 4, Paula Towel grabs the full point. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella get half a point. Slow in the draw there, though. No longer quick draw. Bossy Texas Chick McGraw. Jack D65, the artist formerly known as Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph, picks up half a point. Steph herself picks up half a point. Steph super top. Nancy from the 508 picks up half a point. Who guessed number 5? That's not even an option. I love you more. I'm thrilled with your spunk, but that was not a choice. Ruth Lang and Sunken Grave both pick up half a point. Greatest soap dispenser in the Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere, any hemisphere. Allie Towel and Rue pick up half a point. They're British. They know their true crime. And Kat Dawn, the super towel themselves, loves instant coffee, picks up half a point. All right. I love pork chop. Reminds me of the show, Doug. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. What was the nickname of the serial killer active in England, historically known for attacking women in 1888? The Mad Butcher, the Son of Sam, the Zodiac Killer, Jack the Ripper. You English towels, step right up, because we know it's Jack the Ripper. Ladies and gentlemen, he was named Jack, and he did some ripping. It was not good. It was a little unpleasant. Bossy Texas chick picks up the full point. Hello, filthy rat bastard. You're a super towel. Paula picks up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Don't count Paula out. Nancy from the 508 picks up half a point. Ruth Lang picks up half a point. Steph clearly needs to watch more documentaries about late 1800s British true crime. Love You More picks up half a point. Ralph, hello, my friend, picks up half a point. Sunken Grave, you are super towel and your soap dispenser. Don't forget to keep your hands clean, ladies and gentlemen. Sunken Grave picks up half a point. Allie Towel and Rue, they know about Jack the Ripper. They're time travelers. They're from England. Half a point. Cat Dawn is a super towel. Cat Dawn got half a point. Great job. Hello, filthy rat bastard. You're hilarious, Steph. Hello, filthy rat bastard. All right, here we go. Call Jack D65 the Ripper. Okay, Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph. Hold on. A.k.a. the Jack E65, the artist formerly known as Jack E65, a.k.a. Steph, a.k.a. Jack the Ripper. Okay, your name now takes up 2 lines on the score sheet, but okay, whatever you say. All right, here we go. Next question. Which killer's crimes were reconstructed through a series of letters to the San Francisco Chronicle containing cryptograms? The Boston Strangler, Jack the Strangler, the Zodiac Killer, the Axeman of New Orleans. I don't think it was, listen, unless he traveled all the way to California, it was the Zodiac, ladies and gentlemen. It was the Zodiac. It was a perfect round for Towel. That's great. Steph, you are a super towel. You gotta be wrong to learn. Towel got all 6 of those questions. Steph got this one right. She was a little slow in the draw. Her super towel internet didn't save her. She was probably typing her last statement. Nancy Towel picks up another half point. Oh, we got ferocious competition. Paula and Ruth Towel both pick up half a point. Where's Paula? Paula's on my list. Who else? Ralph and Jack the Ripper. Wait, hold on. It's Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph, a.k.a. Jack D65, the artist formerly known as Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph, a.k.a. Jack the Ripper. All right, so he gets half a point. And then I said I spent so long reading that name, I forgot who was next to you. Ralph, got to give Ralph another half a point. All right. And then Allie and Rue Towel, great job. Sunken Grave, excellent job. And Jeff, Jeff's here, folks. You got to watch out for Jeff. Jeff holds the world record for most points in a single towel trivia round, 20. Not a day, a round, 20. That was impressive. Who got the full point on that one? I will tell you right now, Bossy. It was you, Bossy Texas Chick. You got the full point. You did indeed get the full point. Yeah, listen, Jack D65, Steph's got like T1 or something. I think she's actually in the government. She's connected to a government intranet. Listen, Steph Towel is the one. The Bossy Texas Chick, I think Bossy Texas Chick is using Bella for the internet. That's the only thing that explains how Bossy Texas Chick is able to do this. Now, you want to see how I sort you all into scores? Here's what we do. So we got to get Bossy Texas Chick. I do this all by hand. So we get Bossy Texas Chick because she moved up. We got everybody else in order. All right. There's a 9. Then we got a 7.5. So we got to jump Cat Dawn up. All right. So you're seeing it in real time. Jack D65. I'm not saying all of those names. It's too many damn names. All right, where do we go here? All right, there we go. Hot coffee chat. Who else jumped up? Jeff's on the board. Paul is up to 3, so you got to move Paula up here to 3. All right, then hot coffee chat's even 1.5, 1, 1, 1, half. All right, anybody out of order? Everybody looks like they're in order, ladies and gentlemen. The house shall come to order. Here we go, folks. We're going to play until a little after 6:45, depending on how I'm feeling. I know I keep pushing it. We're having a fun time. What do you want? Allie 90211, Jeff Towell has gotten questions wrong that you've gotten right. So everybody calm down. Don't make me hold a diplomatic summit. We're going to Yalta. Rue, get the plane. We're going to Yalta. I've always wanted to go with Rue to Yalta. Well, won't that be a nice vacation? Where is Yalta? Somewhere on the Adriatic, I was imagining. Rue, have you ever wanted to visit the Adriatic in the springtime? Yep, we keep same scoreboard, Ralph. We play day to day. So everyone gets their points. You keep your points for the full stream, and then when we start the next day, you get new points. I know you're just kidding, Allie Towel. I still wanted to go to Yalta, though. I mean, listen, does anyone object to taking Rue to Yalta? And what if Rue wants to go frolic free in the countryside of whatever the hell Yalta is? I don't really know what Yalta is. I assume it's some kind of resort town. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't necessarily know if Rue knows where Yalta is, so I think Rue would just get on the plane, you know, and be like, okay, I'm on a plane now. Oh, okay, I'm in some other country. Wow, the air smells different here. And then I'd be like, Brew, we got to be a little careful. This is Russia, I'm pretty sure. Like, we're going to get, like, I don't think Putin likes me very much. I kind of, I've encouraged, oligarchs to kind of overthrow him on Twitter. I just don't. I've said some mean things about Putin. I don't think I should ever go to Russia. In fact, I don't think I should ever leave the United States. I probably shouldn't, leave, my area very often. I think I've made quite a lot of enemies internationally, but in particular in Russia. I don't think the Russians like me very much. Well, you know what? Fuck you, you commie Russians. I said it and I meant it. All right? Goddamn commies. I'm going to get elected to something one day, and the Russians are going to be like, you have said incredibly ridiculous things about us. And I'm going to be like, well, I mean, you were kind of commies for a while, and I don't know about that whole BRICS thing with the Chinese. They're still commies, I'm just waiting for you to, drop the facade, you damn Ruskies, and admit you're the damn commies. Let's do this, fucking commies. Sorry. I really don't like the commies, all right? You get me going about the commies. It's going to be commie. Listen, the next series of questions is going to be a double bonus round about the damn commies. All right? Hunting the damn commies. Am I allowed to leave? Oh, yes, I'm allowed to leave, but I don't want to. I have no desire to go to any place on earth that's not American soil. Because if they're going to get me, they're going to do it on American soil, and it's going to be a damn act of war. Otherwise, I'm going to live. I'm not going to any countries. I'm not going to Dubai. I'm not going to Abu Dhabi. Those aren't countries. Well, one of them's a country. I think they're cities. Not going to China. I'm not going to Russia. I might go to the UK if they can guarantee my safety. We'll talk to the diplomatic corps. I will consider going to Finland. They seem pretty neutral. I'll go to Switzerland. They seem okay. I'd love to go to Israel, but right now I think it's not the best time. I'm not going to Latin America. I'm not going to Cuba. Fucking commies. All right? I'm not going anywhere where the damn commies can get me. Allie, I have seen your request and onboarded it. And I just want to let you know this is going to get worse before it gets better. This is a double bonus category because for some reason, I'm not really sure what happened, but I got riled up about the commies. So the question is going to be about the commies. All right? I don't know, Harvard Yard. Something happened about. No, listen. It's not the country of Russia. I probably have a problem with. I think it's probably lovely to see like Sochi or some of those areas and wear the nice fur hats, as Allie said. I've always wanted to meet a babushka. I bet she'd be like, "Here's some vodka." I'd be like, "I don't drink vodka, but you're a very lovely babushka. Tell me about your country." I don't have a problem. Oh, right. Yes. Okay. So is Karen a communist? No. All right, so we're going to do 2 more categories then. So do you want the double bonus category now or later? We're going to do a Karen Reed category, but we can only do that after the double bonus round. So we can do Karen Reed, but it's not double bonus. You all know a lot about the case. Or do you want to do the commie double bonus round? Do you want to gain a bunch of points or do a Karen Reed round? We're going to do the double bonus round either way. Do you want to do Karen Reed first or double bonus first? Steph says hard questions first. All right, here we go. So the question is, you've been outvoted, bossy Texas chick. Oh no, Jeff says, oh, okay. We're going with the double bonus, all right? Because I want to get you all some chance to earn points that are just coming in. So here we go, double bonus round, and it's gonna be about. The Red Scare and hunting commies. The Red Scare and hunting commies. Here we go. Double bonus round. If I get the question wrong, you get it right. In your first, 4 points. I get it right, wrong, you get it right. After that, 2 points. Regular scoring if I get it right. The Red Scare and hunting commies is our double bonus round. You knew it was coming. Who led the hunt for commies in the 1950s United States? Joseph McCarthy, Richard Tricky Dicky Nixon, Dwight Eisenhower, J. Edgar Hoover. Well, there's 3 right answers. There's technically 4 right answers on this board. In order of like least to most effective, Eisenhower last, Hoover was effective, Nixon was very effective, but this answer is Joseph McCarthy. They all hunted commies. It was more like who was the most effective. You're funny, bossy Texas chick. Paula grabs the full point. Excellent job, Paula. Bossy Texas chick and Bella pick up half point. Steph picks up half point. Ralph picks up half point. Ruth picks up half point. The Red Scare was like when we thought commies were invading America, so we all had nuclear bomb shelters. It was a little scary. Sunken Grave, 13 and a half. Caton gets another half point. Oh, wait, did I forget to read out your... No, I read out your scores after the last round. All right. Jeff gets half a point. Love You More gets half a point. Oh, I didn't actually read out your scores from last round. Oh, sorry. Love You More does not get half a point. Sorry about that. Love You More. Nancy gets half a point. I just misread the answer. Allie Towel and Ruth pick up half a point. And Jack D65 picked up half a point. All right, here's your positionings, by the way, because I forgot to read this. Going into the double bonus round, first place after the first question of the double bonus round, Towel with 26. Second place, Bossy Texas Chick with 19. Third place, Nancy Towel, 17 and a half. Fourth place, Ruth, 16 points. Fifth place, it's a tie, Allie Towel and Steph Towel, 15 and a half each. Sixth place, Sunken Grave, 13 and a half. Seventh place, Ralph Towel, 9 and a half. Eighth place, serendipitously enough, Kat Dawn with 8 points. Ninth place, Selena Towel, 6 and a half. 10th place, rounded out top 10, Nunya with 6. 11th place, we have a three-way tie, Noel, Love You More, and Jack D65 with 5 and a half, although Jack D65 actually has 6 now because he just got another half point. So he's tied with Nunya for 10th. 12th position, JI5 with 4. 13th position, Cynthia and Julia T, 3 and a half. along with Ange, 3.5. Excuse me, that was actually, we have one more person in 15th. That is Paula Towel with 4. Hot Coffee Chats, Eva and Alicia Towel with 2.5 each in 17th. In 18th, Claudia Towel with 2. In 19th, Laura Lee Dixon with 1.5. In 20th, Jeff Towel with 1. In 21st, and 20th, Harvard Yard Towel with 1 and 7 million bonus points. In 21st, the position of honor, my cat and I and Julia G, 1.5. All right, let's keep going. Next question. Which committee was known for investigating alleged communist influence in Hollywood? Was it the House Un-American Activities Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the Congressional Ethics Committee? Well, the FBI is the right answer if that were a congressional committee, but the actual answer is 1. Great job to anyone who got that one. Paula Towel. Listen, Paula hunts the damn commies. All right? Paula hunts them damn commies. Ralph Towel picks up half a point. Ralph knows you got to hunt the damn commies. Ralph's in the double digits. Bossy Texas Chicken Bella love hunting the damn commies. Ruth Lang loves hunting the damn commies. Nancy from the 508 loves hunting the damn commies. Absolute. Nancy, you are just making me feel like, and so many of you out there are making me feel like I was right to say that we don't like the commies. Allie and Rue hate the damn commies. Jeff Towel doesn't like the damn commies. Neither does Sunken Grave. Great job. I approve of all of you not liking the damn commies. All right, everybody did a good job. Harvard Yard gets a half a point because 1 and 3 are both right. All right, here we go. Oh no, Jeff Bezos got ad-merked. Ad-merked, I tell you. All right, next question. Oh, where's Taterbug? Taterbug, there is a ladybug in my room. I'm not going to touch it. I'm not going to touch it. It's landing on the TV. Taterbug, I wish you were here. There's literally a ladybug. Maybe it's Taterbug waving at us. Where did you come from? Oh, I guess my window's open a little bit because of the air conditioner. Where did you come from, little ladybug? Hello. Oh, it's Taterbug saying hello to us, ladies and gentlemen. All right, get ready for the next question. Hello, ladybug. The little ladybug landed on my TV. Hello, ladybug. You can hang out there with us. You just sit right there. I'm not going to bother you. It's a ladybug. Even people who don't like bugs like ladybugs. It is good luck. Oh, goodness. Love you more. I'm going to have to live up to this good luck standard. Okay, ladybug, you fly away now. I think it's going to be in my room for a little bit, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to figure out how to get out of that window. It's just a crack by the air conditioner. All right, I might have to help it later. Unless it wants to live here, but I don't think I have any food for a ladybug. All I have is Cheez-Its. All right, anyway, I think they eat leaves or something, Taterbug was telling me. All right, here we go. That is some crazy stuff, Messy Jor. You don't want to get caught on a kiss cam when you're a high-level executive and married kissing your HR chief. It's not very good HR. It's not very good PR. Where's Taterbug? Oh, Taterbug might be working. We haven't seen Taterbug since earlier. All right, next question. Oh, I wish I had gotten up to look at the ladybug. It flew away. I think it's over on my desk table. I'll go look for it. I don't want to disturb the ladybug, though. I'm going to let her just hang out. We are all towels, and we all love hearts and taterbugs. Next question, and ladybugs. Next question. Which senator's accusations led to the Army McCarthy hearings? Joseph McCarthy, Al Jahiz, John McCain, Dwight Eisenhower. Okay, come on. Only one of those people was a senator in 1950. Even John McCain, who's the maverick, wasn't that old. It was Joseph J. McCarthy. Yep. Hunting commies, ladies and gentlemen. Hunting the damn commies. Al Jahiz was the target of the investigation. Steph Towel, hunting them damn commies, picking up the full point. Bossy Texas Chick, hunting the damn commies. Ralph, I appreciate your erudite insight into commie hunting. Cat Dawn and Allie Towel both pick up half a point. Great job, Cat Dawn. Great job, Rue and Allie Towel. Ruth Towel picks up half a point. A lot of you are good at this category. Nancy, excellent job, my friend. Good guess, Jack D65. He was a senator, but not back then. Great job, Jeff Towel. Hello, Elizabeth Lander. I was so excited, and I'm so glad you're back. I hope you had a good dinner, my dear friend. Elizabeth Lander. Elizabeth gets half a point. Don't worry about it, Elizabeth. You're back now. I hope you had a good dinner, my friend. I blame everything on cell service, making me hit the wrong number. All right. Oh, there was a crude joke. Oh, goodness. That's okay. People may be crude. And we don't assume people's genders. All right, here we go. Next question. What term describes the widespread fear of communism during the Cold War era in the USA? McCarthyism, Cold War anxiety, Iron Curtain, or the Red Scare? Now, if your name is Alley Towel and you asked this specific question earlier, I hope you know the answer is Red Scare. I got it, little towels. I'm just kicking butt and taking names. Paula Towel knew it was the Red Scare. Paula Towel knew. Great job, Paula Towel. Full point. Ralph picks up half a point. Who else picked up half a point? Ruth picks up half a point. Nancy picks up half a point. Jeff and Elizabeth and Allie pick up half a point. That's a half for Jeff, a half for Elizabeth, and a half for Allie Town. And Sunken Grave, Hunting Damn Commies, picks up half a point. The term is McCarthyism. That refers to like going after the commies, but the anxiety of the spread of communism is referred to as the Red Scare. You ask any questions you want, my dear Steph. You ask any questions you want, my dear friend. All right. Yep, exactly. So Ralph explains it by saying you can fear commies, Red Scare, but not necessarily accuse people of being commies, McCarthyism. Yep. That's hilarious, Jeff. I'm fascinated with the Ruskies, too, but not the commies. Damn commies. All right, next question. Get ready. Going after commies is McCarthyism. Yes, and Steph, it implies that, like, you go a little bit overboard and accuse people who aren't commies of being commies, and then you drink a lot and get censored by the Senate and thrown out for being a drunk after the Red Scare dies down. It has this, like, it implies, like, you're holding a witch hunt. Like, you believe in the principle, but you're holding a witch hunt and going overboard. Yes, Messi, I think that may have been the joke. It was a good joke. Next question. Which legislation allowed for the deportation of suspected commie activists in the 1950s? The Loyalty Act, the McCarran Internal Security Act, the Smith Act, or the Hollings Act? Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's 3, but it could be 2. It could be 4, but I'm pretty sure it's the Smith Act. Oh, it's the McCarran Internal Security Act. Paula, you just got 4 points, Paula Towel. You now have 10 points. Paula Towel got the double bonus. No one else but Paula Towel. Jeff picks up 2 points. Allie picks up 2 points. Allie needed those. Kath Dawn picks up 2 big points into the double digits, 10.5. Paula Towel, excellent job. All right, you had to really know that one. The Grant Smith Ellis Act. Yes, hunt the damn commies. Let that be my legacy. I want an act named after me where we hunt the damn commies. All right, great job. Next. Messy, oh goodness. Next question. What term referred to the practice of making accusations without proper evidence during the anti-communist movement? McCarthyism, brinkmanship, isolationism, containment. Steph, it's your moment to shine, Steph. Your didactic, Socratic moment to shine. It's McCarthyism. Towels, just kick a button, taking names. Bossy Texas chick was quick on the draw. Call her quick draw, bossy Texas chick McGraw. Paula Towel picks up half a point. Where are you, Paula Towel? Ralph picks up half a point. Sunken Grave picks up half a point. Nancy and Ruth pick up half a point. Elizabeth and Allie pick up half a point. Jeff picks up half a point. All right. I believe that was our final question in this round. That's all right. We're going to play a few more rounds. Raise your hand if you would enjoy some extended towel trivia. If so, I'll stick around. Who would like extended towel trivia? Yes, Steph, that was a moment. That was, you learned, and then we got the question. Your didactic Socratic process made manifest. Paula wants more towel trivia. All right, we're doing extra towel trivia. Excellent. All right. Good night, LS. It was great to see you. You are a super towel. I'm half blind. Added to reread questions. Well, I'm sorry about that. Alley Towel music is also apparently your life force. I left that pinned. Extended. Oh goodness, Messy. Oh, what have you started, Jeff Towel? You got it, Elizabeth. More towel trivia coming right up. We have ferocious competition. It is some of the most ferocious competition I have ever seen. All right. I'm going to give you the list right now. Let's see who else jumped up. Jeff Towel jumped up. I know someone got a bunch of points. I think it was Paula Towel. Someone got a double bonus question in there. Harvard Yard Towel has jumped up. No, they haven't actually, because they are keeping pace. All right. All right. Here we go. Here are Harvard Yard Air Towel. Harvard Yard's heading on Air Towel. You be safe, Air Towel. You be safe. You come join us once in-flight Wi-Fi's on if you're able to. And always, as always, fly. Thank you for flying, Air Towel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, going into our next round. Here are the scores. Drum roll, please. Round 11 at the top. It's Towel with 30, ladies and gentlemen. It is Towel. Thank you, Second Beach Girl. It is Towel. In second place, Bossy Texas Chick, 21 points. In third place, we have a tie, ladies and gentlemen. Allie Towel and Rue with 19.5, and Nancy with 19.5. In fourth place, we have Ruth Towel with 18. Fifth place, Steph Towel with 16.5. Seventh place, Sunken Grave with 15. Eighth place, Ralph Towel with 11.5. Ninth place, Paula Towel, 10.5. 10th place, Ninth place, Ralph Towel, 11.5. 10th place, serendipitously enough, Paula and Kat Dawn, each with 10.5. 11th place, Selena Towel, 6.5. 12th place, Ty, Nunya, and Jack D65, the Rippa, 6 points each. 12th place, Noel and Love You More, 5.5 points each. 13th place, Jeff Towel, climbing up the ranks, 5 points. 14th place, JI5 with 4. 15th place, Cynthia Towel and Julia T. and Ange with 3.5. Hot Coffee Chats and Eva and Alicia Towel are tied in 16th with 2.5. 17th, Claudia, 2 points. 18th, Lori Lee Dixon, 1.5, tied with Harvard Yard, who has 1.5, along with 7 million bonus points for Italian Street Paint Pride. And in 19th place or 18th place, the position of honor, Julia G. and My Cat and I. Elizabeth Towel, by the way, has 1.5 and is tied with Laura Lee Dixon and Harvard Yard in 17th. All right. Air Towel definitely gives warm towels. All right. We're getting ready for our next round. Who's ready, little towels? Next round is going to be about Karen Reed. You heard it. You heard it here first. It's going to be about Karen the non-towel Reed. You heard it. You heard it here. Karen Reed is not a towel. Allie's fighting. Who's going to be the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case expert? That's the question on everyone's mind, all right? America, Germany, France, Italy, Canada, 100 and something countries, 107 or 11 now, it's crazy. 111 countries around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, what do you mean I reached my daily limit? Hold on. I have to come up with a plan. Hold on. I thought we had one more category on the other one. Hold on. All right, hold on. I have a plan. I have a backup plan. Okay, I have a backup towel plan. All right, I have a backup plan. All right. I promised we would try this, and I'm going to see if I can pull it off. We are going to try to do a backup towel plan. I didn't even know Microsoft Edge was a browser, but we're going to do it. All right, Trivial Pursuit. All right, here we go. Microsoft Edge is apparently like the modern, no, I just want like online Trivial Pursuit. Trivial Pursuit Infinite. All right, let's see if this works. Here we go. No, I don't want to make Microsoft Edge my default browser. That sounds like a terrible life decision. Come on. I will love you, though, if you give us more categories. Come on now. Show me more categories. They're going to let us do it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious, glorious day. It is a glorious day. All right? It is a glorious day to be a towel. It is a glorious day. We are ready. Who's ready for more towel trivia? I'm thrilled to announce that we have a Karen Reed category coming up. I was able to make it work. All right. Here we go, little towels. I know we're all excitable. I'm excitable. You're excitable. The category is going to be Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. Oh, goodness. 3 more categories today, then we're done. I got to get to prayer by 8. All right, who's ready, little towels? Who is ready? The category is the... Oh, Allie90211, thank you for supporting Towel Channel. Oh, no. I got so excitable, I dropped my cigar. I found my cigar. Thankfully, I just cleaned my entire floor by hand with an actually non-chemical-based cleaning agent. God bless you, Allie Towel. You and Rue are super special. God bless you, Allie Towel. You and Rue are super special towels. And you're both very intelligent towels. God bless you, Allie Towel. You are a super towel. All right, so, hold on. I've had a request for a Call Me Hank clip. Shawn in the Gulf is someone that's been around. He's sort of been around. He's covered the cases for a while. He is I think he knew Karen for a while. You could call him like one of her allies for a bit. They maybe had some, I think he just wanted to protect her, and he thought she was making some, I don't know this, I'm speculating. I think he thought she was making bad decisions, so he was like, Brett. And she was like, no, Brett. And then they had a falling out or something. I bet they still talk. Who is Rue? Oh, Rue is Allie Towel's super towel dog. You are so sweet, Allie Towel. It's true. And I also had a request for the Call Me Hank clip, which is only 20 seconds. And even if Colleen Henry's not here, although maybe she'll hear her name and be like, I must run in there. We are going to watch the Call Me Hank clip before the next round of Towel Tribute. I know, we all want to see it. The world wants to see it. The world demands the Call Me Hank clip. Yeah, Shawn is also a former DEA agent. That is true. All right, who's ready for a short intermission, ladies and gentlemen? It's a short intermission. We're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip. Even though Colleen Henry's not here, it's in her honor. We love Colleen Henry. She's super towel. I am a fun person. Rue is a fun doggo. Allie Towel is a sweet towel. We're all super towels. All right, who's ready for it? Who's ready for it? Where is it? No. Where is it? That's not what I want. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Ladies and gentlemen of the towel universe, it's the moment you've been waiting for. It's the moment that you love. Please play it for us again. We want to see it. The people want to see it. I got to pause my camera. It won't play right. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Gotta love it, little towels. You gotta love it. The man, the myth, the legend that I'm sure we haven't heard the last from. I'm telling you, I've been saying it. Others have been saying it. Alley Towels, Super Towel, the man, the myth, the legend, Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen. What a nice smile. Indeed, I agree. All right, towel trivia time. Who's ready for towel trivia? I'm ready for towel trivia. Thank you to Murder by Maestro for that super stabilized version of the Super Towel clip. All right, who is ready? We're having a Karen Reed category. Hold on. What is that ridiculous ad? Thank you for that ad, but I don't need that. All right. I don't know what they were trying to sell me, but I'm not buying what they're selling, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me get your towel comments loaded up. We're going into our next round, which is going to be about the Karen Reed case. And you might be saying, is the bot going to be able to do this? I don't know. No, before the verdict. Shot on the Gulf sounds like a hurricane. Bossy Texas chick sounds like a hurricane of awesomeness. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. All right, listen. It might ask us some stuff that's going to make us really upset. Like, it might think the answers are things that they're not. So I want you all to just, get ready. This could be, ridiculous, or it could be incredible. I have no idea how this is going to play out. I don't know what it's going to use to source these answers, what articles it's going to use. This could be, really interesting. All right, here we go. The Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case. Taxis. That's a taxi. That's a taxi. You're a taxi. I'm a towel. First question. This will tell us a lot. Which institution does the victim in the case belong to? Harvard University, Northeastern University, Boston College, MIT. None of those are right, as far as I know. What? They don't have connections to any of those. Did John go to one of those schools? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Northeastern? Did John go to BC? Really? Wait a minute. Am I the only one who didn't know this? John O'Keefe went to Boston College. Did I not know? Did nobody tell me this? Why didn't anybody tell me this? I went to Boston College. Listen, the bot probably found something about John in Boston College. I don't know if he went to, I never asked. All right, but we're going with the answer it says. So Bossy Texas chick gets 2 points. Did John go to Boston College? That's incredible. I thought he was an Alabama fan, but he didn't go to Alabama. I don't know. I don't know why it thinks John was affiliated with Boston College. Maybe he was, and I just never learned about it. I'm not challenging the bot. It might be right. It might be wrong. We need to find out why it thinks this, though. Great job. So Bossy Texas chick, Steph, Paula all got a point. Jack D65 got a point. Ruth and Truth Over Bias got a point. Does anyone know why John was affiliated with Boston College? John is the victim in the case. John went to BC. That's incredible. Why did no one tell me? I'm a double eagle. Oh, wow. I had no idea John O'Keefe went to Boston College. I didn't know that. Oh, goodness. God bless him. Well, obviously, God bless John for a lot of reasons, but I had no idea he was an Eagle. You understand, we're a very close-knit community, okay? Do you understand? I went there from like 2007 to like, I graduated 2011, then went to grad school from 2011 to 2014. I worked at O'Neill before I became disabled. Like, I am very entrenched. I got into that school because of Archbishop Darcy. Like, he was saying I really should go there, and like he thought I'd be a good fit for like the Catholic like way of like learning. It was true. I met Father Neenan. My uncle was on the board there for a while. I was like enmeshed in that institution. I love Boston College. That's what I'm saying. I really thought it said he went to Northeastern. I in fact specifically had an association with John in Northeastern. I'm not saying he didn't go to Boston College, but for whatever reason, this bot thinks John has an association to BC. Girl with an Eagle Eye, I'm telling you, I thought I read John was associated with Northeastern. I can't tell you because we don't actually have the article the bot used. This is not like a person made this, it's a bot. It thinks he was associated with BC. I don't know why. I can't tell you why. It could be completely wrong. And if it is wrong, I'll try to send feedback, but I don't know why it thinks this, okay? Thank you. Oh yeah, no, Bossy Texas Chick. It for sure it might have got this wrong. I don't deny AI can be wrong. But what I'd love is I wish it would show us the source that it got to like get this answer, because I have no idea why it thinks John O'Keefe was associated with BC. There's a link to Steph, yeah, I don't really want to look at it. But yeah, it could just be, but the other thing is we can't say it's like it has a reason for why it thinks this. It might just be misreading an article, but we have to go by the answer that it gives because that's the standard we always used. Whoa. John O'Keefe has a PhD in economics from BC? No, the Bossy Texas Chick, I'm sorry. We can absolutely move on, but I want to let you know the bot was right. John O'Keefe has a PhD in economics from Boston College. It's a different John? Okay, it's a different John. So, all right, we figured it out. There is a John O'Keefe online that is affiliated with Boston College, and the bot thought it was the John O'Keefe from this case. All right, so I'm giving feedback. Yep. Is it a different John O'Keefe? Does it say he also worked as a Boston police officer? Oh, no, are you sure? All right, hold on. All right, so we're going to move on to the next question. I'm not going to do feedback on this because I was going to tell them that it's wrong by doing thumbs down and saying wrong answer, but we don't know enough. I cannot say maybe Love You More is right. Maybe it's because of like the niece. The niece didn't say where she was going to school. I thought she was still in high school. Maybe I'm wrong. I think she's still in high school. No, the niece does not go to BC. She's still in high school. Yeah, all right. It's definitely, there's something wrong with this question, but we have to go with the answer. We don't know why it got the wrong answer, but as far as I'm aware, this answer is wrong. All right, just in case anyone's like using this to learn about the case. As far as I know, this is not right, okay? Hold on. Steph sent something over. Let me take a look. Oh, all right. I think we're going to go with that it's a different John O'Keefe. All right. I'm going to say that this is wrong and it's a wrong answer. All right. We have to, I'm sorry you can't all get the points, but we're going with okay, next question. That was just a little weird. What was the main charge against the individual involved? Burglary, assault, robbery, manslaughter. Well, you could argue it was 2, but it's really 4. Yep, 4. It was really second-degree murder, right? But they have it as manslaughter. It should be second-degree murder. Yep. All right, everybody got this one, right? Paula gets the full point. Bossy Texas Chick gets half a point. Steph gets half a point. Ralph gets half a point. Ruth gets half a point. Eva and Jack get half a point. I think that last question threw me off. Sunken Grave and Kath both get half a point. I also don't really like answering questions about this case. It's a little morbid. It doesn't make me feel happy like the other categories. Nancy and Ange. I think it's because I know I'm so close to it. Yeah, I didn't know John, but it's just very it's very personal, the case for me. So I'm not going to be happy during this category. Sorry. Truth over bias gets half a point. And I'm not going to make light of this category. Like, it's not like a fun category. It's serious. And I'm going to treat it that way. Who was the last person? Truth over bias I got. Who else? Hold on. I got Sunken Grave as well. Did I get Nancy and Kath on? I don't think I got Nancy and Kath on. Yes, I think I did, actually. And then I got Sunken Grave. And then I got Truth Over Bias. I did not get Ange Towel. Elizabeth, I did get. I'm going to get Elizabeth now, half a point. Allie Towel gets half a point. I'll get back to my regular announcing after this category. Jeff gets half a point. And Christina Towel gets half a point. Yes, Elizabeth, I got yours, and then let me just make sure I got everybody. So Paula, Bossy, Texas Chick, Steph, Ralph, Eva Towel. Did I get you? Yep, I did get Eva Towel. Jack D65, Sunken Grave. Yep, I got Kath, got Nancy, got Ange, Truth Over Bias, Elizabeth, Allie, Jeff, Christina. I got everybody. Yep, God bless Bossy Texas Chick. This category will be over, and you can always come back in like 3 minutes, but if you got to take Bella for a walk, I understand. This category will be over in about 5 minutes. We're going to play extra trivia. What type of evidence featured prominently in the investigation? Fingerprint analysis, cell phone data, eyewitness testimony, ballistics reports. I mean, it's so hard. It's really 2 and 3. I mean, I'm going to go with 2. Yeah, cell phone data. That was a hard one, though. Yep, Paula and Steph both. Paula got it first. Steph got half a point. Kath and Ruth both got half a point. Nancy and the Sunken Grave both got half a point. Elizabeth and Ange both got half a point. Eva and Allie Towel both got half a point. And Alicia. And, well, Jeff guessed 2. I don't really know how to address that. I guess that both answers are right, so we'll give Jeff half a point. Love You More gets half a point. All right. Next question. Where did the incident occur? No, this is not right. Northeastern, Tufts, BC, or Harvard? Nope, we're canceling this question because this is wrong. I think it thinks it happened at BC, but that's wrong. All right, so nobody gets any points. Nobody, do not answer this question. It's void. Do not answer. You could put an answer. It doesn't really matter, but it's wrong. Okay, so this question is void. Everyone, just take your time. This question is void. Gave feedback. This question is void. Jack D65, everyone has different lag. Don't worry, my friend. You just answer when you see the answer. So nobody's going to answer this one. We're moving to the next question in 10 seconds. This is a void question because it's wrong. Yep, exactly. All right. Next question. Remember, that one was void. Now this one you can answer. What was the relationship status between the accused and the victim? Former couple, colleagues, neighbors, siblings. I mean, I think it doesn't know what case it's talking about, but I'm going to guess it thinks they're a former couple. Yeah, and which is true. I mean, they were breaking up. It's funny. I don't think it knows what case it's talking about, but that's technically the right answer. Like, it got it right somehow. They were a former couple. He was leaving her. I don't think it meant to get this right. I think it's pulling shit from another case, but it got this right. Paul Attell was the first one to get it right. And I'm telling you, like, we all said this, so it's the right answer. But it got it right for the wrong reason. Steph, Ralph, great job. Both of you got it right. Kath and Ruth both got it right. Where's Ruth Tell? There's Ruth Tell. Three-way tie for third right now. Allie, Nancy, Ruth Tell. Truth over bias and Nancy. Oh, Nancy moves up into third. Truth over bias. You're doing great, my friend. Truth over bias. Super Tell. Follow Truth over bias on Twitter. Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Sunken Grave and Eva Tell both pick up half a point. Where's Eva Tell? There you are, Eva Tell. Hi, Brewski. Elizabeth Lander and Jeff both pick up half a point. Allie and Ange. Hello, Ange Towell. How was dinner? Both pick up half a point. Ange is on my list. Where are you, Ange? Are you hiding? Yep, you're hiding. Allie and Ange and Jack D65 also picks up half a point. And Alicia picks up half a point. And Love You More picks up half a point. Oh, no. Oh, it's Truth over BS now. I forgot you were hacked. I follow you now, my friend. Truth over BS. I think Jack D65 wants to follow you. So the account is at Truth Over BS. Definitely give him a follow. All right, next question. I agree, Steph. I agree. Next question. Which forensic method played a significant role in the case's evaluation? Digital forensics, fingerprinting, blood spatter analysis, ballistic analysis. This one I think it got right. I think it's digital forensics. Oh, it was blood spatter analysis. It was. No, they're right. It's blood spatter. It's blood spatter. I mean, it's not obvious, but it's blood spatter. But think about it. The blood pattern was very important. It was one of the first things they found. I mean, this could be thinking about a different case, but if you think about it, the blood pattern analysis was literally the most important thing. It's what they found first with the snowblower. They found his blood. I'm telling you, it might be thinking it's another case, but it's technically right because the analysis of the blood spatter on the ground is what they found first under the snow. That's literally what led them, the Solo Cups. Yes, the Reed case. Remember the red Solo Cups? It was a big, and it wasn't like, blood spatter is a weird term for it, but it's basically like where you find the blood at the crime scene. That's a hard one, but it's right. Yeah, Jeff, they didn't use the word blood spatter because that's an informal term. What they referred to is where they collected the evidence from around the crime scene. I mean, you could technically protest this, but I think there's a strong argument that that is what one of the first pieces of evidence they found. All right, so we're done with that category. Jeff, you're probably right. Like, it could think it's another case, but technically, like, if we're really being very direct, the biggest piece of evidence that started the whole, like, other than Karen screaming, the biggest piece of evidence that started the forensic analysis was the leaf blower, like, which is good police work, exposing the blood, and then, you know, the DNA. And so it probably was thinking of another case, but it's arguable that it was at least in the ballpark. All right. All right, we're going to do our score update. We had a decent amount of jumping around, and we got 2 more rounds to go. All right, 2 more rounds to go, then we're done for the day. I'm tired, and I got to go to prayer at 8. All right, 2 more rounds. That's how tired I am. And then I'm going to come home after prayer, and I'm going to play WWE 2013 because it has an Attitude Era mode. That's our next category. Our next category is the WWF Attitude Era. You don't understand, and maybe if Steph Towell wants to watch that movie she suggested the other day, I'll do that too. But I want to play Attitude Era WWE after prayer. All right? All right. Hold on one second. Hold on. They're doing a prayer as part of the festival. I'm going to try to make it over there. If not, I can always go to the church. I love that area of Newton because it has a nice church. My local church is okay too, but I like St. Ignatius at BC, where I'm always welcome. And I haven't been there in a while though, and I like, because I knew Father Neenan. And I like, what other church do I like? I like that area of Newton. I like St. Mary's. Those are the 2 churches that I think I kind of grew up around the most, St. Ignatius and St. Mary's. All right, let us read the towel scores. And Allie Towel is tired. Well, only 2 rounds to go, Allie Towel. Get some strength. Let's get a Towel cigar and let's do it. Towel is in first place, 33 points. I'm having a round. I'm not going to beat Steph's record, but I'm having a round. Second place, Bossy, Texas chick, 23.5 points. We'll see if she comes back. She didn't want to play that last round. She's still in second place. Third place, Allie Towel. I agree. I agree, Allie Towel. There's a lot of awesome churches in Newton. The architecture is awesome. I mean, the communities are awesome too, but it's a historic community. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie Towel with Rue Sleeping, 23 points. In fourth place, Nancy Towel, 21.5. In fifth place, Ruth Towel, 20.5. Sixth place, Steph Towel, 19. Seventh place, Sunken Grave, 17.5. Best soap dispenser on any continent. Eighth place, Paula Towel, 15.5. Ninth place, Ralph Towel, 12.5. 10th place, Cat Dawn, 12 points. That rounds out the top 10. Right outside the top 10, Jack D, 65. The Ripper, 8 points. Number 11. Number 12, we got a tie. Love You More and Selena Towel and Jeff, all with 6.5 points. Number 13, Nunya Towel. He's a captain. 6 points. Number 14, it's a tie. Noelle and Ange Towel, 5.5 points. Hello, Ange. Number, let's see, so 11, 12, 13. Number 14, number 15, it's a tie. JI5 and Eva Towel, 4 points each. Number 16, Cynthia and Julia T, 3.5 points each. Number 17, Hot Coffee. Oh, Alicia Towel also has 3.5. So I learned that it's a name that I for some reason associate with like Elisa, but it's Elisha, Elisha, and it is a male name. So they. I'm going to say they. I'm not going to assume their gender. If they are a male, I will say he. Alicia Towel has 3.5. Hot Elizabeth Towel is in, I believe it is 17th with 3. Hot Coffee Chats in 18 with 2.5. Claudia Towell in 19th. Truth Over Bias in 19th with 2 points each. Laura Lee Dixon and Christina Towell and Hamid Yad tied for 20th with 1.5 points each. Hamid Yad Towell has 7 million bonus points for Italian Street Paint Pride. In 21st, the position of honor, Julia G and Mike Cat and I, half a point each. All right, heading into our final 2 rounds. All right, the next category is going to be the WWF Attitude Era. Ladies and gentlemen, the WWF Attitude Era. Who knows they're wrestling? Who knows they're wrestling, ladies and gentlemen? The WWF Attitude Era. Who's ready? Who's ready? Points on. I bet Jack D65 is going to kick butt. Ange Towell's ready. Here we go. Which infamous pro wrestling event took place in Montreal in 1997? The Montreal Screwjob, WrestleMania X7, The Invasion, SummerSlam 1998. So it should have been Survivor Series 1997. They should have made it way freaking harder. They shouldn't have just said the Montreal Screwjob. It's the Montreal Screwjob. That's like the most easiest answer. They should have made it Survivor Series 1997. Paula Towell knows the Montreal Screwjob. Paula Towell picks up a full point. Steph Towell picks up half point. We're going to make this a double bonus round. So if I get it wrong, you get double bonus points. Nancy Towell gets half point. Ralph gets half a point. Good guess, Ruth. But it was Survivor Series 97. And Ange Towell gets half a point. Sunken Grave gets half a point. Elizabeth Lander gets half a point. Jeff and Allie Towell, tired though she may be, gets half a point. It is a double bonus category. Next question. Who composed the iconic theme song Stone Cold? Was it Bob Dylan, Eric Bischoff, Howard Finkel, or Jim Johnston? Now, I don't think the Fink made many theme songs. Bischoff was in WCW at the time. Bob Dylan did not write Stone Cold's theme song, so it must be Jim Johnston. I got it right. No, I wish it was Bob Dylan. It was not Bob Dylan. Truth Over Bias got the full point. Listen, if you've heard this song, it's like glass breaking. It is not by Bob Dylan. I love your swagger though. Steph and the Sunken Grave both get half a point. Elizabeth and Jeff get half a point. Where's Jeff Towell? Jeff Towell gets half a point. Allie Towell gets half a point. Jack D65, you almost got it right. I've seen Bob Dylan in concert too. He's great. I love his concert from October 31st, 1964 at Philharmonic Hall. It's one of my favorite CDs. All right, our next question. That was a really good one. Next question. What you going to do when Towel Trivia runs wild on you? I love it. Which wrestler won the WWF Championship for the first time at the 1999 Royal Rumble? The Rock, Triple H, Mick Foley, Kurt Angle. Oh, fuck. At the 99 Royal Rumble, it wasn't Angle. I don't think Foley. He won it on Raw. Triple H got punished, so I don't think... Oh, it could be Triple H. I'm going to go with The Rock. It was The Rock, ladies and gentlemen. It was The Rock. Paula Towel, ladies and gentlemen, I believe was the first one to get it. Paula Towel was the first one to get it. Paula Towel knew it was The Rock. Rikishi did it for The Rock. Steph Towel picks up half point. Steph Towel knew it was The Rock. Nancy and Elizabeth Landa both knew it was The Rock. Great job, Nancy and Elizabeth Landa. Jack D65 knew it was The Rock. Jack D65 likes wrestling. Jeff and Allie Towel both knew it was The Rock. Sunken Grave and Ange. Ange Towel loves her 1999 WWF wrestling. Ange watched it on Sky back in the day. And Sunken Grave watched it on PPV in the U.S. We love if Sunken Grave's in the U.S. Bret Hart. We love The Undertaker and Bret Hart. Steph, we can watch WWF Attitude Era pay-per-views. It will be glorious. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. I hate wrestling, says Allie. Who was the leader of the stable D-Generation X during their 1998 resurgence? Road Dogg, X-Pac, Shawn Michaels, Triple H. Oh, I mean, it was. You would say it was Triple H if it were in '99. It was probably Shawn. I think it was probably Shawn. Oh, come on, come on. Paula Towel gets 4 points, ladies and gentlemen. The answer was. I should have known it was Triple H. I should have known. Ralph Towel. I thought Triple H didn't take over till Shawn left, but Elizabeth Lander gets 2 points. Jeff gets 2 points. Ange Towel gets 2 points. Harvard Yard gets 2 points. Allie Towel and Rue get 2 points. Allie hates wrestling. Allie's like, I cheated. I admit it. Next question. Triple H is not a hemorrhoid preparation cream. His name is Hunter Hearst Helmsley. He's married to Stephanie McMahon. Next question. Who introduced the world title spinner belt to the WWF during the Attitude Era? Was it Kurt Angle? Was it Stone Cold Steve Austin? Was it Triple H? Or was it The Rock? I want to say it was the Smoking Skull belt that spun. So show me Stone Cold Steve Austin. It was Stone Cold. It was the Smoking Skull belt. I remember that one. Paula. Listen, Paula loves her wrestling. Paula gets the full point. Steph loves her. You all just love your wrestling. Steph picks up half a point. Ruth and Jeff both knew that one, picking up half a point. Who else? Nancy, Sunken Grave, and Ralph all knew it. Where's Ralph? There's Ralph. Ange and Allie 90211 both knew it. Getting a little thirsty. And Elizabeth Lander knew it. Let me take a drink of water. Oh, goodness. Jeff's like, I'm just copying Paula. She's a wrestling genius. It's true. All right. Next question. Here we go. Which wrestler had the entrance theme titled No Chance in Hell? Was it Shawn Michaels? Was it Bret Hart? Was it Mr. McMahon? Or was it The Undertaker? No chance. You got no chance in hell, ladies and gentlemen, when the boss, Mr. McMahon, takes the stage. It was Mr. McMahon. Who knew that they had no chance in hell? Oh, Ralph knew it. Ralph knew it. Ralph gets the full point. No one else knew that it was Mr. McMahon who would stroll out to No Chance in Hell. Elizabeth knew it. Elizabeth Landa knew that it was Mr. McMahon. Colleen Henry's here. Colleen, hello. We watched the Call Me Hank clip earlier. You are Super Towel. Allie Towel. Allie and Rue knew. Rue might be sleeping. He used his telepathic powers. It was indeed Mr. McMahon. All right, next question. Next question. Oh, we're at the end of that round. All right, we're heading to our final round of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So you want to hear these scores because it will tell you whether you stand a chance of getting on the podium or bumping up your rank. Now, it's been quite a competitive day. I'm looking at these scores right here, and let me just tell you, I'm seeing a lot of movement. Seeing a lot of towel movement. I'm impressed by your skills. Ange Towel made some big leaps there. Who else made big leaps? Truth Over Bias jumping up the leaderboard. Elizabeth Towel. Listen, Elizabeth Towel, if Elizabeth Towel played long enough, she would just dominate everyone. So don't let Elizabeth Towel get in here early or we're all screwed. Harvard Yard Towel picking up points along with their 7 million bonus points. All right, heading into the last round of the day. I love wrestling stuff too, Steph. Jeff, don't worry. Tomorrow's another day, my friend. We'll do more Adelson catch-up tomorrow, which means more towel trivia. All right, in first place, ladies and gentlemen. In first place, look at our list for today. We got a lot of people going on. In first place, heading into the final round, it is Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Towel with 38 points. Oh, no. Everybody feels screwed. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place, we got the one, the only, Allie Towel and Rue, 27 and a half. Steph, me too. We got to watch more Attitude Era. In third place, ladies and gentlemen, rounding out the podium, she took the night off, but she's Bossy Texas Chicken Bella, holding down third place even this late in the day. In fourth place, right behind them, Nancy Towel poised to get on the podium today because Bossy Texas Chicken Bella are done for the night. Oh, goodness, Nancy Towel at 23 points, but it's anyone's game because Paula Towel is right behind Nancy with 22 and a half points, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. In, let's see, that was fourth place was Nancy. Fifth place, Paula Towel, 22 and a half. Sixth place, we have a tie, Ruth Towel and Steph Towel, 21 points each. Right behind, so that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right behind Ruth and Steph Towel was Sunken Grave. In 7, ladies and gentlemen, 19 and a half. Excellent job, Sunken Grave. In 8th place, we have, heading into the final round, Ralph Towel, 16 and a half. In 9th place, we have Kath Dawn, 12 points. Great job, Kath. Excellent job. In 10th place, we have Jeff Towel. Jeff might not make the podium, but they certainly are in the top 10. 10 and a half points, serendipitously enough. In 11th place, we have Ange Towel with 9 points. Congratulations, Ange. In 12th place, we have Jack D65 the Ripper, 8.5 points. In 13th place, we have Elizabeth with 7.5 points. I told you Elizabeth's poised to strike. In 14th place, Love You More and Selena tied with 6.5 each. In 15th place, Nunya with 6 points. In 16th place, Noelle with 5.5. In 17th place, a two-way tie, JA5 and Eva Towel, 4 points each. In 18th place, four-way tie, Harvard Yard, Cynthia Towel, Julia T, and Alicia Towel, with Harvard Yard having 3.5, and Cynthia and Julia T and Alicia having 3.5, but with Harvard Yard having 7 million bonus points for Italian Street Paint Pride. In 18th place, Truth Over Bias with 3 points. In 19th place, Hot Coffee Chats, 2.5. In 20th place, Claudia Towel, 2 points. In 21st place, Laura Lee Dixon and Christina Towel tied with 1.5. And in 22nd place, the position of honor, Julia G. Towel, My Cat and I, and Colleen with 0.5 point each. Yes, Second Beach Girl, we are doing our last round right now, and it's going to be a Super Towel bonus round because I'm going to pick the category, all right? It's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard. All right, the category is going to be regulation of cannabis in Massachusetts. All right? It's going to be questions about the regulation of adult and medical use cannabis in Massachusetts. All right? Everyone get ready. This is our double bonus category. It's going to be the regulation of adult and medical use cannabis in Massachusetts. What do you mean you lost the list? Lost what list? Steph, hold on. Steph, you are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're tied for 6th with 21. So this round is going to be the regulation of cannabis in Massachusetts. It's a double bonus round. Everyone get ready. Cannabis regulation in Massachusetts. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I have no idea who is going to come out here. Oh, I see. I'm sorry about that, Steph. I'll bring up the list for you before we begin our last round. There it is. There's the list. This isn't rigged. Listen, it's a double bonus round, so if I don't get it right, I'm screwed. I'm screwed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in our last round of the day. Anyone want to buy my new Sunken Grave is trying to become a black market towel point trader. We've created a market for towel points. It's so competitive. Oh no, we've created an in-towel trivia ecosystem. What have we done? What have we done? All right, get ready, ladies and gentlemen. You heard me. The category is the cannabis regulation in Massachusetts. Here we go. Take it away. I have no idea how this is going to play out. Literally, it might not even want to do this. It might be like, no. All right. I don't know if it's even going to be worth it, but here's an intro. All right. Basically, in Massachusetts, cannabis is regulated pursuant to Massachusetts general laws, which is 94G for adult use, section 3, and then 94I 1 through 8 for medical use. Okay, that is interpolated in 935 CMR 500.000 and 935 CMR 500.001, which is the Code of Mass Regulations. The adult use framework is 000, the medical use is 001, I think, and they're about 162 pages and 138 pages respectively. Things like the social equity program are located at 935 CMR 500, 104, 17A through C specifically, okay, if it asks about that. If it asks how many commissioners there are, it's a 5-member board. Okay, there's 5 commissioners. The chair is appointed by the treasurer. There's 1 seat appointed by the governor, 1 seat appointed by the attorney general, 2 seats appointed by a majority vote of the other 3 constitutional officers. Now, of the state, the governor, the treasurer, the attorney general. Now, each person who's appointed to each seat has to have an expertise in business and finance, highly regulated commodities, public health, public safety, social equity. Okay? Those are required by law. Now, there's also a large staff of the agency, probably about 100 people, that deals in a bifurcated manner with both regulatory drafting and rulemaking, so updates to the regulations, and at the same time enforcement of those regulations related to dangerous products, testing standards, fraud, things like that. Okay? So you get in trouble if you violate the agency's rules, which they write by interpolating statute. Okay? Now, simultaneously to that, you have like possession limits. So for adult use, you can buy up to 28 grams, 1 ounce of flower per day, or its dry weight equivalent in concentrates, which is about 5.2 grams. Okay? Now, simultaneous to that, there are also possession limits. So you can possess 1 ounce of adult use flower outside your home if you're over 21. If you're a medical patient, you can possess up to 10 ounces on your person at any one time, and also you can smoke in public. Smoking in public is banned under 94 G13C technically, But at the end of the set clause in that paragraph, it says that it doesn't apply to medical patients or the consumption of medical marijuana. So you can smoke medical marijuana in public. There's like the license types are like retailer, manufacturer, cultivator. So retailer sells the product, manufacturers like extract product into edibles or hash. Cultivators grow either outdoor or indoor. There's probably like 13 outdoor cultivators, 88 indoor cultivators. The market cap is like 1.7 to 2 billion per year in revenue. It's generated $7 billion in revenue over the past 5 years, which is roughly 400 million in tax revenue at 20%. Of that tax revenue, 12% goes to the state, 8% goes to the 354 local cities and towns. Let's see. You can grow up to 6 plants per person for adult use, up to 12 plants in the home if there's more than one adult over 21. If you're a medical patient, you can grow up to 24 plants. Okay. So yeah, that's generally the overview of the market, and let's do it. I hope you took notes. I helped create the market, obviously. What year did legalization take effect in the state? 2020, 2018, 2015, 2016. It's a trick question because the answer is technically 2017 or 2018, but it's going to be 2016 because it was ballot question 4 in 2016. And it's only adult use it's talking about. What? Oh my God. Wow. It's really good. It's really good. It knows that it wasn't when it was passed in 2016. It was when it was implemented via the regulatory codification in 2018. That was a trick question, and Ralph got it right. So Ralph gets 4 points, ladies and gentlemen. 4 points for Ralph. I got screwed. Elizabeth Lander and The Sunken Grave both pick up 2 points. You had to really either guess or know the history because that was a trick question. Ruth and Allie Towel both pick up 2 points. That was a trick question. I was robbed too. I was screwed. I got screwed. Decrim 2008, medical 2012, adult use 2016, delayed until 2017, regulatory codified 2018. But that was a damn hard question. One of the hardest ones we've had ever. Alley Towel, hemp is not illegal. Hemp is legal in Massachusetts. And you can sell it as a dispensary. You don't have to bring it into Metric, the product tracking system. It's an ancillary product, okay? So you can sell it like a T-shirt, like hemp flower. You can also extract THCV or other cannabinoids, major and minor, from hemp and sell it into the adult use supply chain, but you have to do that a little bit differently. That was the result of the 2021 farm agriculture bill in Massachusetts, which I also worked on. I get involved, you know. I'm a little towel. Next question. All right, come on now. Any second now. We have faith in you. Come on now. This state's governing body oversees cannabis operations. Is it the EPA, the Department of Agriculture, the Cannabis Control Commission, or the Health and Human Services? CCC. It's the Cannabis Control Commission. Towel nailed it. Towel nailed it. Towel nailed it. I did Jack D65. Nope, I missed him, but I got him now. 2 points. Thank you. Who got the CCC? Ralph got it. Ralph did their studying. Ralph boned up, you know what I'm saying? Ralph Towel gets a point. Steph and Truth Over Bias get half a point. They were paying attention in the towel election. Ruth and Jack D65 both get half a point. Ange and Nancy Towel both get half a point. Jeff and Sunken Grave both get half a point. Great job, Jeff Towel. Great job, Sunken Grave. Allie and Colleen Henry both get half a point. Great job, Allie and Colleen Henry. Oh, I'm sorry about the buffering. Yeah, we got screwed a little there. Next question. I'm going to try to make sure it doesn't buffer, but I make no promises, ladies and gentlemen. No promises. Next question. What specific law governs the personal use of cannabis by adults in Massachusetts? 94G, 91A, 92B, 93C. Were you paying attention? Were you paying attention? "94G, I said it in the intro. Oh, I'm a little towel. 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 Ralph, good job. Ralph really knows this. Ralph, great job. Great job. Ralph, Jack D65 was paying attention in the intro. Steph was paying attention. Look at that, Steph. Steph was like, I know it. Steph is an expert. Ange Dowell, great job. Ange got it. I'm so proud of you all. I'm so proud. I said it in the intro and some of you got it. Elizabeth, great job. I was flying through the information and some of you picked up on it. I said 94G. We were talking about 94G 13C. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's a glorious day. Great job, Sunken Grave. I'm so proud of you, my friend. You are the best soap dispenser of all time. Nancy from the 508, I am so proud of you. Allie and Brew, I am so proud of both of you as well. Jeff, you were absolutely paying attention. Ange Dowell listened. And Ralph was like, I thought you were saying 94 grams at first. Colleen's like, I'm impaired. Andrew's like, it was a lot of information. Next question. You love when you teach us something? Yes. I love when my lecture ends up in the questions. I'm so happy. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to wake Rue up, but hi, Rue. Oh, no, I woke Rue up. He's going to get mad. Oh, I got to be quiet. Sorry, Rue. Oh, no, I did it again. All right. Next question. I got really excited. Here we go. Which department is responsible for overseeing the implementation of cannabis delivery services in Massachusetts? The Department of Revenue, Consumer Affairs Division, the Massachusetts Health Department, or the Cannabis Control Commission? Well, that's kind of a trick question because you might think maybe it's like outsourced because it's a bigger thing, but no, it's a CCC. I wrote the delivery rules. In fact, I helped create the delivery operator license. Yes, indeed. Ralph got it again. Ralph's got that super fast internet, ladies and gentlemen. Paula. Great job, Paula. This is a double bonus round. Let's see if I get another one wrong. Steph Towell gets half a point. Ruth and Truth Over Bias get half a point. Great job, Truth Over Bias. Great job, Ruth Towell. All right, hold on. We are in a towel ad. I got ad marked. Who was the last one? Ruth was the last one I did. So who was after Ruth? Jack D65. Hold on. Didn't I get? Well, Ruth was the last one I saw. So Jack D65 gets half a point. And then Truth Over Bias, who I thought I already saw, but that must have been the question before, gets half a point. Nancy and Elizabeth Lander both get half a point. Where's Elizabeth? There's Elizabeth. Ange and Jeff both get half a point. Great job, Jeff. Great job, Ange Towell. Sunken Grave and Colleen both get half a point. Where's Colleen? Where's Colleen? I saw you. There you are, Colleen. All right. Here we go. I agree, Paul. I hope we can send our cars out for errands soon. I want a robot and a towel robot. All right, here we go. Next question. What is the residency requirement for cannabis home cultivation in Massachusetts? 21 days, 30 days, 14 days, 60 days. I have no fucking idea. I didn't even know that was a thing. It sounds like they would have done, the first commission would have done 1 to 2 months. I bet Flanagan was like 1. I bet they compromised at 1 month. Wow, they got it down to 21 days. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. It's an obscure random number, but I'm impressed. Who's going to get the 4 points? Jeff. Of course, Jeff Towle. Jeff plays it tactical. Jeff got the 4 points. Allie gets 2 points. Well, at least you admit to it, Allie. That's half the battle. That was a hard one. Hard, so you only need to be here 21 days. I would imagine they don't know and they don't enforce it, Ralph. I don't think anyone enforces home cultivation unless you're like the triads, and then they will enforce it. Because you stay out of our Massachusetts, you commie triads. Next question. What is the financial requirement for a cannabis microbusiness to operate in Massachusetts restrictions? Startup capital over $100,000, net worth under $500,000, market share below 5, annual gross revenue under $1 million. I don't know. I think you have to have 100,000. Nope, annual gross revenue under $1 million. I should have known that. So you can't make a lot of money as a microbusiness. We got to get rid of that. That's a stupid rule. Hold on. I'm going to talk to some people about that. No reason for the microbusiness to have a $1 million account. All right, I'll do it. Give me it's going to take 2 years, but all right, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. I'm getting rid of that. Listen, that question might be right now, but give me 2 years and that will not be the rule. They don't need to have a annual market cap restriction. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever fucking heard. Why didn't somebody tell me about this earlier? I'm upset. How did that get in there? There's no reason for that. Unless it's statutorily required. I'll go to the legislature if I have to. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. Allie Towle. So Jeff Towle gets the 4 points. Allie Towle gets 2 points. Harvard Yard Towle gets 2 points. Now, I got to fix that. That's a stupid anti-business. Yeah, I know. But still, it's a stupid anti-business rule. There's no reason the market cap should be $1 million. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. They're capped at 5,000 square feet of cultivation and manufacturing. We don't need to cap their fucking market revenue. $1 million in 2016 or 2018 is different than $1 million in 2030. Who the fuck put an annual gross revenue market cap on it? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. I'm infuriated. I know, Allie. I wrote the rules. I helped write the rules. I know the rules very well. I'm getting rid of that provision. It's stupid and it doesn't make sense. A micro business can only have 5,000 square feet of cultivation, canopy, or manufacturing space. That's it. It's a micro business. That's it. It's a micro business. So it doesn't need a market cap. The $1 million with inflation is going to be nothing in 10 years. We're going to kill the license. And that was the last question, too. Anyway, I'm actually glad that was the last question because I learned something, and now I'm going to go make a change to the regulations because that is a stupid fucking rule, and nobody should have to follow that. We're going to kill that license type unless we get rid of that, right now. So thank you, Trivial Pursuit, for you just improved the business conditions in Massachusetts for small businesses. That makes me happy. Towle likes small businesses. I don't like that I got the question wrong, but I learned something. And isn't learning something why we're here after all? Yes, indeed, little towels. I'll get rid of it, Steph. Don't you worry. All right, who's ready for the final scores of the day? Got to move a few people around. but I think we're ready. Anybody jump up? Yep, Harvard Yard Towel. This is our final score report. Then maybe I'm going to go to prayer, and then I'm going to see if Steph wants to watch a movie. And then I'm going to play the Attitude Era game, because that's what I really want to do. All right. Oh, nope. I almost bumped Harvard Yard Towel down. I've got to keep her where she is. All right, everybody else where they need to be? Nope, Colleen's got to get jumped up. All right, so here we go, folks. We're going to listen to the other towel trivia song, the first version, and we're after we announce the winner. So if you like the towel trivia song, stick around. It's wonderful. We heard the female version. Actually, we'll listen to the new version again. What do you want to hear, the old version or the male version or the female version? But here we go. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, I did not break Steph's all-time record. Steph retains her all-time towel position record of 50.5. But I came in with 41 points. Allie Towel, you have a great night. You came in at number 2, Allie Towel. Allie and Rue Towel, 34.5 points. Allie Towel kept it close to the very end. I was getting nervous there. I was becoming a nervous little towel. Excellent job, Allie Towel. Second position on the podium, ladies and gentlemen, by just half a point over Ruth Towel. It is Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen. It is Nancy Towel. Nancy Towel, ladies and gentlemen, coming in with a full-on 24.5 points, little towels. Congratulations to Nancy Towel. Now, let me see if I can put up a poll to see what version of the towel song we want. But Nancy Towel has done absolutely excellent, topping out the podium with 24.5 points. Congratulations. Now, Ruth Towel, you fought valiantly, my friend. You were within striking distance the whole time. You know, my friend, you put up a valiant effort. It was a commendable effort, my dear friend, and it was a deserving fourth place finish for the incredible Ruth Towel with 24.5 points. Now, as I wait for the towel chat to get caught up so I can start a poll, here it comes. All right. Old male or new female towel trivia song. All right. Old, new. All right, you pick. I put the poll up. In fifth place, ladies and gentlemen, the maker of the song herself. It's the one, the only, Bossy Texas Chick, 23.5 points, tied with Ralph Towel, who shot up the board in that last round. Ralph Towel was just kicking butt on the regulated cannabis questions and the Attitude Era questions. Ralph Towel gets 23.5 and ties Bossy Texas Chick for fifth. Now look how close this competition was, ladies and gentlemen. In sixth place, we have a tie. The greatest soap dispenser in the entire world, Sunken Grave. Don't forget to wash your hands and use a towel, ladies and gentlemen. Along with Paula Towel in sixth as well. 23 points each. Congratulations. Now listen, this is so close, folks, that a matter of 2 points was the difference between third place and seventh place. Steph Towel, just 2 points behind Nancy Towel, who was in third. Steph Towel is in seventh with 22.5. You can put up a valiant effort. You can fight. You can give every ounce, and 2 points can make the difference between that many positions. In eighth position, even though they started the game late, you know, they pick up points everywhere they go. It's the one, the only Jeff Towel, 19.5, reaching the top 10 easily, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations, Jeff Towel. If you played that whole day, you would have been up there with Towel. Number 9, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Cat Dawn. Excellent job, Cat Dawn. You did wonderful today, my friend. Congratulations. Ruth, you did so well. You have a great night, my friend. You earned that rest. Thank you so much for spending that time with us today. It meant a lot to me. In 10th position, tied for 12th, ladies and gentlemen. Tied for 12th with 12 points. Tied for 9th, not 12th. Tied for 9th with 12 points. They call him Jack the Ripper. a.k.a. Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph, a.k.a. Jack D65, the artist formerly known as Jack D65, a.k.a. Steph. 12 points, ladies and gentlemen, tied for 9th. Congratulations, Jack D65. Rounding out the top 10, friends, rounding out the top 10, it is Ange taking her place in the top 10. 10.5 points, serendipitously enough. Congratulations, Ange. Number 11, folks. Number 11, we have none other than the one, the only, Elizabeth Towell. 8.5 points. Congratulations, Elizabeth Towell. 8.5 points. It was a great day, Jack D65. Great job, Elizabeth Towell. In 12th position, ladies and gentlemen, we have Love You More with 6.5, tied in 12th with Selena Towell, 6.5. Great job, Love You More and Selena Towell. In 13th, it's Captain Nunya, ladies and gentlemen, Captain Nunya with 6 points. Congratulations, Captain Nunya. That was in 13th. In 14th, we have Noelle Towell tied with Alicia Towell, 14th, and tied with Harvard Yard Towell in 14th. 5.5 points. Excellent job. We're going to bump Harvard Yard Towell because she has 7 million bonus points for the Towell Italian Street Pride. 14th position. Congratulations. In 15th place, starting late but rising up the ranks nonetheless to 15th, Truth Over Bias with 4.5 points. Congratulations, Truth Over Bias. You did really well, my friend. I'm very proud of you. In 16th position, we have a two-way tie, Eva Towell and JI5 Towell, 4 points apiece. In 17th position, how many people are tied for 17th? We have a two-way tie, Cynthia and Julia T. Towell, 3.5 points each. In 18th position, we have Hot Coffee Chats, standing all alone. Congratulations, 2.5 points. In 19th place, Claudia Towell. Congratulations, Claudia, 2.5 points. In 20th place, the one, the only, Colleen Henry, which means you know a Call Me Hank clip is coming up. In 22nd place, ladies and gentlemen, Colleen Henry had 1.5 points. Also in 21st place, Christina Towell, ladies and gentlemen, with 1.5, along with these are all in 20th. 20th place, Christina Towell. 20th place, Laura Lee Dixon, ladies and gentlemen, 1.5 points each. In 21st place, Julia G with 0.5 point. In 22nd place, in 21st place, the position of honor, tied with Julia G, My Cat and I with 0.5 point. All right, so the first thing we're going to do, first of all, congratulations to all our Super Towel winners. Colleen Henry's in the chat, so I'm going to find out what towel song are we playing. We are playing the old one, all right? We listened to the new one, so we're going to play the old one, but before we do that, we're watching the Call Me Hank clip. Colleen Henry's here. We have to watch the Call Me Hank clip. It's a tradition. All right. All right. Harvard Yard now has 18 million bonus points because they are a Super Towel. Great job, Harvard Yard. You have 18 million bonus points for your Italian Street Pride. You did, Christina Towell, and I have your picture of the beach, which I will share tomorrow. Please remind me to share it tomorrow. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to play, and Christina Towell made like the best image possible, but we have to play one thing right now because Colleen Henry's here, and you don't understand. Colleen Henry is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, which means, here we go, you know what's coming. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves, ready your towels. It is that clip. You can call him Hank. You can call me Towel. It's about time we had a Call Me Hank clip. And Colleen Henry being here makes it even better. Hello, Buck. Look, Buck's hanging out right about the Call Me Hank clip. We love Buck. Hi, Buck. You're a Super Towel. The man on the TV's talking to you because you're a Super Towel. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Again. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Three times for calling him. And Buck. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Jack D65. He's like, just to clarify, I don't want to be called Hank. Graham might take me literally. All right, that was great. We love calling Henry. Who's ready for the towel trivia song? We're playing the old version. You requested it. I'm going to bring it up on the screen for you because I'm a super towel. Who's ready? I'm ready. Towel trivia song incoming. All right, ready? Hold on. Trivia. Towel trivia time. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the old version. Oh, yeah, it's the old version. Who's excited? Get excited. It's coming up on your screen now. And we'll... Hold on. I got to find a way. Yeah, I want you to be able to see both, but it's not going to work. So, we're going to switch windows. You ready for this, folks? Towel trivia song. Everyone loves towel trivia song. Bossy Texas chick is Bossy Texas chick. She's bossy, and she's not bossy. She is a boss. She is from Texas. She is a chick. She's Bossy Texas chick. All right, here we go. Everybody get ready. Let me see if I can zoom in on this just a little bit. Make the lyrics a little wider. All right, here we go. Let's do it. Take it away, Bossy Texas chick, and the song.
Welcome to the show where knowledge meets fun. Grab your coffee and your towel, let's see what you've done. Ooh, trivia time. Grant and his cigar is on the screen with a smile so wide. He's got questions for the folks who gather round inside. Every weekday at the same time they all come to play, in a place where brainy people brighten up the day. We're the town community, smart as we can be. Allie's at the top, that's where she likes to be. Steph, Nancy, and Kitty's follow close behind. Tater, Bug, and Jew drops her are of one mind. We're family, we're family. In this trivia town, we wear our towels with pride. Ruth and Captain know their stuff, Jeff's right there too. Claudia answers, Forensic does too. Lydia sharp as a tack, Dev fighters on the ball. Ricky's always grumbling when the scores are called. We're the town community, smart as we can be. Allie's at the top, that's where she likes to be. Steph and Nancy follow close behind. Kitties and Dewdrops ain't far behind. We're family, we're family. In this trivia town, we wear our towels with pride. Now Ricky's hollering about her missing points. My points, my points. Harvard Yard keeps guessing things that ain't on the board. Not on the board. Bossy Texas Chick and Bella are in last place again. They're always at the bottom, but one day they will win. Ooh, that's alright. Every day's a new adventure in this quiz show land, where the regulars keep coming back to take their stand. From the brightest to the struggling, we all belong in this corner of the internet where we sing along. So here's to all the players and the hosts so fine, in this little slice of heaven where we all do shine. Trivia time, trivia time. Welcome to the Grant Smith Ellis Show. Come for the trivia, stay for the fun. Tower Pride.
And Jack D65, it's true. I'm so glad so many of you found friends here. Not just a friend in Towel, and Towel hasn't just found friends in you, but you found a community here. I know some of you like email with each other, like some of you like email me about things you talk to about with each other. Like I am like 40 email chains with some of you. It's great. I love it. I sometimes can't respond to them all like the minute they're sent, but I go through and I eventually answer them. I love the sense of community that's built up here. I think it's a very special place. It's a place where, like, if you're into learning things, true crime, some guy who just delivers soliloquies and knows a lot about different things and occasionally hints at very big things that are coming, this is where you want to be. And furthermore, I love that you all have built such strong bonds here. And if it does feel like you found a home or an extended family, then that is Towel living up to his eudaimonia or summum bonum in the ancient, in the Latin or ancient, in the ancient Greek or Latin, respectively. And I cannot imagine anything better as a form of my human Towel flourishing. So that makes me very happy. Now, also, Tatabug, I don't know if we told you, you might have to watch a replay. You had just Control F when there's a transcript for Ladybug. We saw a ladybug. I saw a ladybug. Well, it was definitely a ladybug because it had a red shell. I looked over at the TV. It was a ladybug. Now, I don't know where it is now. I feel a little bad because I can't find the ladybug, but I didn't want to interfere with the ladybug, so I just let her go about her day. I saw a ladybug. It is, oh... God bless you, Colleen. I personally was going to attribute it all to Buck, but I think Buck's going to be... First of all, Buck's probably very perplexed because I don't think the TV has ever talked to Buck before, so Buck's probably like, I must be very important. You are very important, Buck. It is Tatabug. I agree. Yes, Tatabug, you have to watch the replay. Now, I felt bad because I wanted to take the computer and point it at the ladybug, but I couldn't because there's a bunch of cables. It's very complex here, so I couldn't move it at all. But I was looking over at it, and it did its little ladybug thing. I couldn't really figure out how it got in my room, but then I realized I had a little bit of pocket of air next to the air conditioner for like backflow, and that's where it got in. So either way, I let the ladybug hang out, and I don't mind if the ladybug wants to live here. I'm not going to bother her. If it were like a bee, I would have been like, oh no, and I would have like used a cup and got the bee and brought him outside. But it was a ladybug, so I was like, okay, you can live here with me. Now, I'm a little bit perplexed because she was sitting on my table, my desk over there earlier where I do my work, and she's gone. I don't know where she went. But if she comes back, Taterbug, I'll keep you updated. It will be the ongoing saga of the ladybug in Towel's room. Yes, I was thinking a lot about this. Oh, goodness, Tatabug was in a battle with hair all day. Well, I hope you won, Tatabug, and just know you were here with us in spirit, and now there's a ladybug in my room. Well, maybe she got outside. If I never see her again, I'm just going to assume she got outside. Yeah, no bees allowed. I love ladybugs, but I'm not trying to have any bees in my room. I would accept a caterpillar. I would accept a moth. I saw a moth one time, like a few months ago. I didn't get upset at the moth. I think he saw my light from outside and he just wanted to go to the light. So I was like, you can hang out in here. But if it were a bee, I found a wasp one time. That was not good. I got the wasp out immediately because I was like, you're not building a nest anywhere near me. And he didn't come back. So anyway, that was my ladybug story. We find our way. Yes, Taterbug, you won the battle with the hair. Harvard Yard says just say no to bees. Now, all right, so we played our Towel Trivia song. We played our Colleen Henry song. Tomorrow, folks, we will be live sometime. I want to start a little early because I missed prayer tonight. I'm going to go over to the church, but I missed prayer. I wanted to do this like prayer circle thing they were going to do at the festival, but we were having a good time, and if I'm going to do it, like I need to get there early. I need to talk to like my Nana's friends, and I need to learn about what they're doing, and I'm not just going to show up for the prayer circle. So I'm going to go tomorrow, and tonight I'll just go over to the church. Anyway, my point is, I had a great time playing Towel Trivia with you tonight. Tomorrow we'll start a little bit earlier. Let's aim for 10 or 11 in the morning, all right, Eastern time. That's 3 to 4 p.m. for those of you on Greenwich Mean Time. I'm going to get some rest. Who won trivia? Oh, today's victor was the one, the only, Towel Tatabug. It was me. I'll admit it. Towel won. Allie Towell was close. The podium was Towell 41, Allie Towell 34.5, and Nancy Towell 24.5. But Ruth Towell was right up there with 24. Bossy Texas Chick had 23.5. Ralph Towell had 23.5. Paula Towell had 23.5. Sunken Grave had 23. Sunken Grave had 23. Steph Towell had 22.5. Jeff had 19.5. Cat Dawn had 12. Jack D65 had 12. Ange had 10.5. This was the first time ever that the difference between third place and seventh place was 2 points. It was ferocious, Tatabug. You would have loved it, but you can play tomorrow. We'd love to have you. Tatabug is a super towel. And you have a great night, my friend. You know I like to end the stream the same way, which is, if you want to support this stream, I'm going to read the super chats. I'm not going to forget, but I read them as they were happening. You can do that. You can also, there are donation links in the chat. Please don't feel obligated, but, there are ways to support. But you could also, without any monetary contribution, like the stream, subscribe, tell your friends. Maybe you have a friend or family member that would love to play trivia with us. The more, the merrier. Once we have like 50 people on the scoreboard, I probably have to automate it, but I'm having a good time. So that's the best way to support Towel Stream. Just let folks know. I think it will be fun to build this community, and we're already building such a strong community. Oh, no. Ange has to mow the lawn tomorrow. Be kind, be grateful, be blessed, says Tatabug. From your lips to God's ears, Tatabug. And also, Tatabug, no damn commies. Tatabug hates the commies. Tatabug, we did a whole category about how much I hate the commies, and I got really mad about the commies. Like, really mad. It was kind of funny. All right, the next thing I want to do is your comments. Tatabug and Jack D65. It was a real scrap up at the top. Yes, Jack D65. It was like an old-timey boxy fight. Boxy fight. Harvard Yard, you are a super towel. Nancy from the 508. How about I think if a bat came in my room, like they're generally like nice creatures. I think they carry like a specific kind of disease that's a little dangerous, but I would call animal control. If it were like a bird or a bat, anything that flies and like I couldn't get it out of my room, I would not just let it live here. I would call animal control. It might be a protected species. I'm not touching it. If it were a bat, I'm pretty sure like it would fly out the window eventually if I open the window because it like uses echolocation. But I wouldn't want it to like live here either. So I like bats, but no, it cannot live with me. Ladybug, that can live with me. Steph, it was great to see you, my friend. Colleen Henry, it's because of you, my friend, and so many others. This community is a wonderful place. Tatabug, I'm so glad you came in at the end of the day. Jack D65, Elizabeth Lander. You charge up that phone, you be safe, and I hope the storms pass. Christina Towell, I can't wait to see your picture tomorrow. You're a super towel. Elizabeth Lander, hello again. You are a super towel. Be safe during the storms. Natalie B. Oh, goodness. Yes, so Natalie B., I had heard that there's a few flight logs showing Trump on Epstein's plane. But listen, it's way more than President Trump. Those flight logs are going to decimate the world's aristocracy. And there's a lot of liberals, too. And you know Towel, he's got a little special place in his heart for President Trump. So until I see evidence that President Trump, like maybe he was trying to like get information from Epstein, whatever, until I see evidence that President Trump did anything other than fly on the plane, like if he was on it like 100 times, okay, I got to ask questions. But if he flew on it like 3 times, I'm not going to just attribute it to him like doing bad things, all right? Now, if there's evidence of him doing bad things, I'm going to reevaluate. But as of now, Towel loves President Trump. I don't agree with him on everything politically, but just flying with Epstein does not mean that he went to the island, all right? It's not a good sign, but it could be like intel type stuff. However, if the flight logs are as extensive as I imagine they're going to be, let me just tell you that name, President Trump, is not going to be the only name we hear, and my guess is some people flew on it a lot. But I have faith in President Trump, folks. I'm not going to just assume that President Trump, because he was on the flight logs, was necessarily involved in bad stuff. Got to hold everyone to the same standard, though. So if I see him involved in bad stuff, I'll be the first person to be like, why were you doing that? Now, if it's just that he was on the flight logs once or twice and Bill Clinton was on there like 40 times, I'm going to be like, well, Bill Clinton's a damn commie. All right? That's just my stand-in word for I'm mad about something. But anyway, my point is, no, I don't really think that just being on it per se is bad, but if there's like evidence that something really bad happened, yeah, I'm going to be mad. Alley 90211, sunken grave, and that's for any politician. I don't care what party you're in. I don't care what you believe. If there's any evidence you did more than fly on that plane or you flew on it like 100 times, I'm going to be like, that's a problem. Hello, Paul. It was great to see you. Jeff, it was great to see you, my friend. Sunken Grave, the greatest soap dispenser on any continent. Great to see you. Jack D65. Ralph, my friend, it was great to see you. Colleen, Truth Over Bias, you're a super towel. Let me go to the super chats. I don't want to miss the towel super chats. Sometimes so many super chats come in, I miss the super chats. Bossy Texas Chick, I hope you had a great day. God bless you. Allie Towel, you're so kind to support this stream. Love you very much, my friend. You and Rue. Havidyad, thank you for supporting Towel Stream. Towel loves you so much. Paula, thank you for saying the interview was really good. That means so much to me, friend. Oh, goodness. Jack D65. Thank you so much for supporting Towel Channel. You are a rock star, my friend. We don't do the Karen sign, but we definitely do the rock star sign. Tonya Vincent, thank you so much for your questions, the extra turtle phone information. Thank you for sharing that great post from Val about the juror plea deal out. And Selma Paulette, my friend, just said, want you to know you and your ethics and mission are amazing. Don't sweat it. We love you. Oh, Selma, I forgot we started the day with that wonderful comment. I forgot. You know, I forget some days, ladies and gentlemen. The reason I do this, right, is because I came to believe that the only public information services left were like the BBC and kind of PBS and maybe like ITV a little bit, which isn't really a public information service. Maybe like a little bit in Italy and like some of the like Nordic broadcasters. But like the tradition of like robust public broadcasting was dying. And C-SPAN is like okay, but it's not really the public broadcasting that I wanted it to be. What I wanted to be educating, informing, and entertaining the public, such as to engender cogent public discourse, and ward off the usurpation of representative governments worldwide. What you all turned this into was kind of a new model of public information service that's interactive, community-based, very learned, centered on different sort of formats of programming, the quiz show, the interactive quiz show, the different case coverages. You turn this into a kind of framework, I think, and I'm not going to be the only one who does this, I hope, but I hope this is turning into a framework for what a public information service can be. Like, if my legacy is, and the legacy of this community, friendships you're building, I will really have made a mark, and that will mean everything to me. Not because I want to be known for it, but because I thought it was incredibly important that we explore how to revitalize sort of that educated polity by way of this kind of public information service. And it, like, the BBC was doing fine, but like they weren't doing this. They weren't going to capture like this kind of audience, a digital audience. So I've shown that it's possible. I hope people will take the blueprint and expand it. Maybe this service will expand because of you all. And if it does, I mean, God bless you. It means so much to me. Okay, so it is quite a time to be alive. If you build it, they will come. I agree, Harvard Yard. And we found each other already. And listen, this is my field of dreams already. Like, if you were like, what could you hope to accomplish? I accomplished it like 6 months ago, 3 months ago. I just wanted to create a place where a few people could come together and feel like they like were compassionate to each other, regardless of their differing views, and then protected themselves from like trolling and things like that. That's what is here. And it could be 9 people on a baseball field in Iowa. I'd be beaming, right? But it's like hundreds of you around the world, like popping in at different times, and it's beautiful. It means everything to me. I'm so grateful. And on that note, if you are thinking, well, this is a special place, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, you know that there's a way you can pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that? Did you know that the best way that you can pay it forward is by looking for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love and compassion? For example, did you know that you can donate, ladies and gentlemen, to homeless veterans? As I've been saying recently, I'm an American towel. I hate the damn commies. I live in America. Veterans who want to live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. If veterans want to live in the woods, I'm not going to say we have to force them to have houses. All right, but there should not be a single veteran in the United States that's homeless against their will. If there is even one such veteran, we have failed as a society. So if you want to do some good today, look for a reason to donate to homeless veterans, ladies and gentlemen. I know you can do it. You know what else you could do? You could donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Animal shelters, veterans, that's a great idea. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you could also donate to animal shelters in general. Maybe they're not run by veterans because it's hard to find that, but you can still donate to animals. If you're in the UK, did you know you can donate to something called The Big Issue? That's a way for you to support homeless populations in the UK, and that would make Towel very, very happy because I have such fond memories of gallivanting around Bath as a little younger washcloth towel. And I'll never forget my program wanted me to work for some government department or some parliament or some guy in some place, and I was like, I don't want to be an aristocrat. I'm like Jane Austen Towel. Jane Austen scorned you all. I'm going to scorn you all. And so I just walked around Bath until I met interesting people. And then I met this guy selling The Big Issue. And then we walked to this, we used to hang out all the time because his mom was sick. It's actually why he was talking to me, because I was very sick at the time. And he heard, I was talking to some guy that he knew, and I was like, do you have any, medicine? And he was like, do you mean, weed? And I was like, yes, but it's medicine where I come from. And he was like, oh, I don't, but this guy's, Paul's mom is sick, and she gets it or something from the government. So he walks over to her, and he's like, okay, he's sick too. So she would give me, free weed, once a month, just, a little bit, and that's what got me through being in England, okay? And she never charged me for it, and I brought her pie sometimes. She loved, talk about pie. This woman loved, freshly made pie, so I would bring her a pie, and she would give me some weed. But anyway, that's irrelevant to the fact that Paul's mom was very sick. So he would call me some days and just be like, well, I'm not feeling well. Do you want to go for a walk or whatever? And he lived, he was homeless, but his mom lived in Bath, so he would stay with her when she was not feeling well. So he lived around the corner with me when he was not at the shelter, and he would call, and we'd go to the Royal Crescent. His mom was somewhat well off, and we would go to the Royal Crescent and just kind of walk around. It's this very nice area of Bath, very posh, and there was this amphitheater at the base of it. And I'll never forget, the most authentic cultural, real experience I ever had in England was sitting at the base of the Royal Crescent in an abandoned amphitheater with this guy, with my friend Paul, who could have just been a guy off the street if you didn't know him and I were friends. But my friend Paul liked to drink wine, and you can kind of drink in public there. It's kind of frowned upon, but he would bring his paper bag bottle of wine, and he always liked to sit, and he liked to drink his wine. He liked to talk about politics. That was his favorite. That's why he and I were friends. He loved politics. So he'd sit there and drink his wine, and I would sit there and I would smoke because I didn't want to smoke in my apartment because I lived with other students. We were in the smoking apartment for cigarettes, but I didn't want to smoke weed. So I would go to the park. I would sit there. He would drink his wine. I would smoke my cigar. I was smoking cigars all the way back then. And I'll always remember this man from Czechoslovakia came over to us one night. I think he had just moved there or something. He knew Paul from selling The Big Issue, and he walks over and he's like, hey, Paul, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, this is my friend Grant. We were on a walk, and he's like, you want to sit with us? And so that guy was drinking a beer or something. He wasn't really. He was doing something a lot harder than that, but we're not going to talk about that. It's his choice. He was from Czechoslovakia, whatever. So he's sitting there, and he's talking to Paul, and Paul's drinking wine, I'm smoking, and this guy's doing his thing. Then he starts debating with Paul about the downfall of Yugoslavia and Tito and the emergence of the Czech Republic and the Prague Spring, and they're having this fascinating political conversation. And I'm sitting there, I cannot believe I am in Bath, at the foot of the Royal Crescent, Nick Cage's house was literally maybe 100 yards away. And I am watching my friend Paul, who to the outside world would just be a guy who sells The Big Issue downtown and doesn't have a home. And then this other guy who just got here from Czechoslovakia having a complex debate about the downfall of Yugoslavia. This is everything I want out of life. Fuck your aristocracy. These guys are more intelligent than some of you. I was just having the time of my life. You don't understand. And to me, that's England. The drunk truck at the base of whatever it was, High Street. It wasn't called High Street in Bath, but the High Street. Going a hole in the walls to get money, because that's the only way I could get my $100 in American money a month out of the friggin' bank. I had to go to a hole in a wall. Couldn't use the actual bank because I didn't have British banking. The drunk truck, a club called Punana, and then sitting at that amphitheater. That's what I think of England. But yes, all right. So I paused in the middle of my soliloquy to explain to you why the big issue is so close to my heart. But there are other ways you can pay it forward, ladies and gentlemen. You can smile at someone on the street. You can reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. You could even donate 200 tomato plants and have them designated honorary towels like Francis Fruchel did one time and then became ever more part of towel lore. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that through those small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love and compassion, we can bring about a new world order. A new world dynamic, not based on the current realpolitik of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, but instead one based on expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. And in that way, let those small acts of service and unconditional love ripple outwards, and let us bring about a new digital epic with Aquarius the water bearer standing tall, carrying a towel, proclaiming an ethos of unconditional love and compassion. It's possible because of you all. I believe that in my heart, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, Harvard Yard Towel. I'm glad I opened my eyes. Harvard Yard Towel, who is on air towel, ladies and gentlemen, literally in the sky above us. One of my most dearest friends. Harvard Yard Towel sends support to Towel, and I must read this. I must read it. I absolutely will not sign off without reading it. It would be sacrilege, ladies and gentlemen. Harvard Yard Towel, a super towel in every sense of the word, says, "You have a divine soul. You have a divine soul. Thank you, Grant, from me and all towels. Always the best to hang around. You are making our the world tolerable and lovable. Much gratitude." Oh, Harvard Yard, my friend, it means so much to me in so many ways that we have crossed paths and that you have found so much solace here. I will never, ever forget or fail to live up to that ethos. What a beautiful, beautiful sentiment, ladies and gentlemen. Harvard Yard Towel is just such a sweet human being. If you've never met Harvard Yard Towel in the comments, you're missing out. So not only does Harvard Yard Towel, just to take a moment here, because we sing so many praises, not only does Harvard Yard Towel analyze all interviews. Like when Harvard Yard Towel's listening to content here, Harvard Yard Towel is always on the ball, always analyzing. But Harvard Yard Towel, if they miss a stream, sometimes we'll go back and analyze. Then Harvard Yard Towel is always thinking analytically, because they'll reach out to me with emails and be like, "Oh, so this came up and I found this clip, and then this clip ties into what you were talking about here. And if you thought about how this segment could tie into this." Harvard Yard Towel literally should be a co-host if she's been flying a lot on Air Towel, but if she's more centered and we have time. Oh my goodness, Harvard Yard Towel, you don't understand how brilliant this human being is, folks. I know some of you see, but she's very modest in chat, she's brilliant, and she a lot of the stuff I talk about comes from her suggestions, along with a lot of your suggestions. But don't ever, I hope, if you run into Harvard Yard, underestimate or fail to appreciate her, and if you value the content on the stream, because her mind is definitely part of why this stream's so special. So. No, God bless you, my friend. Really, though, that was so nice. That was extremely touching. And right underneath, Christina would like us to know that her bong is clean. Christina Towel, I'm thrilled that your bong is clean. That, it doesn't flow. I mean, I guess it flows somewhat from Harvard Yard's very touching comment, but, it's a good position juxtaposition. That's what makes life so beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. And could you really expect me not to, while Harvard Yard is flying Air Towel, can you really imagine that I wouldn't take some time to talk about that? Harvard Yard, I think, has talked about spending some time at Boston College. And Harvard Yard, I think, maybe has talked about how they were on the West Coast. So maybe Harvard Yard has spent some time on both the Best Coast and the other Best Coast. You know what I'm saying? Colleen Henry would like to announce that the bong is clean. Excellent job. I'm so pleased. Hello, Buck. I'm glad the bong's clean. Harvard Yard, you are really amazing. I'm glad we got to sing your praises. I know you wanted to sing my praises, but see how I turned that around? God bless you, my friend. I'm so glad I saw that, too, as I was doing my my soliloquy. Oh, Harvard Yard says, oh my goodness, I'm honored. Well, I'm honored to have you as a friend, and I know so many other Towel friends in the chat are as well. God bless you. I hope I don't make Harvard Yard cry on the plane. Harvard Yard's flying air towel, you know what I'm saying? You all are so wonderful. All right, so friends, tomorrow, 10, 11 a.m., maybe 11:30 Eastern Time, we'll be together. I am looking forward to that very much. Lesson 1, you can never outsmart Grant. Oh, I don't know about that. You can never, how about this? You can never outsmart the Towel friends. You might be able to get by me, but somebody here is going to get you. All right, tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Thursday. Let's start about 11:30 a.m. We'll do trivia. We got more Donna Adelson catch-up to do. We'll see if any Kohberger documents come out pursuant to the new non-dissemination order being lifted as of today. We will see who else I might want to interview. Nowadays, when I ask people if they want to do an interview, they tend to say yes. So, Towel Mom submitted her brief today. If I read it overnight, I will interview her tomorrow. But I can't interview her until I read the brief. It's only like 23 pages. And the other thing is we're technically going to have to read the brief before we interview her. But if I tell her that like tomorrow or Friday I'm going to read the brief on screen, then yes, she will come on and do an interview. So it looks like we may get... Oh, Anthony Barton, I'm so glad I got to see you. Anthony's like, I want to guess number 4. Folks, I just want to let you know, Towel Mom, we probably will be able to do an interview. So if you're excited, your reward for sticking around this long, along with getting to see Harvard Yard's wonderful message, is Towel Mom. Yes, you should definitely read the brief. I'm gonna read it on stream with us tomorrow, and I will try to see when Towel Mom wants to do her interview. She's probably going to get a lot of interviews over the next few days because she filed the brief. But I'll see if she'll give us like 20 to 30 minutes, all right? We've had Towel Nana, and now we're going to get to meet Towel Mom. It's just a Towel family celebration. What's next? We're going to get Towel Sister? Like, are we just going to have like a whole Towel family interview? You know what I'm saying? So get excited for Towel Mom. I don't have a firm date, but she did express... She eventually, after initially being like, you're not Court TV, was like, okay, we can do it. Towel Mom, I know people are excited. I know. We don't have a firm date, but we're excited. Yes, a family series, says Steph. All right, so tomorrow, 11 a.m. or so, ladies and gentlemen, until I'd say we'll start at 11 or 11:30 a.m. Eastern, give or take. All right, I'll put the link up very soon. I'll actually put the link up before this stream closes, so you'll be able to just go over to that other chat. Towel Friends on the Towel X. You know what this means. You got a few minutes in the beginning, so the Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube get a few minutes at the end. God bless you. Be safe out there. Have a good rest of your night. I got to eat something. My belly hurts. I have like 12 towel abs right now because I didn't eat my lunch. I just didn't feel like it. So I'm going to eat my towel dinner and try to watch a movie. We'll see. I might have to go to bed. I'm a little tired. Towel Friends on the Towel X. God bless you. Have a good rest of your day. You be safe out there. I am so glad I got to see Anthony Barton in the Towel chat, by the way. It's great to see you, my friend. On the Towel X, though, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. You can go to youtube.com/at Grant Smith Ellis if you want to join the chat or the trivia game in the future. That's the only way to play trivia. It's on the YouTube. And I appreciate you watching with me today. It really does mean a lot to me. So be well. And God bless you. On the Towel X, Towel Friends on the Towel X, I'm going to go talk to the Towel Friends on the Towel YouTube for a few minutes now. Yeah, I ate a little bit, Colleen, but I made food and then only ate like 3 pieces of chicken and some bread. So I'm going to go downstairs, Yeah, I think that's a good plan, Steph. I might just get some rest rather than staying up and playing the Attitude Era game. I think my body would rather I go to bed now and wake up early and play. So that's what I'm going to do. You got it, Steph. Second Beach Gal, I'm so glad I saw you at the end as well. We're still live on the Towel YouTube because you know I like to spend a few minutes with you all at the end of the day. Thank you so much, really. I know you hear it from each other, but I want you to hear it from me. This space means a lot to a lot of different people, okay? And you're so tolerant of each other. Everyone is so unique, and everyone is so kind and compassionate and understanding. And I just want you to remember it's because of that reciprocal ethos that people who might not otherwise have a place that they can call home or that they feel comfortable in are able to express themselves, to find happiness, to build social bonds. That's an incredibly important component of the modern world, in particular the hybrid digital kind of analog / real life, whatever, away from keyboard life that defines this new era. Now, I try to not call it real life because it's really away from keyboard, right? Like our real life, this is real. Like you are all real. Our connections are real. The people we've met here are real. Buck is real. Bella is real. Kiki and Riri are real. The Super Towel Doggos across the screen are real. Like these human beings, these people, these animals, these spirits, these souls, like have found each other, and this is special. And I notice it. I want to put words to it because I think it deserves those kind of words. And I will continue to cherish this place, both for the connections I've made, but also for the human flourishing and compassion and love that I see on display each and every day. Oh, Harvard Yard is crying on a plane, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anything more bittersweet than Harvard Yard crying on a plane? Tears of joy, I hope, my friend, knowing that you have friends here. Steph Towel, Ange Towel, Harvard Yard, Colleen, Tatabug, thanks, Anthony Barton, Second Beach Girl. Thank you all so much for sticking around to the end. Colleen, of course, is here. Steph, so Christina Towel. I really mean so much to me, and I just wanted to say it. So I'm going to get some rest, friends. I'm not going to watch a movie tonight. I'm going to go right to bed, and I'm going to get my... This is past towel bedtime anyway. I'm going to get my 6 hours to 8 hours of sleep, hopefully. I'm going to wake up. I'm going to play some WWE 2013 so I can play the Attitude Era storyline, which is all I wanted to do today, but I was having too much fun with you all. I'm not even going to be able to go to church right now, but I'll do my prayer before I go to bed. I just am so tired. I didn't realize it was going to feel like I hit a wall. I will go to the prayer circle tomorrow, though. Like, we cannot stream late tomorrow because I have to get to that prayer circle. I am going. Nothing is going to stop me. But yes, you know I like to end the same way. Jack D65 is still here. Love you, my friend. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering who wore the commentator crowns, Harvard Yard Towel just absolutely dominated. Harvard Yard, first place, ladies and gentlemen, wearing the commentator crown, followed up by Allie Towel in second and Jack D65 in third. Most points I think I've ever seen during one of these. So absolutely congratulations. Oh yes, Colleen, I did have a bit of a day, but I'm feeling better now. Didn't go fully down, but you know what I'm saying. I'm back up. I'm back up. I'm a fighter. I'm a towel fighter. But yes, so I'll feel better after that. I wanted to show you the rankings here for, maybe I will, hold on. Harvard Yard too, so Harvard Yard, who is just like one of my favorite people of all time. So let me show you the top fans list, if it will click on for me before we go for the day. God is good, Colleen Henry. I agree with you in every sense of the term there. All right, so let me just show you this. This will be the last thing we do today. You can see I was trying to show you it in that other window, but it wouldn't do it for me, so I'm going to do it in this one. I'm going to show you the top towel chatters of the day. because so many of you earned, like literally, first of all, Harvard Yard's a super towel, so towel loves Harvard Yard. But also, just look at this. I mean, how impressive is this? Hold on. I think it's this one. Look at this super towel chat list. I mean, that's how you all did, okay? You all kicked butt and took names today. I mean, look at that chat list. I don't know. I'll make it as clear as possible just so I can show you, because Harvard Yard is wearing the crown, folks, all right? Harvard Yard, look at that. Look at those points. I mean, just thousands and thousands and thousands of towel points, all right? Thousands of them. Harvard Yard came in the towel chat contest with literally, ladies and gentlemen, 3,450 points. The most we've ever seen. That's a towel chat record. Alley Towel, 1,500 points. Jack D, 65, 1,375. And as you can see, if you chat a lot, so if you chat a lot, you don't even have, no matter what you do, you can get on the list. And then just a question of, can you get into that top 3? And if you click on the crowns, you can actually see how many points you have. So it was really close. P. Rice almost pulled up, but Jack D, 65, wearing that number 3 with pride, holding it off by 75 points. And Jack D, 65 themselves was just a little behind Alley Towel, 125 XP. And you can see it keeps track of everyone. So if you see yourself in the top 10, Bossy Texas Chick, Tonya, Steph is number 7 with 600 points. Nancy was in there with 525, Kat Dawn with 500, Vicky Moore closing it off at 475. But you can see it keeps track, and Jew Drops was in there. It keeps track, and I think it goes to like 50 or so. So no matter where you are in the chat during the chat day, if you break the top 50, you'll get on this list, and I'll try to start showing it more often. So congratulations to everybody who made it onto the chat list. That was really fun. All right, friends, I'm going to go to bed. I know some of you will not leave until I go to bed. So God bless you. Be safe. Reach out if you need me. You know where to find me. We'll see each other tomorrow in the morning. I'll drop a link to tomorrow's chat in this chat before I close the stream. And just know, Towel loves you. You're special because you are you. And every single one of you means something, not just to me, but to your Towel friends here. God bless. Be well, Towel friends. Towel loves you so much.